Good morning. Great. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the December State Board of Education meeting. I know a lot of you drove far to be here. Thank you for being here today. We're going to start our meeting with a moment of silence. Thank you. This is a busy time of year. I know my kids go to school through next Friday, but I know some districts are ending today and are on their break. So I wish teachers and everyone, as we work during quite a busy time of year, the best of luck. We have a fun morning to start. We get to have some recognitions. First up, we have Miss Fight from the School Board Association to recognize school board members. There you are. Thank you. You want to come up to the microphone, please?
Well, January is School Board Recognition Month, and I believe the board has a resolution.
We do. Would you like to read it to us or pull it up? See if we have it here. Yes, it is attached on our agenda.
I did not bring a copy. I apologize.
That's okay. No, we don't. That's okay.
Thank you, Stacy. Okay, whereas the quality of education is a cornerstone of our great state's prosperity, and whereas education is the foundation upon which the future of our children and success of our society are built, whereas Arkansas is committed to providing its students with the highest quality education possible, and whereas the dedicated members of Arkansas school boards are the essential link between the community and the classroom, and whereas the public servants are elected to represent the concern of the community in ensuring that our schools are meeting the needs of all students, and whereas the Arkansas School Boards Association and the Arkansas State Board of Education work tirelessly to support and provide guidance to these dedicated individuals, and whereas the month of January is an opportunity to recognize the outstanding contributions made by Arkansas School Board members who tirelessly give their time, energy, talent, in service to the public education system without payment. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Arkansas State Board of Education recognizes and salutes the members of local boards of education by proclaiming the month of January 2024 as Arkansas School Board Recognition Month.
Thank you. Thank you for your work and for your time to come up here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Miss Leslie Ann Tell from the Conway School District. She received the Fulbright U.S. Distinguished Teaching Award. And board members, if you recall, she came last year before she left for her Fulbright, and now is back to share about her experiences. I'm excited for this today.
Yeah. Good morning, Ross White. I promise I won't talk as long as I did yesterday, but Ms. Tell is here to join us today from the Conway School District. And so she's had this amazing experience that she's going to get to share with you all today, but we are very honored and want to take a second to recognize a little bit of her credentials there. She's in her 22nd year teaching with the Conway School District, most of that as a family and consumer science teacher. This year she's got the great opportunity to lead their culinary arts program for this coming year, and so I'm going to turn it over to Leslie to share with you about her experience in Vietnam. Thank you.
Good morning. My principal and director are on their way. They're probably parking, so hopefully they'll walk in a moment. I have to put my glasses on so I can see my note cards here and make sure I can click.
You might have to get them a tardy pass.
Give them a tardy pass. It is the day before break, so high school kids are kind of wild, I'm sure. So, like they said, my name is Leslie Tell, and I am the 2023 Distinguished Fulbright Fellowship recipient. And I went to Vietnam a year ago. I spoke to you guys telling you about my upcoming journey. And so you guys said, please come back and tell us, and I'm back to tell you about my trip. So I went to Cao Lan, which is in Dong Thop province in Vietnam, which is in southern Vietnam, the Mekong Delta, very similar to our Delta region. That's where they grow a lot of rice in particular. Very flat, great big huge river in particular. Clicking. Nothing's happening.
There we go.
Oh, okay, there we go. All right. So in April, I got ready to leave. I found out a year ago that I was gonna, I got this great honor, and in April I packed up and left Conway and headed to Vietnam. And on the slide you can see, on the way I ran into some of our great Conway Wampus Cat students in the airport in Atlanta. We transitioned and saw each other, and so all along my trip, my students made these great signs, and I kind of documented my journey, and I sent pictures back the whole way. So I flew from Atlanta to Little Rock, Little Rock to Atlanta, Atlanta to Seoul, South Korea, which is 16 hours, and then South Korea to Ho Chi Minh City. And I'm a talker, and so I had the honor of sitting next to a man for 16 hours that didn't say a word. So it was really hard for me not to talk for 16 hours to anybody and stuff. So after I landed, I took about a 6-hour car ride to Cao Lan, and I hit the ground running like in this picture. No more cars at this point. I was pretty much exclusively on scooters, and I got thrown into the deep end very, very quickly with my transportation. I traded my Honda CR-V in for that motor scooter on the screen, a Honda Cub, a 1980 model that had a clutch, 50 cc's, because I couldn't drive a higher cc version because I was considered a diplomat person and I didn't have a license really. You wear a helmet everywhere, so my helmet had stickers. They put stickers on me so everybody in the town knew who I was coming down the street, and they just got out of my way. So it took a little bit of time to learn how to moped everywhere, but I got the hang of it. I stayed on my own. I lived in kind of a hotel apartment, so I was very independent of the school, which gave me a chance to really absorb being in this town. I was at Nguyen Quang Du High School for the Gifted. This is a regional boarding school. There are 11 scattered throughout Vietnam in each province, and it would be similar to our Math and Science High School in Hot Springs. So they apply to go there and they live there while they're there. And that is a picture of Ho Chi Minh's face there, that statue. He was actually instrumental in starting these schools post the Vietnam War. This is the courtyard. So it's very similar to Conway High School in size and scope. But that's kind of where it ends. So there are about 1,300 students, and you can see we're exercising here in the morning. They do exercise every morning at 6 a.m. So the whole school does, and you can either do calisthenics or Tai Chi, or on alternating days we meditate. And I will say the mental health of the students I thought was extremely wonderful. And I think it had something to do with this, that they are focused on school before school starts. And so they are ready to be in school. And so at 6 a.m. we're doing exercises or meditating every day. And school there is a little different. This is courtyard, student-led every morning, outside. And so they set it up. It's kind of, I used Harry Potter as an example. They have houses because, again, they're boarding and they live there. That's kind of their home. And so you can see they have set up, they do their pledge and their announcements, very, very student-led. So by the time it's about 7 o'clock, we're ready to start school, not just get up and head to school. There was no bell, there's a gong, which was kind of different, and everything's posted. So the HIPAA laws or all of our laws really don't apply with grades and things there. Everything's posted on the boards, and you see where you rank, and they're very, very, very competitive. And so this young man here, he's checking his score, and he wants to know where he's going to rank in comparison to everybody else. So that part of that world is very different. Everybody knows everybody else's scores, and you're vying to get better grades because of it. Their school day is quite a bit different. Like I said, it starts around 6 a.m., it goes to 9 p.m., so it's all day, and it's 6 days a week. So y'all don't change that. We don't want a 6-day school week. And we don't want to go till 9 p.m. either, but it works for them. And so they don't have but one day off, which is Sunday, and Saturday is just a normal school day, just like all the other days for them. They also take 13 credits per semester in high school to our 6 or 7, so almost double of what it is that we're doing. The school day is into 3 blocks, so a morning block, and then a lunch, an afternoon block, and then a dinner, and then an evening block. And so they vary within there what they're taking when. So electives kind of are an afternoon block, where I kind of fit in. Sports are an afternoon block, things like that. The teachers also have the variety to pick. They may not teach all 3 blocks, depending on their family situation or where they're in their career. Some might be a retired teacher who only wants the evening block and they tutor, or they want all day because they're a young teacher. So it depended on their pay and what they negotiated with that particular school. They take, like I said, 13 credits, typically 2 maths, 3 different sciences. They take biology, physics, and chemistry every year of high school with a lab. So not once, but all 3 times. They speak English, French, and Vietnamese at this school. They write it, they read it, they speak it, they know it. And a lot of them also spoke Chinese as well. And then they have the classes that they get to select. Their arts, music, drama, PE, swimming. They play some big pickleball there, and soccer, different things that are like that. I was there to teach family consumer science. I was the first family consumer science Fulbright in the history of Fulbright to go, and I will tell you, family consumer science education is not dying in the world. It is coming back with great resurgence. Vietnam, I was the test, and there is a full-time Fulbright there now in my spot running this full-time. And they are expanding into other schools in Vietnam. I know in the United Arab Emirates, family consumer science is a really hot topic. They are really full-fledged ahead with pushing it out. So it's definitely not going away in the world. It's kind of rebranded, and it's very there with it. So I taught food safety, nutrition, and human relations while I was there. I taught 3 sections of each, and so I had about 225 students total that came through my program during my tenure being there. I was in the only air-conditioned classroom when it was air-conditioned, and I had to combat a couple natural problems, like when they left the windows open in the evening, the snake would get in, and they would have to get the snake out every time I'd go back to class. We were on the edge of the jungle, and so snakes and monkeys were just part of life that were there. These are some of my students. When they finished, they were all given a certificate of completion, and they couldn't comprehend that there wasn't a grade, because I was kind of a pilot program. They kept asking me, when was the test? When was the essay? When was the grade? And but the idea for them was to see how they would do with a non-credit class, actually just at their leisure, and they loved it. Now this year it's for credit, but then it wasn't. This was my kitchen. So coming from my very nice culinary kitchen at Conway High School, it was a little bit different, and so I had to learn to embrace what they do and not look at things like, oh, negatively, it's not what I'm used to. So it was definitely a big change. Very rural setting that I was in. I was not in a large city like Ho Chi Minh or Hanoi. A lot of our cooking labs took place outside. And so, again, hygiene and food safety was really a challenge for me because it was quite different than what I was accustomed to as well. They had just opened this brand new facility when I got there. I mean, I just got in, and it was a big multi-purpose indoor, and it was air conditioned. But most of the time, kids were just outside. It rained every day for about 4 hours, and it was just part of the journey of being there in the springtime. And then my last slide here that I want to share with you is about literacy, which to me was one of the most phenomenal parts of the journey. This picture here tells kind of the whole story. The Vietnamese culture and the students love to read. They are just obsessed with reading. So instead of public libraries that you go to, in the rural setting, they're trucks like this, and they go by genre. And so this particular was a children's book mobile, you can tell, and they roll up and they unpack the stools, and they are like this everywhere. Night, day, anytime, I mean, there are trucks and kids everywhere. Once you're done with your books, there's these depositories that you just drop the books back in, they go back to the main place, and then they get shipped back out. And they circle through the village all the time. And they're by genre, by age, what you're wanting to read, by different languages. And so as the trucks come by and they stop, if that's the kind of truck you want, you go and check out books. I saw people reading books everywhere, on the side of the road, on the back of a scooter, I mean, everywhere. And they love to read, and it reflects in their literacy rates. Their school children that are in school are definitely on or above grade level. It was 94% is what the Supreme Authority, that's what the school principal's called, explained to me, was 94% or proficient or better. So they are readers, and I just thought that was very inspiring as they took that away to service their rural areas and to get books in people's hands, not iPads, not digital reading, but actual real books. And so this spoke to me as someone who continually likes to learn, that this was the avenue that they chose, and it's working for their country. I appreciate you guys letting me come again, for everybody's support, Conway Public Schools support, for letting me go, Dr. Cullum for giving me the time off to be there. Gosh, everybody who just was on board, Congressman French Hill, Asa Hutchinson, former governor, who was gracious and had an audience with me as well, and this board for hearing me last year. Do you guys have any questions?
So, if I may, I'll
Sure.
ask the first question. So I think your Supreme Authority is here. I just want to make sure we say hi to them and
Yes.
recognize them.
Dr. Kate Worley is the principal of Conway High School, and Ms. Carrie Smith is my career and technical director, because I'm part of the CTE program.
Well, thank you, Leslie, for sharing that. Besides advocating for school 6 days a week, what would be one part of your experience that you think is going to fall into your classroom here? Like one takeaway or one thing that this experience is going to make you better that we want every teacher and everybody listening to know these are some great takeaways.
It has been something that's taken me a couple months to implement, but and this might not be super popular, but the phones weren't an issue there. I didn't battle phones there. So cell phones.
Yeah.
You just didn't battle them. They weren't out. The kids had the respect of the teacher and the learning process not to have them out. So I have gone to phones in the bags and bags at the front of the classroom in high school, and I'm not battling phones. And I'm finding that my kids are more engaged when I'm not battling a phone. And I tell them I can't be as entertaining as whatever they're watching, but maybe I can be. And so you can just kind of see they've kind of brightened up, and they're more interactive now that their phones are out of their hands, at least just for the class time. So that would be the biggest one for me that I loved about them. Phones weren't a battle. Did anybody else have a question?
Other questions, board members, comments?
I just wanted to say thanks for sharing. I was in Vietnam about 13 years ago, and it still has a very special place in my heart. It's a neat country where they say it's a lot like the South, where people will bring you in and they want to feed you, and everybody's very kind, and often people would stare at the white lady that was there, and that was, you had to just kind of get used to that, but I know it was an amazing experience, and I appreciate you sharing it with us.
And I was the only Westerner in this town, and it had 100,000 people. I say small, but that's small compared to Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City. Food was a little challenging for me because it was so seafoody, and it had some definitely undertones that I didn't care for. But you know, I was gracious and polite and would eat it and smile, and you know. But it was an amazing experience. I think it definitely gave me that push to get to the end of my career. And I changed careers right here at the end again to teach culinary arts. And so I think that keeps us going as teachers when we do a reset. And so it was a great opportunity reset for me. And I appreciate that you guys let me come. I left you a
Thank you.
token there of Vietnamese culture, and I brought my certificate if you would like to.
We would love to get a picture with you. Thank
Okay.
you. I did want to ask though, you said that you get to continue on as
Oh.
an ambassador. What does that look like? And will you be able to share this with other teachers in the state to encourage them to apply?
Yes, in fact, I just got confirmation I got accepted as an Fulbright ambassador. So that gives me, I'm in like a really small club of 20 from this class. Only 20 went out across the world in my group. And so I'm open to applying for grants with Fulbright, continuing education, other opportunities. And then like with the ambassador, I would do this, come and speak and let people know about Fulbright and continue on their legacy of education. You know, William J. Fulbright was from Arkansas, and so we're continuing his legacy of education. So with that, I will continue to apply for things. I applied to present at their national conference in May in DC, and then there is a chance in 2 years, there's an Africa trip that we could apply for that's in the summer. That's 2 weeks of touring African schools in different parts of Africa. So just that continually getting to try to hone my skill as I get to the end and keep myself fresh and you know, moving.
That's awesome. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank
Appreciate it a lot.
you.
Let's get a picture with everyone. That was great. Now we have Dr. Pride to present another award here today.
Good morning. Tiffany Pride, Assistant Commissioner of Learning Services. And I am here to present the Gilder Lehrman History Teacher of the Year Award. This award is presented to Let me start it over. So I'm here to present the Gilder Lehrman History Teacher of the Year Award. It's presented annually by the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History, the nation's leading organization dedicated to K-12 American history education. Inaugurated in 2004, this award highlights the crucial importance of history education by honoring exceptional American history teachers from elementary schools through high school. So we're excited today. Pamela Cummins is here with us today. She's been named the 2023 Arkansas History Teacher of the Year. Desi is honored to present this award, and we would like to recognize her accomplishments. She's attained a bachelor's degree in journalism and political science. She holds 2 master's degrees, one in education theory and practice, and one in American history and government. Pam was a social studies teacher at Lisa Academy Public Charter School in Little Rock. Currently, she is a 12-year employee of the Benton School District. She teaches U.S. history and honors U.S. history. She sponsors the Model United Nations organization at the school. Pam is also a 2018 recipient of the James Madison Memorial Fellowship for Arkansas, and she has served on the Arkansas Council for Social Studies. We are delighted if she'll come forward to present the certificate to you, Ms. Pam Cummins, our 2023 Arkansas History Teacher of the Year.
You want to give a few remarks?
I didn't know I was going to speak. History education is really important because it teaches our kids to like critically think in like all areas of life, and there's nothing greater than to like help the future to become good global citizens for our state, but also for the world. So,
Well, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank
on
you.
your award. I appreciate you coming in today.
thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Picture, if anybody.
Yep, we'll get a picture with board members.
She has her principal here with her today, and it's Mr. Bert Berger. Did I say that right? Barger. Did I say it right? Barger, yes. Okay, sorry. One second. I just wanted to
Awesome,
recognize he
thank
was
you.
here.
Thank you all. Now we will move on to our action agenda, but I did want to mark, we have Mr. Sutton here on Zoom. Mr. Sutton, are you able to hear us and are good to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Great, and we are going to honor you here at the end of the action agenda, recognizing that this is your last meeting as well as Sharon's last meeting. So appreciate that, and we'll do that after our action agenda. Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
So we will move changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda at this point? Great. We will start with the consideration of the request from the Cossatot River School District. I believe we have Andreas to come share the proceedings with us.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Before you is a petition by the Cossatot School District to close the Umpire campus, an isolated school within the district. An isolated school can be closed when the local school board either votes unanimously to close the campus, or a majority of the school board votes to close the campus and the decision is affirmed by the State Board of Education when the school board's vote was not unanimous. In this matter, a majority of the Cossatot School Board voted in favor of closing the Umpire School campus by a vote of 4-2. However, since the vote was not unanimous, it is now before you. A school board seeking to file a petition must do so within 30 days prior to a state board meeting where the petition will be heard. The Cossatot School Board submitted this petition on November 13th, 2023. The state board may do one of the following in reviewing the petition. A, it may grant the petition leading to the closure of the isolated school. B, it may deny the petition leading to the isolated school remaining open as it currently exists. And C, it may table a decision for a future meeting of the state board. The closure must be in the best interest of all students in the district as a whole, and the closure cannot impact desegregation efforts in the district or otherwise violate a court order. As for procedure, anyone seeking to testify must take an oath administered by the chair. The petitioner will have 15 minutes to present a petition to the board, that would be the school district. A spokesperson for the individuals opposing the petition will also get 15 minutes to present their position. Then the petitioner, the school board, would then get 5 minutes to provide closing remarks. The board may ask questions at any time, and the board can take public comment up to 3 minutes from anyone it can choose. The state board will then deliberate and move to grant, deny, or table the petition.
Thank you. So at this point, we'll start by swearing in
That's correct.
any school district officials?
So anyone that's going to be testifying, generally that's the superintendent, or if they have counsel, the counsel would also be providing that testimony.
Okay, so anyone, if you would stand, please.
Yeah, I'll stand back.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. We'll start with Dr. Royals.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, good morning. Thank you all for having us this morning. I'm sure everyone's read thank you, Mr. Rhodes. I'm sure everyone's read the presentation that we submitted with our petition, so I will spare everyone going through all the details of that. I can hit some high points if the presentation is on the screen. If not, I can talk freely a little bit. I do have our finance consultant here, Mr. Norman Hill. I'm going to set my timer so I do not go over my time, if you'll give me one moment. I want to acknowledge a few things at the outset. I'm sure we all know this is not a pleasant matter to have to address. It's a very challenging matter. It's one that's very emotional, and I understand that. And my job as superintendent is very tough sometimes. I'm blessed to do what I do, but in my role, I have to look out for the best interest of all students in the school district as a whole. And that standard in the statute is a balancing test. And as we know, we have to consider a lot of different variables in that, and there'll be people that are not happy. And we just have to reach the best decision. And I also want to acknowledge that this has never been, for me, Cossatot River versus Umpire. It may seem that way. There may be some that perceive it that way. I can assure you it's not. This is not a we versus them. We value our Umpire community and our school. Very proud of it. I was born and raised K-12 next door. Very familiar with how strong that community is. Umpire is our home and our family, and it's our community, just like all of our campuses are. So this is not a we versus them. This is us. But unfortunately, I had to make a recommendation in the best interest of the whole district. And my school board had to make a gut-wrenching decision. They are the constitutionally elected officials by the people in those counties and those areas to make these tough decisions. You know, as we heard in the opening by Ms. Fye, we're honoring those folks for that tough job, and they had to make that tough decision. And I want to acknowledge that as we go into talking about This is also not just about finances. We're going to talk a little bit about finances today, but this is about finance, this is about educational opportunity, and what is in the best interest of our district as a whole. And as I go into that, I want to talk about academic integrity, and let me acknowledge at the very outset, we have great teachers at Umpire, we have great students at Umpire. That's not in question. What makes a school great is not the walls of an institution, of course, it's the individuals, it's the students, it's the teachers. And that will continue no matter where these individuals end up. And it is my school board's position that these are Cossatot River students, and we respect where they choose to go. Derrick's is 12 miles away. We know that's very likely they will choose there, but that's not our intention. We are not writing off our Umpire community. We are welcome, and we will do our very best to serve them and the teachers as well, because I'm not doing a reduction in force. We're in a position to where by acting early, I'm able to offer those staff members contracts at Cossatot River School District next year, should they choose to be there. But if we look at academic integrity, if you're not familiar with Umpire, it's a very strong community. I will say there's not a whole lot there. It's not a small but robust community. It's just a tight-knit community. And all students after this, if this is finalized, if they come to Cossatot River School District, they're going to have more opportunities for collaboration. They're going to have more opportunities for extracurriculars, more educational opportunity overall. And that's what I have to consider beyond finances. And I'm confident Cossatot River School District can serve that if they choose to attend here. And I respect the right to choose. I have 2 kids of my own, and I value the right to choose where they go to school. And we'll respect that decision if they choose to go elsewhere. But they are absolutely our students, and we will serve them at Cossatot River. If we focus a little more on the elementary, right now our elementary does a great job. We're very efficient there right now. We have tightened the belt there a lot in the past 3 years and not hired staff and gotten it more efficient. Right now, our 1st and 2nd grades in a classroom, 3rd and 4th grades in a classroom, and 5th and 6th are in a classroom. And those teachers are champions for doing that. I don't know, with all due respect, that that's in the best interest of our elementary kids. The whole model is based on accountability at the grade level. Professional development is based on the grade level, and as champions as they are, I have to consider that and consider if that's in the best interest of those kids, if being in a combined classroom like that. Without that, if they're in a normal standard model, the teachers can channel their professional development to a single grade level, and kids can focus on a single grade level. Our elementary students, they do great there, but they'll have more opportunity at our elementary school or any elementary school they choose for other extracurriculars. And the other campuses, our other campuses in the district will benefit from those wonderful students and those wonderful teachers if they choose to join their Cossatot River School District. And as I stated earlier, the recommendation is not based on poor academics at Umpire. The primary consideration is the best interest of the students in the district as a whole. And my board, when they considered this, they're aware of everything. They're aware of the emotion. They're aware of isolated funding, buses, they're aware of everything, but they made that decision of what they felt was the best interest of the students, as gut-wrenching as it was. I have a list of things you've probably seen, some additional opportunities that would be available if they choose to stay at Cossatot River School District, which we hope they do. We have about 35 concurrent credit hours that are taught in person at Cossatot River High School by teachers there. They would have access to, except for college algebra and trig. We don't have that person on staff, but the other hours are offered there in person. We talk about fiscal integrity. Mr. Hill will talk about that in my remaining time as I check my timer. But briefly, we have about, over the past 3 years, about a $735,000 cost above revenue balance there. ADM, that's at about ADM of about 90 last year, $250,000. At 99 students, which is what we estimated it, it was around $200,000 gap. By acting now, the reason that we did it at this time is Umpire will be offered positions at the other campuses. Any staff overage will be addressed through attrition. We lose about 14 staff members a year. And my position was prolonging the action would unfortunately probably result in me standing in front of you here again. I can talk about opportunities and other options that we've explored if you have that question. But cost is about $18,000 per student at Umpire compared to about $11,000 at our other campuses. I've put a picture here of ADM for you to show the decline. That's in your packet as well as I go through this. But since 2021, we've lost about 23 students to other districts, mainly Derricks and Kirby, and we've lost about 28 to homeschool. And now I want to close here and talk a little bit about promotion efforts. I can talk more about that if you have questions. Bunyard Broadcasting, so we've partnered with, advertise, radio ads, social media, visits, all sorts of things we've tried to do to promote, and it did help a little bit, but families are just choosing other schools is the unfortunate truth. We've done things, you see our former principal there and one of our great teachers that went to the radio station for a visit. We've done videos, we've recognized our students at the school board with our Cossatot River Pride Award, much like we did here this morning. We've done a lot of things to try to promote the campus. Funding matrix concerns, as you can see there, the highest enrollment we have is 10 students in one grade, and as you know, funding matrix becomes a concern there. We have a capacity to serve about 231 students there. Well, we have about 90 right now. And forgive me as I go through, I can talk more about transportation. We have 2 buses right now, consideration of adding a 3rd one if we need to, Wi-Fi hotspots, iPads, whatever we can do to keep those kids engaged on the bus. We have some challenges to overcome, but by acting now, we can implement some solutions, invite students to the campus, invite parents to the campus, and try to make that transition much easier for them. I want to conclude by saying that it's a very exciting time in Arkansas. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Hill. We're doing what we can. I have a vision for my district. I'm doing what I can to make my district the best choice for the people in my area, and sometimes that means tough decisions. And I put that to my board, and being aware of all the circumstances, they made that decision, and it was a very tough one. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Norman Hill to talk about finances for you. Unless you have questions, of course.
We'll let him go and then do questions for both
Okay.
of you. Thank
Thanks.
you.
Thank y'all. I'm Norman Hill, a financial consultant. For the past 18 years, I've owned a financial consulting business that works primarily with Arkansas Public Schools to work in school finances, and all of those schools that I work with have one thing primarily in common. They're losing enrollment and having to make major adjustments in their budgets and organizations, staffing, transportation to be able to continue to exist financially. Prior to the 18 years, I spent 2 years as a co-op director over 22 school districts, southeast Arkansas. Prior to that, I spent 30 years as superintendent of schools in Drew Central and Monticello School District, and I spent 8 years as a teacher, principal, coach in doing that. Last spring, Dr. Broyles called me and wanted me to come to Cossatot and look at their school district and give him a financial analysis of where they would be. He told me they were consolidated school districts that were made up of 3 former schools, Wicks, Cove, and Umpire, and that over the past few years they had been losing students at a steady decline in that. And when I came in and looked at the district, I noticed that they were constantly declining in enrollment district-wide, and on the Umpire campus, they were declining quicker than they were district-wide. In doing that, and Umpire had got down to where they were 90-something students in that. And I looked at the overall financials at the current time. The Cossatot River School District is not in financial straight, but they are, if you look at the past few years, heading that way because they're constantly been spending money on a day-to-day operation that's not coming back to them through state, local, federal funds and so forth. And you say, where is it coming from? They have started reaching in and spending a big amount of their debt service millage that the patrons voted for buildings, bond issues, and to maintain buildings on day-to-day operation. And there's nothing illegal about that. The two major problems with that is, one is that's not a guaranteed source of funding that continued forever. It goes away when the bond issue that it is attached to is paid off, and do that. Another is if the district has needs to upgrade their buildings or to build new campuses, if they've got the money voted for that tied up in the day-to-day operations, they cannot do that. When I looked at the overall district, you noticed in FY23 they had less money to operate than they did in 20. With the loss of students, they had lost somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.2 million in the last 5 years in foundation funds, which the biggest portion of those foundation funds goes for salaries and fringe, and do that. Then also, when looking at it, I noticed that they had cut expenditures in that time, but the cut of expenditures was just about a third of what they had lost overall in those 5 years. And how did they do that third cut? They did that by combining the Wicks and Cove Elementary School that were separate into pre-K2 school, a 3-6 school, putting those schools all together, which was within the authority of the local school board and administration to do that. Then looking at Umpire, they had lost a tremendous number of their student body, but it was not within the power of the local board to do anything about that other than appeal to the state board to give them some relief on that. And looking at a 3-year history of Umpire, it looks like it's a district that in the 3 years has spent somewhere in the neighborhood of $735,000 more dollars on Umpire, which is $250,000 per year, pretty well average. And that more money than they get on a daily basis. And again, where did that extra money come from? It came out of their debt service millage money that they used to do that. And we know that the district can do that legally, but also one of the things that the district has wanted to do in the future is to build a new school to house all pre-K through 6 students from the 3 school districts, which was Wicks, Cove, and Umpire, and bring them all in. Right now, the Wicks, Cove 7 through 12 is in a fairly new building that was built after consolidation and doing that. So what the board is, I recommended to the board was that they close the Umpire School District and merge all your students in to be fair to the students throughout the Cossatot River School Districts, the Wicks, Cove, and Umpire. You don't need to take funds away from one part of the district to supplement others, in my opinion. And that is my opinion, that they close that campus and do that. Also, I recommended if you close that campus to keep all personnel. Do not dismiss any personnel because they lose quite a few personnel each year, and through attrition, you can bring your staffing back in. Right now, if you look at your staffing on your campuses for the Wicks Cove School District, you'll see teachers maxed out. You'll see a lot of classes maxed out in doing that. And by bringing in the Umpire, which is not maxed out, you could relieve some of those teachers and do a better job overall for all your students in doing that. So in reality, Cossatot School District is caught in a dilemma that they cannot solve on their own. Number one is they're losing students. Number two is they have an isolated campus that is not producing enough money to support itself due to the loss of students. Number three is they're operating under a financial formula that's based upon 500 students per campus. Umpire's got 92. And number four is they're operating under a standards procedure for the state of Arkansas that demands you have so many personnel. I'll just use one example. Umpire has to have a .5 principal. Through the matrix, there's less than 20% of that salary funded because you have to have 500 students to fund a full-time principal and doing that. The other problem with a half-time principal, it's hard to go out there and find you a principal that will work half the time. So normally you're going to have to hire them full-time. So my recommendation was based upon my experience, based upon what is better, not for Umpire campus or the Cossatot campus, but the Cossatot River School District as a whole. Thank y'all.
Thank you. At this point in time, we'll go ahead and do board member questions.
Chair, before we do questions, I want to make sure the board has some background knowledge and context of what are the steps that we've been taking that have led up to this point, if that's okay. So want to just commend Dr. Broyles for the generosity of time that he's been giving us and his staff when this kind of first knew that they were considering this item going to their board, which didn't get a unanimous vote at the local level that it was going to come to us. We've immediately began working on going through all the data, all the facts, and what does that process look like to make sure that when this action item comes in front of the board, that it's an informed decision and an informed recommendation. So we immediately started having conversations, visited the campus a couple times. In fact, some of the board members on this board here was able to participate in a little bit of a roundtable discussion. The governor came and we met with community members to hear some of their concerns and hear what some of their questions were that we want to make sure that we can address. And I think one of the challenges that we face when we're looking at this is geographically, when you look at the school as a K-12 site, it's in an isolated part of the state. And we're not talking about a failing school. We're talking about a high-performing school that has found a way to meet the needs of the students and families in a small community. And they've had to be innovative over the last several years to be able to do that because they have been, as we've been hearing, facing declining enrollment. And we all know that enrollment is one of the foundations that are built on the dollars that are generated for the school district. So when we met with the superintendent and their team, the first thing we want to do is make sure that everybody agreed on the finances. And there was some questions about how do you come up with some accurate numbers when you're saying that the dollars are not being offset by the dollars that are being generated versus the expenses. If this was easy to figure out and calculate, we could all sit here really quickly and figure out how to calculate, but when you're looking at the complicated nuances of school funding, weighted funding, general revenue, millage rates, how does how does each student, depending on the programs they need, generate the funding that dollar would qualify? It takes time, and one of the things that we expressed when we were with the community is that we heard pretty clearly from the community is that they want some resident of a solution for a school in their community. And I don't want to speak on their behalf because I'm imagining some folks may have signed up for public comment. But what we had said at that is that we need time to go through the finances to make sure that we can have a clear number. And one of the things that I think is just even more special about this region of the state is the neighboring districts have a vested interest in value and seeing success in the students. They don't look at it as our school district versus that school district or this campus versus that campus. This is our community, this is our region of the state, and we all take care of each other. So one of the things as we're having these conversations and you're asking questions, we had our finance folks go through and kind of make their own cost and revenue analysis of the state of Cossatot schools in the Umpire, which really kind of mirrors some of the recommendations from the financial consultant, but then talk about are there options, because what we had heard from the community, are there other options to explore? And I think there are some other options that we've had conversations with the districts and neighboring districts to explore how we move forward with seeing the feasibility, because I think when you go back to the initial question, are we providing access to high quality education for all the students in that district? And are we able to do it in a financially responsible and sustainable manner? As we go and look through those options, we have to look at it through those lenses and then make sure that we can bring a finalized decision to this board. But I can tell you where one of the challenges is some of you got to visit the school, and you'll know firsthand from your experience, you have dedicated staff, teachers, and leaders that go above and beyond to meet the needs of the students in that community. And it's not necessarily in a traditional approach that you would typically see in most schools, because they don't have the staffing to make things happen. And those are some of the things that we're looking at as we went through that lens and had our team make that analysis. So I want to make sure our board knew that we immediately began having immediate dialogue to make sure that when this becomes before you, we'd be able to answer questions not only with the district, but also through our folks as well.
Thank you. Should we move forward with questions for the district, and then Dr. Saunders is going to present? Okay, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and do questions for the district right now, and then we'll have another chance to go back. We'll start here, Ms. McFetridge. Ms. Rollins.
When we're looking at transportation, can you talk to us about how far away
Sure,
the school
sure.
is versus Cossatot, and what does that look like for students on school buses and transportation?
Absolutely. Very good consideration. Transportation is one of those variables I talked about that we have to balance. I have 2 kids of my own. We don't want our kids on a bus any minute if we can avoid it. That was one of the first things I considered when I looked at this. I called my neighboring superintendents, even some in neighboring counties, and asked about what their bus rides were. All of them told me they had several routes that were 2 hours one way. Some of them had longer, some of them had shorter. In the research that we did, if all of our students at Umpire chose to choose one of our other campuses, it's looking at, I think, the farthest, and talking with my transportation director and looking at the routes myself, just under 2 hours, which is not ideal. I don't want that either, but one of those variables that we have to consider. What I did find was, as unideal as that is, it's within the norm of what our neighboring districts do. And it's not what they're used to, of course, but it's within that norm, and it falls kind of within the norm of what we've seen districts come before you in the past. Some research I've done, it looks at maybe 40 miles being kind of the cutoff. We're 18 miles from building to building, from our Umpire campus to our elementary campus, and 24 miles from our Umpire campus to our high school campus. Of course, there are families that are on some side roads and so forth, but our estimations and talking with my folks was just under 2 hours, somewhat within the norm of what our other districts do. And we hope that, of course, they choose Cossatot River School District. I've been told by the community there that that won't happen, that they want to be severed from Cossatot River and they will choose another school, and I respect that. If they do that, what makes this unique, Ms. Rollins, is that Derrick's is just right up the road 12 miles. And 20 years ago when they consolidated, they chose Cossatot River because they had 3 choices: Kirby, Cossatot, or Wicks at the time. Kirby was no, and this is in an article from the Arkansas Times. Derrick's was, we'll take you, but we'll close the building. And then Wicks said, we'll take you and keep you open as long as you're financially feasible. So naturally the community had no choice. They chose to keep their buildings open, like anybody would. And they chose Wicks at the time. A whole different county in Polk County versus Derrick's, which is right next door to Umpire, where the families have been choosing to send their kids for so many years, just 12 miles up the road. So Ms. Rollins, in truth, I hope this doesn't happen. It likely will. They will most likely choose Derrick's, and you're looking at bus rides of 15 minutes, an hour most if they choose Derrick's. But at Cossatot River, you're looking at our estimations of a bus ride just under 2 hours.
Ms. Hunter.
Not sure how I want to pose this question, but you went through a little history with us there and
Right.
explained the choice that Umpire had several years ago. Has there been any renewed conversations with Derrick's, and is their position the same? I mean, like, do we only have 2 choices here? For Umpire to stay open or closed and still part of the Cossatot River School District? Or could Umpire, kind of carve themselves out of the school district and join another school district? I'm not even sure if that's legal, but is that an option? Has it been discussed?
It
If
has
it's
been
legal.
yeah.
Is it legal?
It has been discussed some. Mr. Oliva can testify to some of that. At our roundtable meeting, we brought, they were very conscientious and brought Derrick's and Kirby superintendents to the table. Obviously, I can't speak for what their boards will do. And speaking with Mr. Hill, when I talked to him about that, the premise is If it's unsustainable for Cossatot River, a district twice the size about of Kirby and Derricks each, then one can reason that it's going to be unsustainable for Derricks and Kirby as well. So if they were to take Derricks and Kirby one, Ms. Hunter, my understanding is both districts have to agree to that. I have Ms. Street here to testify to that. I will say I can't speak to what my board would do, but in history, I don't know of a district that has agreed to that, right? Understandably, because that's mills and everything are tied up into that, and part of the choice of consolidating was to become part of Cossatot River. Will my board consider that? I'm sure they would consider that, but there's not a lot of precedent for that. But no, that is not the only option, and I can go into more details, Ms. Hunter, and explain some of the options. But my opinion, you know, Derricks or Kirby taking them under the same model we have them, if it's not sustainable for us, it won't be sustainable for them. And we've heard comments from those superintendents that it does depend on financial sustainability. That was the comments they made. But they also said, of course, it depends on their board. So we'd have to speculate, would their board want to take it under the same model as we are and end up possibly being before you on this same matter. But I'm happy to talk about other solutions that don't involve Derricks or Kirby if it's the will of the board for me to ask to talk about that.
And I'll jump in, and I think the question that you pose is a good question. The short answer is yes.
Yes.
Are they complicated options? Yes. And so I think superintendent did a pretty good job explaining that if they were to join a neighboring district, the neighboring district obviously have to want to receive them. How that looks for the board to, at Cossatot relinquish, it would require them to come into a mutual agreement. We've had initial conversations around that, but we haven't gone into in-depth conversations yet with those superintendents in the districts to even consider that option for them to take to their board, because we've been in the last couple of weeks since the roundtable discussion is kind of making sure we all agree on what does the projected revenue look like versus the expenses, so that if we were to pose that to a neighboring district, they have a clear picture and understanding of what they would be taking on.
Correct.
Thank you.
Jacob, most of us online are having difficulty hearing you.
Okay, I'll try to speak a little louder, or maybe a different mic. Is this one better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll switch microphones.
Okay, we'll continue with questions. Ms. Hunter, did you have any? Okay. Questions?
I'm a little confused about some of the numbers too. I'm looking at a different set of numbers on the annual statistical report. It has a different set of income and expenses.
We can't hear any of that.
I'm looking at the annual statistical report for Cossatot River School District, and I'm seeing different numbers for income and expenses as well.
Sure, I can speak to some of that, and I know one of the things we did, Mr. Bragg, in the past few weeks was try to get some finality on the numbers, because it is very complicated. You have to, it's not just a checkbook for umpire and a checkbook for Cossatot River. There's certain, it lends itself to some estimations. Dr. Saunders can talk about that too. What we were able to do when I came up to Little Rock Wednesday and met with Deputy Commissioner Smith and Dr. Saunders was get to some finality on the numbers that Dr. Saunders had run. And those numbers show, as Mr. Hill talked about, I gave him an updated one. What we were able to agree to in working with Dr. Saunders was cost above revenue about $735,000 in 3 years. How that breaks down is about around 200,000 fiscal year 23, around 80,000 22, and around 500 and something thousand in fiscal year 21. Why the variance? Because each year we buy 2 buses with isolated transportation funding, because that's what we have to do, and how those invoices come in make a difference. Some of those isolated transportation funding can be spent on things like a part of a transportation director, maybe diesel fuel. But in the years that we've been open, our fiscal agent with First Security has always told us, you know, districts with isolated campuses buy buses. That's where the lion's share of the money has to go. We don't need that many, but we do that, and then our neighboring districts love us because they end up buying all of our buses when they're just a few years old. but those expenses are in there as well. But those numbers, Mr. Bragg, we were able to come to with Dr. Saunders, and he can speak to some of that. It is cost above revenue, and there's some, that's complex. There's some comments there, but I think that will help. I haven't seen that report you're seeing, but Mr. Hill can speak to it as well, and so can Dr. Saunders.
And Chair, this may be a good time, because one of the things that we also heard from the community when we visited is that they wanted us to confirm the dollar amounts as well. So I think it would be, there'd be value in having Dr. Saunders come up and kind of present a little overview on some of the dollars that we've come to consensus on this week, so that it's clear for neighboring districts, it's clear for the community, and it's clear that everybody, I think we all have an agreement that we're working off the same document now.
Correct.
Dr. Saunders, you want to come up now, and then we will hold to continue questions of the district after you share a little bit more.
Good morning, Board. Eric Saunders, Associate Deputy Commissioner with District Operations. So coming back, just a little bit of history that's been talked about. Some of the first initial financial reports that we received and trying to verify, we observed some discrepancies and worked with their contractor and had those corrected to come back to some other numbers. So the numbers that I'm going to share with you are numbers I've met with the district on that we do agree on and have agreed with. So I have that in this slideshow if we could, right here. All right, I will try not to get into all the details, but I'll hopefully be able to answer any questions that you have. So because as you know, it can be very nuanced on school finance. But just to give you an idea, these are the revenue numbers for the last 3 years for the entire district. You can see the district numbers, and you can see the umpire numbers, and that is just revenue. And I'm going to move on to the next slide, and then the next slide would be expenditures. You can see some funds broken down. This does not include everything, because you could have a whole lot more other funds, but this is the bulk of the revenue and expenditures. I think that's part of the discussion. So those are similar expenditures, and did break out some of the isolated transportation and special isolated fundings. The isolated transportation, I think, is worthy of discussion, and I will cover that here in just a moment. So going past this slide to the next one, this is just using the same figures that you would have seen in the previous graph. So this is looking at the last 3 years, umpire only on the campus. You could see essentially what the revenue would have been and what the expenditures would have been. This does not factor in any of the debt service or anything like that on the revenue side, as was discussed earlier. So if you're looking, say in 2021, you could say $517,000 deficit as far as there were more expenditures than revenue. The next year, $57,000. And the last year, which we really focused on because our initial numbers that we started focusing on was 22, 23 all by itself. We did go back after talking with the district and pulled additional years. That's how you got the 3-year thing. So just focusing for a moment here on the 22, 23, you can see the deficit of $159,553 when you're looking at these revenue and expenditures. The asterisk, I think, is the point of contention with the isolated transportation funds, because with those funds, you do have to use those for transportation. And so there were expenditures that are shown there in that 1.775 million number for school buses, roughly $230,000. And because I would view those buses as being a benefit to the entire district, even though the expenditure is just assigned to umpire, it's an asset that the whole district benefits from. So, you know, however you would want to prorate those expenses, if you did it on student enrollment or however you did it, there are lots of ways to do it. I think that just looking at the 22-23 school year by itself, considering that those districts or those buses are a benefit to the district as a whole, that I would say it was cost neutral. And so you could see the expenditures of $231,000 of that were simply the buses. So next slide is showing just the isolated transportation funds. And yeah, it's also very difficult just looking at a single year, but you can see how some of those expenditures have been, and I'm sure you realize, for example, in 21-22 that the expenditures, so the buses and the transportation expenditures that are paid for with these funds, the low amount of expenditures I would assume in 21-22 is probably supply chain issues. I know that school buses had a very long lead time to get, and so during 22-23, I believe it was 2 school bus purchases, and 2021, I believe there were 3 school bus purchases also that you would see within it. There are additional expenditures on top of that, but just the best that I could estimate, that's what that would have been. So, options, ideas, things shared with the district. As they mentioned, we did meet as recent as this Wednesday. Had a long meeting, talked about, are there other options that would be available if finance is the hang-up? What about different grade configurations, such as K6, K8? What would staffing configurations look like? Would you have efficiencies if you had a satellite campus there as part of the entire district? Also talked about student opportunity expansions, which I believe they covered in their presentation about students at one campus being able to participate in all the activities that are offered at the other campus. Also, ideas shared with the district, Secretary Oliva referenced earlier, such as neighboring districts and servicing the Umpire School or exploring charter school network options. So that's kind of a summary, I think, of the finances and where that's at.
Thank you.
Yes.
We'll continue on, Mr. Bragg. Questions?
Yeah, thank you. Well, the difference in the 21-22 transportation, the surplus there, does that carry over to the next year?
Yes, it does. Just, I think to give you just a little bit of reference in regards to that is they closed out the 22-23 school year, I believe, with about $380,000 in the isolated transportation fund is where that's sitting.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Wood, questions?
Yeah, thank you. So how are we supposed to view the, this isolated transportation slide that you showed us?
Yeah.
In the whole 190,000 one year plus 220 the next year minus 26. How are we supposed to process the drastic variance in those numbers? What can we fairly assume as an annual?
Yeah, it's really tough when you're trying to look at that because you really have to go back and look at over so many years and to look at that. Personally, I think that a better representation is the previous slide because it does include those numbers in that as well.
Even that slide's difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, 500,000 in the hole, 57 in the hole, 160 in the hole. Those are drastic.
Yeah, but I think that when you use that in combination with the information from the other slides, you realize that the larger, I guess you could say the larger deficits are during years that they're purchasing more buses. The buses are causing those expenditures because the purchase of the bus is solely coded to the Umpire campus. But yet it's kind of hard to just nail down to quantify to say that. Yeah, you have to look at it.
So they receive additional funding for the isolated campus that had, I don't know what the exact word is, but a significant portion of that funding must be spent on transportation. But it doesn't necessarily have to be the purchase of a school bus. Is that what I'm picking up on? They can, fuel would I suspect qualify for that, or
it has to be used for transportation expenses. It's very restricted in that sense. So,
yeah, but not necessarily a $150,000 school bus.
Right. Correct, that's my
At
understanding
some point,
of that.
Umpire's gonna
Mhm.
have enough school buses, I mean, you can only buy 3 a year, and
Yeah.
at some point, you don't need to keep buying 3 a year.
Yeah.
Um,
And I think the choice on doing that would be because buses are a single one-time purchase that you're coding, and you may not have enough expenses in the other areas to spend those funds that you're getting. So it's a way to spend those funds, whether you
Okay,
should or not.
Fair
It's-
enough. And then that goes to why the buses are an asset to the whole district, because they're using Umpire special funds to purchase buses that will bus kids from Wicks to Vandervoort to whatever, I apologize. So that's why they're an asset to the whole district.
Right.
If I could add to that too.
And- I'm
Oh,
sorry.
no, go ahead.
And then, after so many years, then they sell these relatively new school, so it's just a constant cycle, and which they end up net positive because of the sale of the buses? Is that how that works, or I don't know what the depreciation of a new bus
Do you want-
is.
Speak that just a little bit if you want me to, Dr. Saunders. I have some data with me here today, and just to clarify, the isolated transportation is a complicated thing. Each year with our fiscal agent, with our auditors, we're spending it the way they tell us to spend it. And Mr. Hill can speak to some of that as well. Districts with isolated campuses usually buy buses, and it is a district benefit. It's a district benefit we don't need. We will buy one bus every 3 to 5 years. If the campus had not been there, hypothetically, the last 3 years, I don't like to put it in just finances because it's not just about finances. I don't want to lose sight of that. We'd be $735,000 in the green, and we'd buy one bus every 3 to 5 years. Some buy one bus every 10 years, like some of the research I've done. Even if we bought one a year, we're still coming out ahead after you consider the net loss in 3 years. But to answer your question, remind me specifically of your question, Mr. Wood.
Well, I don't know. I think I was just starting to figure out how the buses were an asset to the whole district, and,
Right.
and why the drastic variance of the numbers, and
It was Ms. Hunter that asked the question. To answer your question, in 3 years, we bought 6 buses. The way they're invoiced, it comes in different years. That's why the drastic difference. In 3 years, we've sold 7 buses. We've sold 7 buses for a total of $71,000, about $10,000 per bus, as old as 2008, as new as 2014. And we would love a waiver to not have to spend isolated transportation funding on this. But my talks with Dr. Saunders and Deputy Commissioner Smith was that's probably not possible because of the nature of that expense. But you can see it as a benefit to the district in terms of a shiny new bus fleet. But we, with respect, we don't need that. We have a better bus fleet than many 7A schools. It's just we're handcuffed to do that. And we would resort to one every 3 to 5 years and come out way in the green. But again, I can talk more about this. It's not just about the money. That wasn't just the basis of my recommendation. So I don't want to get hung up on that. Did that answer, Ms. Hunter?
I want to add to kind of the nuance of this categorical to the superintendent's point, where this is where we're identifying opportunity that I think we can work with the legislature, because they receive funding due to the nature of the school. That funding has restrictions based on that categorical where it has to go towards transportation. So most school buses, you can expect to get 1 million miles. If you maintain them well, you may get 2 million miles out of a school bus. They're put in a predicament as a school district. I think it's an unintended predicament that says, we give you this category of money. If you don't use it to buy buses, whether you need them or not, you basically forfeit the money. So the district is taking advantage of that category. This is where I think there would be opportunities when we look at for options to explore is, could you get a waiver, or could we request something to say that there's a checklist? Like if the district's able to fulfill all their transportation obligations, maintain a fleet to a certain level of inspection satisfactory, then that category of dollars can be used for other isolated school expenses, which would make sense. And then we even heard from Mr. Norman, consultant, talk about things that are required in accreditation as far as staffing. Are there things that are hindering the school district from making decisions where they're forced to spend dollars that they may be able to use in a little bit more flexible manner but there may be some rules or there may be some laws that prohibit them. How do we identify that and see if there's a way to get some relief from those categories that would offset some of the revenue and expenses that I think that the team has shared?
Mr. Wood, we do, oh, go ahead.
So, well, I was gonna say that, I applaud your ingenuity in turning those restricted funds into unrestricted through the sale of buses.
Yeah.
So tell us where that money goes. Is that included in, maybe this is a question for these numbers, but is that included in the new numbers that we have that everybody's agreed upon?
Those funds go back into the district as a whole. There's not one, it's not like a checkbook or a pot of money for our Umpire campus, a pot of money for our elementary campus. That's just not how it's set up. If you look at the last 3 years of 71,000, even if you attributed all of that back to, you can knock off 71 of 735,000, but that all goes back into a district pot. And in my notes, we do spend isolated funding also, Mr. Wood, on bus repairs. A lot of that goes to bus repairs at Umpire throughout the district. We put some of that money back into our buses there. But no, Ms. Keener, it just goes into a general fund, but that money, it may be spent at primary campus, elementary campus, or it may be spent at Umpire campus. I look at it conservatively, just give that 71,000 back, and you're still 735,000 minus 71. And I just stress that these are things that my board, they're very experienced. They've dealt with it for 20 years. They're aware of these things and they're aware of the nuances. And they were fully aware of that as a local board when they made their decision, because they've dealt with it for many years. And Mr. Hill can explain as well the nature of isolated funding in more detail, because he's dealt with it as some. If you'd like to hear from him, he may do a better job than I do. But good question.
I have
Go ahead.
Okay. I have.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Is that okay? Yes, Mr. Sutton.
Jacob, who has the authority, what department has the authority to change the rules for an isolated district on giving more options to use funds that are supposed to be designated, like transportation?
So that's where I go back to, I want to do some research. My understanding now that would be the legislature. Like, we would have to change the law to make that categorical look at some other options. That's not something that our board could waive. Some of the standards for accreditation that is in rule, as far as class size ratios or required staffing ratios, those are things that we may be able to consider into a waiver. But as we go through this process, these are things that we're identifying as future opportunities, because I think there's some unintended consequences such as this.
Ms. Keener,
Okay,
question.
thank you.
If I can ask a few questions I have about the timeline of your board meetings and the votes and things like that. It was October 12th that the board voted to close Umpire in the 4-2 vote, correct?
Correct.
So which board member wasn't present?
We had Alex Wade. He is a board member from Cove. The timing is, it looks odd because he had just gotten a job in Texas. He still lives in the community. His wife is a half-time counselor for us. His kids still go there, but now he has a remote job in Texas, a good opportunity for him. So that had come before he resigned. We consulted with ASBA, Arkansas School Boards Association, on how to handle that.
Business practice group, so it's
Yes.
irreverent, which is.
Someone on Zoom is not
Hey, how you
on
doing?
silence. If you could silence, please, everyone on Zoom.
So maybe we'll go first thing first.
Yep. We'll get documents signed.
Okay. And I thought you note about the.
Excuse me, someone on Zoom is not on silent. Okay, thank you, there we go.
Yeah, Ms. Keener, we consulted with ASBA on how to approach that, and their counsel said, proceed with it. You just need a majority under the statute, and you got 4-2. Even if the one that had been there had voted no, you'd be 4-3. That's how she consulted us to do that. We do have the new appointee now, and we had a board meeting last night, and I put to them, with all the new information, with the new appointee, all the information we have, do you all want me to go to the hearing, or would you like me to pull it down and consider other options and bring something else back? And the consensus was, no, we'd like you to go to the hearing with this new data.
So if I can keep going, so it looks to me that October 12th was the vote to close. and Alex Wade resigned following that on October 23rd. And so, well, according to the Cossatot River website, the agenda's in the minutes, that's the timeline, and you would agree to that?
Repeat that for me, please.
So, sure, so October 12th was the vote to close umpire, with Alex Wade not present, and October 23rd was the vote to, or excuse me, was when Alex Wade's resignation was presented to the board, correct?
Is that-
After the fact.
Can our
Yeah.
attorney speak to that?
Did,
Yeah.
did you, do we need to swear?
You wanna swear?
We make sure I'm on the up and up.
With the attorney? I don't believe. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yes, Ms. Street.
Okay.
If you could come to
Could
the
you
microphone and
introduce
introduce
yourself,
yourself,
please?
that would be
Sorry.
great. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm knee has to get started. Under the Arkansas law, a vacancy occurs on the school board when the school member resigns. There is no requirement that the board accept his resignation or do anything else about his resignation. When he resigns, that board member is no longer on the board, and therefore you have 6 board members as opposed to 7 board members. And then the next meeting after his resignation was the one where they voted on the closure of the school. And then you have to go through a process to appoint a new board member, and that's what was presented on the 23rd. And a lot of school boards think they have to approve resignations, and they do some. If you have a contract, for example, with a teacher, and she resigns, that contract has obligations, and so she's not truly gone until the school board accepts that resignation, and sometimes they don't, and they argue whether or not she has to fulfill her contract. But school districts don't have that kind of contract with superintendents, with board members. There's no contract to be with the board, so that's not required. So when a school board member resigns and he states a date of his resignation, that's when he's no longer on the board. And the school district has to move forward from there. So I looked at this, I have no problem with it. I think it's unfortunate for the school district because it raises that question, but I totally believe what they've done is legally what they should have done.
So do you have documentation on when the resignation took place?
Yes.
Or is it an email, or
It's
dated, or?
what I have is a picture of the letter.
Okay. Well, and then, assuming that shows that he resigned prior to the October 12th meeting, we're still left with an empty seat, meaning you're not voting with a full board, which the statute requires.
Well, actually you are, because the board has only 6 members after his resignation.
But there was an empty seat, correct?
Well,
That
an empty
was
chair
then.
where he used to sit, yes.
Well, and it looks like since then,
Do what?
it looks like since then, John McLean, I think, is the new board member.
He was appointed,
October 23rd, I believe.
So at that point, that was an empty seat, and it, in my opinion, was not a full board, correct? Thank you.
legally it was a full board because there was no, it's still a legal full board when someone resigns from it. It's just a 6-member board instead of a 7-member board. It becomes 7-member board when they appoint someone. So yes, there's an empty slot.
Can we,
But all the people that could vote after his resignation were the people that still remained on the board.
so,
And we don't mind to brief that for you.
yeah, I'm struggling with that single word, full board. I have a lot of concerns that this was brought to us prematurely, that if this resignation was prior to this vote, then there was an empty seat, and someone in your district was not represented in that vote. Some students, some families, some taxpayers. And if the resignation, regardless of this letter, if it was accepted or not, if it wasn't presented and approved by the board until the 23rd, again, we're looking at not a full board. And so,
Well, I understand your argument, and I have a different legal position on that.
can we,
Yeah, Ms. Skeeter, do you have more questions?
No, not,
You can
as far as
answer.
the timeline.
For the agency or for the district?
Well, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering if I could hear from the agency, an opinion on there.
I'm going to try to make the best use of this podium currently. So this is an issue that we flagged for the district when we received the petition on November 13th. For what it's worth, the statute really hasn't been interpreted, and so you do have that language that says the full board. Generally speaking, when you think about vacancies broadly in other bodies, if there is a vacancy, the full board is the remaining body because it's a legitimate vacancy. I will say I have the statute for school board vacancies in front of me. That's Arkansas Code annotated 613, 611. And it does set out the methods in which somebody can resign from a school board. And one of them is just simply resigning from the school board of directors. So it's pretty broad. If you continue on the statute, it does go into, and I'm looking at B3 and B4 of that statute. B4 says a vacancy under the subdivisions of A1 to A3 of this section, which I'll read in just a minute, does not exist until affirmative vote has taken place under the subdivision B3C of this section, which means it would be an affirmative vote of the school board. If you go to 3 right above it, which is the B3C that's been referenced, it says, at a hearing held under the subdivision B1B of this section, a majority of the members of the school district board of directors, excluding the board member whose eligibility is challenged, shall be presented with written or oral evidence, act as the finder of fact to determine whether or not the vacancy exists, and vote whether or not a vacancy exists based on the evidence and the conclusion of the hearing. So while vacancies generally exist when somebody tenders a resignation, there is language within the statute that speaks specifically as to when the vacancy formally occurs, and there's a question as to whether it occurs when the school board itself determines there's a vacancy. At the time when we received the application, we flagged the issue of, hey, looking at this, I see a vote of 4-2, which is 6 members. School boards generally have more than 6 members, right? Whether it's generally an odd number regardless to have a tiebreaker, but you can have 7 or, you know. And I asked, what is the nature of the 6 votes as opposed to 7? And I was informed of this vacancy. And I believe you got the letter from council, and it is dated October 7th, which is in advance of the meeting. Again, if council wants to speak to this section that speaks specifically as to the board itself recognizing the vacancy would occur at the meeting itself, right?
Could I ask a follow-up, though? What is the effect of a vacancy? I think that might be the most fundamental question here is,
Right.
If there is a vacancy, can 6 people show up and be considered a full board?
So again, this specific statute has not been interpreted to answer that question. I will say, generally speaking, when you have vacancies, even of this board, for example, right? Now, our statutes for the Board of Education don't say the full board. It generally goes to a quorum of the members, right? But generally, if you have a vacancy, it's still a full board if it doesn't have the full composition. Again, the question is somewhat, when did the vacancy occur? What we recommended to the district is you now have a member in that seat. Have you considered retaking a vote? I know that they had some questions about doing that, and obviously it's their decision to bring this item before you. I'm here simply for process. But yeah, that is a question that we raised from the onset.
This may be a question for the district, but that seat that was filled by Alex Wade and is now filled by John McLean, who does that represent? Which piece of the, yeah?
That vote represents the Cole School District. And if I may, Ms. Keener, just clarify, as this came up when we submitted the petition, we were not told to revote. We were told the statute says a majority of the full board, which it's 4, because the full board is 7. We need a majority. So we were advised the majority means the majority of a full board 7, that being 4. And we weren't told to revote. We were put on the agenda, which implied to us that we had met the statutory procedures, because my attorney and Mr. Rhodes had been conversing. He raised the issue. then we were placed on the agenda. So we was our belief that we had complied based on the statute. But Ms. Street can say something.
If you don't mind coming to the microphone, I'm sorry to make you get up.
Come to the microphone, please.
But we have to have it on the record. Thank you.
And then I'll give you a copy of this statute when you get through.
Thank you.
The provisions of the vacancy law, you only have a hearing on the vacancy, or just because some of the reasons for the vacancy are if a board member fails to attend so many meetings, that may create a vacancy. If he's convicted of a felony, illness, there are other reasons that you can, vacancy can be declared, but there's fact-finding that goes behind that. There's no fact-finding that goes behind a resignation if you have a resignation letter. So all the provisions in that statute that deal with the board having to make a decision about whether or not a vacancy occurs relate to those other decisions. But I'd be glad to give you my copy.
That's okay. Well,
Okay.
so Andres, did you want to, you had stood up, Mr. Rhodes, did you want to?
That's just what I, oh.
Sorry, thank you.
No, I was making myself available. I know that the superintendent mentioned us having some go-ahead. Again, they've put forth a petition for your consideration. The statute merely says that they've put forth a petition. Because they're on the agenda does not necessarily mean that they meet the statutory, that the burden is on them to prove that they are properly before you. And so they're getting that opportunity to do so now. Again, we had conversations from the onset about, hey, I have some questions about the fact that there is a 6-member board. The vote is 4-2. Tell me some background about that. What was there a vacancy, a missing board member? Again, having vacancies is pretty routine, and the statute does give them 30 days to fill them. I mean, the statute does not require that they fill them at the first meeting of the school board. So they did fill that vacancy within the 30 days if you count the day of resignation. And if you were to count a future day because the board had to make some determination, they would, in theory, have additional time to meet that requirement. So again, we didn't discuss, the merits of their petition or whether they met that statutory burden. The onus is on them to do that before you. And you get to make the determination whether they did so or not.
So understanding our three options to grant, deny, or table, personally I'm leaning towards tabling so that a revote could happen where all of the families, the students, the taxpayers can all be represented in that vote of 7. That's just a thought, part of the discussion.
Questions? So let's go down here and we'll come back to you all. Mr. Henderson, I've been patient. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question directed to the superintendent. First, we appreciate your comments, and you did a good job of explaining the bus route projection as far as the under 2 hours. Right. One thing that I didn't hear is, when you think about, let's say, variables as far as costs and expenditures, have you guys considered, or do you have a breakdown on the variables? Let's say the decision is made to consolidate Cosata River schools, and let's say, explain to me a little bit about, have you factored in stuff like staffing? Obviously, with extra travel, there's going to be maintenance, fuel, and things like that. Mind speaking on that some, or do you have some information?
Sure. I don't have an exact breakdown of fuel and maintenance and things like that. It's hard to predict that. Obviously, there'll be some, but we run 2 buses in the Umpire community now. They will be going a little farther. We're 25 miles from there, so there will be some expenses in the fuel and the maintenance. I think based on what we spend now, I don't know that exact number. It's going to be minuscule when you're looking at the total deficit balance over the last 3 years. And again, I stress this point. We want all of our students at Umpire to come to Cossatot River. The community has said they will not come to Cossatot River. We have to accept that and respect that. So, Mr. Henderson, in theory, we want them all and we're ready to serve them all. But in practicality, that they will probably choose somewhere else, and we probably will not be running that much. When you consider there's only 90 kids there, even if half of them choose, you're looking at 50 kids on a bus. Most of them sadly may choose to go to Derricks or Kirby. So in theory, we probably would not be running those lengthy routes. Staffing, to your question, one of the reasons why I acted on this now is because we are in a position to where we can accept the staff from our Umpire campus and offer them a job next year. It will be, we'll accept some financial bulge there, but attrition will take its course based on history in my district within a year. And we lose about 14 a year, the theory being we'll let attrition take its course. That way nobody has to lose their job with a reduction in force if they choose to come over to Cossatot River.
Thank you. Obviously, there's no crystal ball to predict this, but, you know, just thinking about, you know, it's impractical to obviously have a bus going 2 hours for to fill 1/3 of the bus or a quarter of the bus.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll do what we have to on that. I mean, it would not be practical, but to serve those kids, if we have to, we'll do that. Or we have van or something like that. We'll come up with some solution if they are in that quantity. Thank you for that question.
Can you talk just for a second about what some of your other considerations were for closing? We've talked a lot about finances and we've talked a lot about buses.
Right.
But considering it's actually it's a great school.
Right, correct.
What all did you all have to consider in that?
One of the things we considered was looking at a K-6 option. And some districts previously have done that model. They've closed a high school and then kept a K-6, and that's what Dr. Saunders and Ms. Smith and I talked about on Wednesday. I did not recommend that to my board after speaking to our consultant because of funding matrix concerns. We have 52 kids there, K-6. I have a report that says of those 52, there are 11 families who would have a high school kid and an elementary kid next year. Of that 11 families, there are 32 kids that are affected. So you're looking at if the families did not want to have a high school kid at Derricks or Kirby and an elementary kid at Umpire, potentially you could lose 15 to 20 kids because they don't want to split their kids, bringing the campus down to 30 to 35 kids, brings in funding matrix concerns of feasibility for an elementary for 15 or for 30 kids or so. And it's hard to project what that number will be for an elementary. Dr. Saunders, I think, is working on that for me. But we'd still be infeasible there on the finance side. But again, it's more about finances to me. Then we go to the best interest of the kids in the combined classrooms. But to answer your question, we did consider a K-6. We're one LEA right now, K-12. That's easy enough to overcome. We're not an elementary and then a high school. But we could overcome that. But that's why I didn't recommend a K-6 over there, just because, in long story short, I believed it to be kicking the can down the road, and I feared we would be standing here again because of a infeasible elementary in the future. And then, of course, the other options, Ms. Woods of Derricks and Kirby taking them on.
More questions, Ms. Salam?
So I know we've talked about the buses a lot. Do you have a number, how many of the students ride the bus? Now you say you have 2 buses.
Yeah, we have 2 buses. Yeah, I would say about 50%, and talking with my transportation director, ride buses, maybe a little more. It varies sometimes from day to day, year to year, estimated around 50%. So we're looking at 50 kids on a bus right now in that community, but it's hard to say exactly.
Thank you.
You bet.
Mr. Sutton, do you have any questions at this point?
Not really any questions. My comment would just be that I would hope that the potential options could really be explored. I'm a big supporter of trying to keep these schools in these smaller districts open. This is a tough one, being that it's so isolated. That's my only comment right now.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know we have more questions down here. Mr. Wood.
What was the overall district fund balance at the end of last year?
Fund balance was $1.65 million. at the end of last year. I'd have to consult my reports, but about around 1.65 million.
Okay. Has Cossatot River considered the financial impact to the district if the umpire community were to detach from the district and join a neighboring school district?
We've looked at that a little bit, and I've talked to Ray Beardsley. He's First Security here in Little Rock. He's our fiscal agent, and he is the fiscal agent for Derek's, Kirby, and us, so that's convenient. He can speak to, I didn't bring him here, but he could speak to that. It's about $300,000 a year in tax-based revenue if my board were to agree to send that to Derek's or Kirby. There's confusion. People disagree on that because they look at the total assessment, but the amount that comes to the district, I think Dr. Saunders, I think he would agree with that. It's around $300,000 a year. And when I talked to Mr. Hill, it's around $300,000 a year that comes to the district in tax, that land tax base.
Yeah. Well, that's pretty significant.
Yeah, and I will say, that's a good question, Mr. Wood, there, but my board would have to decide that, but the advice from our folks is that there's no precedent for that. Once you're part of a district, you're part of a district, and that's been, I think, maybe addressed in litigation in the past, and most districts naturally aren't going to agree to that because of the nature of the mills being tied up in it. Now, what my board would do on that, I can't speak to that, but.
Well, and I could be, I admit
Sure.
that I could be speaking from just an ounce of ignorance, but I also think that I'm speaking from an ounce of experience with that. And while there may not be a lot of precedent to it, I'm not sure there's no authority for it in
Correct.
statute. So that while people can talk about precedent, we also have to consider what are the rights of the community that feels like they've been, jerked around a bit.
Yeah.
I'm curious, just thinking about the politics of the area, when umpire consolidated with Wicks and Cove roughly 12 years ago, is that right?
20 years ago.
20, okay.
July 1, 2004.
And when was the high school built?
Go ahead.
In the school district. When
Yeah,
was it
so
built?
about 20 years ago, Umpire consolidated with Wicks School District. And about 12 years ago, Wicks School District consolidated with Cove School District to build Cossatot River School District.
Okay.
Cove High School was sold, Wicks High School was torn down, and we built a brand new Cossatot River High School, I believe around 12 years ago.
It's 12 years ago. So
Correct.
I'm curious as to why you chose to build it in Vandervoort instead of in Wicks.
I really can't speak to that. That was a long time before me. That was a plot of land that my understanding wasn't zoned as a municipality to Wicks or Cove. It's closer to Cove and Vandervoort, but it's in the middle. You have Wicks here, that's 7 miles from our high school, and then you have the high school that's a little closer, but about 5 miles to Cove.
Yeah.
So I think that the thinking back then was split the difference for the two communities, but it is closer to that Vandervoort Cove area,
Yeah.
but geographically, it's kind of halfway between where our district is.
I understand that, and looking on a map, it looks to be roughly halfway between those
Yeah.
two communities, but it does seem to be a little more burdensome on the umpire community.
Yes.
That if Wicks had been chosen, it would have been far more central for everyone involved. And so when we're talking about, the distance nature and the burden that community has, Wicks and Cove knew that Umpire was a partner community in their
Yes.
school district when the decisions were made to locate the high school where they chose to build it. And now you're talking about, maybe in the near future, a new elementary school for the district. It seems, I hesitate to say self-serving, because I understand the hard decisions that are made on local school boards. I've been on one, okay? I respect that. But nonetheless, it seems to isolate Umpire even more when you continue, to favor Wicks and Cove. It's hard for me to consider. It sounds like you said in your opening statement that, essentially promises were made to Umpire when they joined Wicks 20 years ago, that as long as it was feasible, we would leave the Umpire schools open. And it seems, financially speaking, based on the numbers we see today, it doesn't seem that much of a burden on the district to operate the umpire buildings. And they're pretty successful academically
Yes,
in their
they
own
are.
right. And so while I can appreciate the things you're talking about, academics and offerings and extracurriculars even, the umpire community isn't asking for something new from Wicks and Cove. Umpires just asking for the agreement that they had 20 years ago.
Right.
And financially it's feasible, academically they're strong, they don't want to be kicked out or have to leave. It's hard for me to see how that it's no longer feasible to support umpire. So I think, as I sit here now, and I reserve the right to change my mind, and I will say this, I did not wear blue today on purpose. I apologize for the bias that might imply. I walked into the room and realized I had made a poor board decision. So I apologize. But I think that I would come down on the side of denying the petition at this point. So.
Well, and just to speak to the land again, I don't know what land availability is an issue, all sorts of variables there. As long before I got there, I can't speak to it. I would just respectfully disagree, Mr. Wood. We're $735,000 the last 3 years. That's the advice of our fiscal agent. That's the advice of our consultant. We've heard Mr. Saunders present that. There is some good points about the buses. We buy those because we have to. My board was aware of all of these things, and being aware of all of these things, they voted locally to make that decision, and I think that's a factual determination for them, and they considered that. But I do respect where you're coming from on that, absolutely. But I wish I could speak more about the land. I just don't know the history of that. I'm speculating.
That's fine. I think, the map speaks for itself. I did want to
Yeah.
ask this. What consideration has been made to use transportation funds to take teachers from the location closer to Cove and Wicks to transport them to Umpire?
To take teachers?
Yes. Like load a school bus up and use transportation funds to spend on fuel to transport teachers and coaches to Umpire.
I don't know. We haven't looked at that. That's a unique question I hadn't considered. You mean sending teachers from Cossatot River main campuses to Umpire?
Yes.
For right now, we send our dyslexia specialist, we send our GT specialist, we send our, we have a special education person with the co-op. We send several different district people over there. Then of course our child nutrition director, maintenance director, and technology director, they go there. We also have a half-time librarian at the primary school that's also half-time librarian at Umpire, and she goes there from time to time. We have a half-time counselor at the elementary school that's also the half-time counselor at the high school. So we do send some of those staff members over there. How it's financed, I don't know how. I think they drive their personal vehicles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they might appreciate the district
Sure.
spending some of those transportation funds, transporting them. But I think you should look at content,
Right.
core content teachers, providing transportation for them over to the Umpire campus. I'm not telling you you have to.
And I don't know how we would do that because our core content teachers there, they're maxed out in their classes. They don't have it in their master schedule to be able to go and teach Umpire classes. So I'm open to anything, but our content teachers, like for example, in high school, 7th grade, maxed out at almost 29 students. There's no room in their schedule to go to Umpire and teach students over there. I don't know how we would facilitate that. They're maxed out in their own schedule. There's definitely some master schedule concerns in there. And then asking them to do that, I believe, to go over there when they already have their schedules full, I'm gonna lose good people.
One last question.
Sure.
We've talked about the timeline of October. When was this first in front of the board? When was the first consideration?
When I first came here 3 years ago, we had a board meeting and it was more informational. That was when the enrollment had started to drop. So we just had a meeting for the public. There was a Zoom meeting before that with staff, and we just explained to them, this is the status of the campus. This is where we are. We need y'all to go out, try to get some kids back. There's not a lot they can do, because if the kids are choosing homeschool or other schools, they can't go and harass them to come back. But we just communicated the urgency to them back in 21 of what it's looking like, what the numbers look like, what the enrollment looks like, and just empowered some solutions there. The next year, we had a small discussion at a meeting about the numbers. And then this year, at our board training with Mr. Beardsley, we informed the board, you know, Mr. Hill came. And then the next day, on October 12th, the next few days, Norman Hill presented his report to my board and the community, where that was my recommendation on October 12th, I believe.
Okay. Well, even if I vote against what you've asked today, I appreciate you being here and your demeanor, your soft approach to it.
Absolutely.
It's a hard issue.
It is. Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Board members, questions? I do have a few, if you don't mind taking
Sure.
a moment. When we're looking at academics-wise, can you speak a little bit further about what you're able to offer at CASATAT versus Umpire?
Sure.
Particularly in college readiness and CTE for students.
Right, so I alluded to it just a little bit. My presentation, I can do it from memory, but it's in there as well. We have, we don't produce an associate's degree. I think we have enough hours to almost do it. I'd like to pursue that. But we have 35 concurrent college credit hours at Cossatot River High School that students can earn. And now that's in front of physical teachers, except for college algebra and trig. So we do offer that. We have a partnership with UA Rich Mountain, where we bus students over there every day for trade areas. Now our Umpire students, they have the virtual option for those same 35 credits. If they want to take what our Cossatot River High School students are doing in person, they have access to those as well if they want to do it virtually. And they also have a partnership with UA Cossatot to where they can go over there and take part in some of their trades. But we bus them over there to Rich Mountain, and we offer those classes in person.
What about career and technical education courses?
Sure. We have the FACS, we have AGRI, we have all of those, business, and then the partnership with UA Rich Mountain also offers like welding and trades and things like that.
Okay, and those are offered at both schools?
Yes, yeah. The UA Cossatot at Umpire, they can go get some of those, and the other ones, they offer them online, all the college concurrent credit hours, yes.
Okay, when you're looking at teaching-wise for Umpire in the 7-12 space, how many teachers are students seeing face-to-face versus for online instruction?
Right now, we have a face-to-face teacher for most of the classes that they need to graduate. That's just been the culture of the community. We've wanted to have real traditional school until we couldn't anymore. And that's part of the reason why we're in the situation we are. If we had pivoted to virtual a few years ago when we had opportunities, then we wouldn't be facing as big of a deficit. We've tried that some, not in mass quantity. There's been some virtual opportunities we've tried, and I don't blame them. There's been resistance from the community when we try to do virtual. So we have a person in front of them for most every class because we wanted to maintain traditional school, but that's why I'm standing before you today. If we were a more virtual model there, that deficit would be much less, but the thought has been we would be in front of you again like the school districts before us that are having to offer mostly virtual.
Okay. I have a question for the agency now at this
Sure.
point in time, if you don't mind. Dr. Saunders?
Yeah.
When you presented your list of options, one of the options was a satellite campus. Could you speak to what that is?
Yeah, the question about the satellite campus. So I think part of that discussion was, talking about on Wednesday, and it was a lot of, if you did this, if you did that, just really brainstorming. But if Umpire was a K-6 campus, LEA in that regards, but then have a satellite campus where they could be students of Cossatot River, but yet take their courses in Umpire. And that could help reduce some of the, I guess you'd say, requirements with standards of accreditation of trying to duplicate, say, the requirements in a separate LEA, but the students could still participate in that. They could also participate in the activities at Cossatot River.
Do we have any, is that being done anywhere that the district could to look at and talk to?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is or not. So Stacy Smith, Deputy Commissioner. So one of the things I just want to make sure was clarified. Eric did say it, but because this is a separate LEA with its own high school, they have to meet all the standards of any other high school in the state. They have to have their 30A offerings, they have to have their ratios, all those pieces. if they change their LEA configuration to K-6, and with the concept of closing the 712 high school campus under the Cossatot River and considered possibly a satellite campus for Cossatot River where kids could still stay at Umpire, but maybe not necessarily be held to offering all the same 38. I will say they have tried to commit to having face-to-face teachers at that school, having activities at that school, but treating it like a off-site arm for kids. There probably would then increase some virtual options and opportunities like that, but that was that concept of satellite, if that makes sense. And it's my understanding, though, even if they were to move to something like that, because it would be the closure of an LEA campus at an isolated district, it would still require their board approval to do that. So that was that concept.
If I would add to that, whether or not that's happening in other campuses, this is, I think, one of the great things about Arkansas Learns in the vision of the legislature and the governor to empower local control. There's provisions in that legislation to provide for innovation. And this would be an example, if we were to explore these conversations, similar to this board has taken action to provide some innovative options for small and rural districts like we did in Marble and Lane, like we're doing in Earl, like I think we're gonna hear from Helena, West Helena, some other districts. There's flexibility that we have now that we may not have had before. We just want to make sure as the board at their local decisions, because I believe in those local decisions, they have a board that was elected by their community to make decisions that's best for that community, and I think we need to respect that process. Have they been able to explore all those options? Have we been able to talk to the district, neighboring districts to explore those options, and then be able to report to this board that these are all the options we explored, this is why we may or may not determine the feasibility of any of those options?
Board members, do you have any questions on that? Any comments? Okay, so before we move forward, we will do public comments. Let's do that. It's 11:02. Let's take a break and start back at 11:10. At this point in time, I have 2 people signed up to speak for public comment.
So the way the process normally works is you have a spokesperson for the group of folks that are opposing it, and they get 15 minutes. If you want to split up that time between those 2 individuals that have signed up to speak, that's certainly fine. And then after that, if you want to take additional public comment, you can.
Okay, so let's do that. Let's start back here right at 11:10, and so it's the 15-minute period for the spokesperson.
Yeah, and you could, again, if there's 2 people, you could break it up between the 2 of them if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Moore, are you still there?
My daughter really wanted to come to this meeting, and I knew that she was
Dr. Moore, can you hear me?
okay. I should have brought her on this right before school started. She decided otherwise. I told her, I was like,
Give her a seat up here, she can get a front row seat. She can be our student guest.
And it's 15 minutes to speak, so if you want to get, are you ready to be here? I know, I'm sure you feel a little warm. Well, we've never done the 15-minute, and maybe because we haven't done many of these types people will do after the agenda. Yes. 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 Mr. Shirley. I'm sorry. That's what he said, so he's not speaking here. So it'll just be Ms. Kitchens. Okay. That's what she said. I'm gonna run up to the restroom.
Do you think she's gonna come to the restroom? Do you think that the one person speaking will be? I didn't actually give you any questions.
Okay, we're gonna get back started. Board members, are we ready?
Yeah, my question is, are you taking up Steve's legacy of always dismissing him?
Okay, we're starting back, please. Thank you all. I gavel, yeah. Per outlined in procedures, we have received an petition for closure of Umpire School District. That person has 15 minutes to speak. If there are others in the audience, I know many of you drove a long way to be here early this morning that would like to speak. We have a typical rule of 3 minutes per person for public comment. You may sign up at the back of the room, or should we say out in the lobby? Either in the back of the room or out in the lobby here in a minute, and you would get 3 minutes per person to speak. But we will start first with our procedures of the 15 minutes for the opposition petition. Ms. Linda Kitchens, you may come up, and we will start your time when you start, if you don't mind introducing yourself to begin with.
Thank you. My name is Linda Kitchens. I have a long history with Umpire. I have been in that community for 50 years. I started there as a young married person. I began my teaching career there. I stayed there 25 years. Then I went to the DeQueen School District as their special education supervisor. As part of that community, I just want to let you know that I have seen some remarkable things that take place in that school. But I'm going to start with a couple other things first. I know they say that closing this school is what is in the best interest of the students, and I don't think it is. First of all, I know you touched on the full board, and that was, that has been addressed. But then I got to thinking, what if we had had 3 members to resign before this vote was taken? What would have happened then to a full board? And the votes wound up 2-2. So, sometimes my mind wanders. The other thing that's in the law is that that Cossatot River, according to the law, must notify the contiguous school districts of the intent to close an isolated school at least 1 year in advance. Now, in your packet, you have 2 letters that show that 2 districts that join CRSD have not received any notification of their intent to close Umpire Campus. And then the other thing that was said is we go back to the financial part of it. And when this was presented back in the summer, it was initially presented as we had lost, or Umpire had exceeded its revenue by about $400,000. Well, that raises a red flag, especially if you are involved in any part of the financial end of a school. What in the world happened? Well, I requested a lot of Abscan records, and I began to go through them. Now, I have been told that it takes lots of years to understand Abscan. I worked with Abscan in special education supervisor role. I also took the ASBO classes. So I understand Abscan. Now, I may not understand all the things that are involved in school finance, because I will agree, it is a very complicated matter. And I think I could probably take lots of classes on it and still not understand some of it. But this is what I found. Okay, Mr. Hill, in his analysis back in July, said that we had lost $400,000. To be exact, $401,811. But when I began to analyze that, I discovered that he didn't even include our local property tax revenue. Now, we are guaranteed our URT tax, and our URT tax for that year was $352,000. It is shown nowhere on that report. I think that is on page 8 of my response. If you'll notice, I did Mr. Hill's figures, and then I did the figures that I could come up with. And these come from ABSCAN and from the state aid notice that is put out in July of each year. So, and I went to my district treasurer in Howard County, and I asked her to run that, and that is on page, let me find it, I'm sorry. That is in one of the attachments. I think they have a copy of it, yes. Yes.
There's one copy. We have one copy, so I will pass it down.
I was just gonna read along if there were extra copies, my fault.
Okay. Continue.
Huh? Okay, let me go ahead. I don't want to use up all my 15 minutes right now. Okay, in the meeting last night, the board meeting last night, it was told that we had lost over $735,000 in the last 3 years. And I think you had some, you know. Well, the number from last year of $400,000 suddenly went down to something like $200,000, or maybe even less. So my question is this. I think we need to do a more thorough research of the figures. I'm not sure all the revenue has been accounted for, and I'm not sure all the expenditures have been accounted for. And when I say that, I've got another attachment on there about cost at Umpire and how they have escalated in some areas. And so my question is, why suddenly do we have more cost? And the example I gave was the lunchroom. The cost in the lunchroom for food went up substantially last year. And it even went down in some of the other cafeterias. And that is just one example that I came across, because I try to do a thorough search, and I want to be correct when I do it. So that's just something I want to draw to your attention. Okay, the law says that the only reason you can close a campus, isolate campus, is, and I know you know this, is financial or academic distress. We are not in academic distress. We are a B-rated school, and we do this with classes that are combined. And I know some of that has been brought up as a detriment. It is not. In the 30-something years that I was in education, I was privileged to be principal at Umpire, and every class in elementary was combined except kindergarten. Kindergarten was a standalone, and then first and second was combined, third and fourth was combined, and fifth and sixth was combined. I believe if you took a poll right out here of the students that attended umpire, they would tell you, yes, I was in that class with second graders. I was in that class with some fifth graders. My daughter was in all of those classes. She works in Little Rock now. She started, and we talked about college careers. I know there are students that have left umpire that have 1 year of college credit behind them. My son and daughter was one of them, or two of them. I might get in trouble. But they have lots of academic opportunities. They are a very close-knit family up there. They include children that come in there. I still sub up there. As a matter of fact, I've been, I won't say privileged, but I've been called on to do long-term subs. And I see those children, and I see how they react with each other. When one hurts, they all hurt. One gets hurt out on the playground, I guarantee you there's going to be 20 kids bringing that kid, he needs to go to the nurse. They are that type of a family. Okay, we've talked about declining enrollment. In 21, our enrollment, oh, let me get here. In 22, the enrollment was 88.44. In 23, the enrollment had come back up to 90.11. Currently, the enrollment is at 93. We have not declined. Now, maybe from 10 years ago or 15 years ago, yes, maybe we have. And I know COVID took a toll on us. But we are not still declining. We are stable. Okay, another reason has been because we're inefficient. That it costs too much to keep us open. I don't know how much more efficient you can get when you have one teacher that's teaching first and second, one teacher that's doing third and fourth, one teacher that's doing fifth and sixth, and still our test scores are good. We're above the state average in almost every area. Now, they've talked about the isolated transportation and how they have to spend that. And I understand that, and I agree with that. I wish there was something else that could be done about how we have to spend that transportation money. And I understand it's the law. I was there. I used to help figure a budget on that. But then what I don't understand is why Umpire has bought the entire fleet since we were consolidated, and we don't get any kind of credit for that. How many of you know, and it's in my report there, Umpire in the last 10 years has bought $2,445,000 worth of buses. We get to keep them on Umpire campus 1 year, and then they're gone. We never see them again unless the new bus that we have there breaks down and they bring the old bus back over there. Now, the other thing that was brought up was that when they sell these buses, it goes back into the general fund. And I understand that. That's the law. But we're getting no consideration for funding the entire bus fleet for CRSD. Now, I could go on about the academic awards that this school has won, but I won't, because in the interest of time, I want to go ahead and tell you a little more.
Okay,
You have 2 minutes, thank you.
How much?
2. Sorry.
It'll never happen. Okay, let me talk about bus routes for a little bit. He was talking about, I think Mr. Broyles or Dr. Broyles talked about less than 2 hours. Well, we ran a bus route one morning. The first child got on at 6:33. He got to Umpire at 7, I want to make sure this is right, 7:44. That is 71 minutes on a bus. And that's just to Umpire. If you put that child on that bus and send him over to Wicks, to Vandervoort, or over to the high school, that could be anywhere from an additional 32 minutes to 44 minutes. And that's with no stops. Now, when you return that route, you're going to have children on a bus for 206 minutes a day. That's not 2 hours. That's 3+ hours. How many of us want to put our kindergarten child on a bus? And I don't know if you've ever been on those roads down there, but they're not nice, to say the least. They're narrow, 2-lane roads. Some of them are gravel. There's a couple of high hills and bridges that they have to go over.
That is time. If you want to, I'll give you another minute or two to
Thank
wrap
you,
up.
Dr. Moore. I'll try to hurry. Okay, one other thing I want to talk about is on page 8, those revenue and expenditure columns. A lot of the figures you see there are the same as Mr. Hill's because that's all the information I had at the time. And I couldn't go dig up anything else is the way to, I guess, to put it. So a lot of what was used there are his, but I saw absolutely no tax revenue there. One of those things is at URT, and that was $352,000 for that year. So I don't think we got all the consideration that we needed to get. Now, I'm going to skip a couple of things, and I'm going to go right over here, and I'm going to try to sum this up. The general consensus in the community is that CRSD no longer has the best interests of the students at Umpire. That it is a financial drain. They want to close it down, bulldoze the buildings, and build a new plant at Wicks. Our elementary building is only 12 years old. It is not an old building. It is in good shape. It is not one of these that you hear that we have window unit air conditioners. It's central air. Our high school is now central air. It's central heat. The only building on campus that is not air conditioned is our gym. And I don't know, you might have people chained to the walls if you brought a bulldozer in there to try to get rid of that gym. I think we've proven that Umpire is not a drain, that it is a very good school, and that it is devoted to its students, and that this community wants to keep this school. Not because we've raised, we've won any sports championships, not because, oh, I went there and I don't want it to close. I don't think that's what it's about. I think it is about the quality of education that these students receive at Umpire School. I think we have stood tall in keeping this community and this school together over the years. One quick thing, at one time, Umpire was paying 63.8 meals to keep their school alive. We had the highest millage in the state. We made the news. KARK came down and wanted to know, why in the world would you raise your millage to 63.8 mills? And everybody told him the same thing. We want to keep this school because we value the education, we value what they do for my student. Now, we lowered that millage a few years later by 5 mills. And we kept it there until we were forced to annex. We had 350 came out. No academic distress, no financial distress. The number got us. So I'm asking you as a board to consider what this community has done for generations to protect its school, to protect its community, to protect its students. And please consider this when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rhodes, procedural wise, are we able to ask questions of the opposition? Okay, so we are. So, which, just to let the audience know, typically, this is untypical that we are able to ask questions. If someone signs up to speak, we can't ask questions, but because this is a petition hearing, is that correct?
Well, correct. So there is a designated speaker for this group, and this person is available to answer questions just like the superintendent of the school district. The public comments are a little different. And again, I just gave you the list. Nobody signed up to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Fortunately, we don't have to do this very often. But because of that, it's harder to learn.
I understand.
It's difficult. So we'll go down here for questions. Mr. Henderson?
No.
Ms. Wood?
In talking about the finances, and you're talking about Mr. Hall's report, did you consider any of Dr. Saunders' financial report?
I do not have any of Dr. Saunders' report.
Okay.
I have absolutely none of those figures. And I asked for them last night.
Right, we just met as of earlier this week to come up to the consensus on the report that Dr. Saunders provided. So it is now a public document that can be made available to anybody that wants to work in it. We'll add Dr. Saunders' cell phone number on there so anybody can call him if they.
I just want, because it was my kind of understanding that that's what we were using as the numbers for this whole situation. So also, I just want to clarify, you mentioned that the 2 reasons for closing were financial and for academic distress, but I believe that's for an entire district and not for individual schools, correct?
I think it says isolated school.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not.
Mr. Rhodes?
No, the procedure for closing an isolated school is what you're hearing before you today. And if there is a unanimous vote of the school board, it can close the campus without coming to the state board. If the vote is not unanimous by the school board, then it comes to you for review. But that is to close a school. What she described, to your point, is to close, to take over a school district. And then from that point, you have additional actions you can take as a state board.
Okay. That's all.
Questions, Ms. Rollins? Mr. Bragg? Mr. Wood?
Just briefly, can the department confirm these claims in here with regard to the academic success of Umpire, that ELA growth was #1 in the Southwest region, K-12, that math growth was #5 in the Southwest region, that it was the #2 most improved public elementary school in Arkansas in 2023, the #3 most improved public high school in Arkansas in 2023?
Yeah, so this is new information to us, Mr. Wood. We'd be happy to go through.
How do you categorize that? Is that a
Now, though, I asked the
designation?
principal about those, and she has certificates from the U of A and,
Okay.
yes.
Fair enough. So a different organization, but I'm familiar with what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Ms. Keener, questions? Mr. Sutton, online, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kitchens. And at this
Thank
point,
you.
we don't have anyone else signed up for public comment. So that note, Mr. Rhodes,
So at that point, the school district, the petitioner gets 5 minutes to close, and then at that point, you go into deliberation.
okay, so 5 minutes, Dr. Broyles.
I won't set my timer, but if you'll obviously keep me on pace. I want to thank Ms. Kitchens for her comments. I have a tremendous respect for Ms. Kitchens. She obviously has passion, and respect this process to hear her comments. Just briefly to touch on one or two things. In the isolated statute law, you'll see there's no requirement that I notify any other district that I have to that we're closing an isolated campus. I haven't seen that law, but what I've been told is that that's if we're going to ask them to take the district on. But in the isolated statute, Mr. Roseman can speak to it. Me or Ms. Street are not aware that we have to notify any neighboring district before we do that. And none of my colleagues that I have spoken to that have closed campuses have done that, but I haven't seen that statute. Want to draw a distinction on ADM and enrollment. Those are two different things. When you look at ADM is what funds the school, enrollment is what's there at the time. So if you look at ADM, we're seeing a steady decline. Right now we're at 92 students. Last year we were at 99 in enrollment. ADM is a 9-week average. So it's projected the ADM for next year will be in the high 80s. So enrollment did tick up thanks to the promotion that we did, in part, and thanks to some of the efforts of the Umpire campus. But the ADM could fall for next year. I just point to the standard and the statute. This is not an easy decision. I'm trying to do what's best for my entire district. I can't just look at our Umpire campus. I have to look at all of my campuses. And we have a silent majority that represents 90% of our district who is not speaking up because no one wants to be that person. But I have 90% of my constituents to look out for in my district. And when we're losing, and I hate to put it in numbers, but when we're losing that much money in 3 years, and I know there's a debate about the buses, we don't have a choice there. When we're losing that much money, it's hard for me to go back to my community and say that we're pulling that money from opportunities there for 10% of our district when those students can get that on our campus or another campus. So I'm just trying to look out for the best interest of my district as a whole. Tax revenue was not included because if the campus closes, like every district before us, that land stays with the district, and that would be up for my board to decide if they wanted to concede that over. But that's why tax revenue wasn't included. It's not included in any financial analysis when you're looking at the profitability or sustainability of a campus. I don't like that word, profitability. No plans to bulldoze anything. That's the first I've heard that. No plans to build a plant. We don't even have plans to build a new elementary at Cossatot River. I don't know where that came from. It's been talked about. Mr. Hill talked about it in the future, but we don't have any plan. I just did my master facilities plan a week ago. There's no immediate plans to build a new elementary, but we're looking at it. But partnership funding is an issue there, but no plans to bulldoze anything, and no plans right now to build an elementary. Again, I'm just looking at the campus versus the district, and respect for Ms. Kitchens. At the meeting 2 weeks ago, the comment was, Umpire wants a divorce from Cossatot River School District. That was the comment that was made. I got an email today that the Umpire community no longer wants the food from Cossatot River School District for their backpack program. They said, we don't need your food anymore. They want free. They said they want a divorce. And I responded the other day that I filed the paperwork for that, just in comic relief. But we're doing all we can. I'm trying to represent my district as a whole, but it is a tough decision. My local board heard all of these issues. They heard all about the buses. They heard about the emotion. They know the trouble that's facing them, but those elected board members heard that and made a vote. They made a decision, but we are happy to go back and look at other opportunities with Derrick's, look at opportunities with Kirby, and look at opportunities for charter or private. That really doesn't involve us. I have talked to one individual there who has a private. The industry there just doesn't lend itself to much charter or private because it's very expensive. They have to wait a year before they can accept educational freedom accounts. So we can look at those options, and we're happy to. We're happy to look at a K-6, but I have to do something for my district to advance the best interests of all of my students. I can't keep representing the whole district and letting it be this way when I have 90% of my people who are emailing me as we speak, making their voices heard and wanting that to be heard for the best interest of them. But I'll reserve a few minutes if you have any questions for me. That's all I have if you want to ask me anything else.
Thank you, Dr. Broyles. Questions, Ms. Rollins?
thought about keeping the elementary school? You just said something about building an elementary school. But
Right.
If the one in
Correct, yeah, thank you, Ms.
is only
Rollins.
12 years old,
Right, we do want to be clear that I don't want to get off in that because my district didn't have any immediate plans to build a new elementary school in Cossatot River. I just restructured those. We had a K-6 Vandervoort, K-6 Wicks. I made Vandervoort Cossatot River Primary, K2. I made Wicks Cossatot River Elementary 3-6. That's a working model right now. We aligned our curriculum. We saved a little money. We're promoting unity because my vision is unity and growth. So yeah, we've looked at a new elementary to be on the same campus as our high school or nearby, but no plans there. But to your question, Ms. Rollins, we have talked about keeping a K-6 at Umpire, and that's something that we'd be more than happy to look at. It would be a restructure, and we'd have to bring it back before this board. But I want what's best for all students, including our Umpire, and if K-6 is worth a try, then we can go back and we can look at that and see if that's something we can bring to you. I'll put it before my board if they want to consider it, and we can bring that before this board. But absolutely, it's worth looking at a K-6 there.
it's just so difficult to think about a young child on a school bus that long.
It is.
I mean, it just, I'm sure it wears you out.
Yes, ma'am, it is. Yeah, that's something I acknowledge and understand early on. Yeah. Yeah, you're correct. I mean, it's something that weighed into the decision for sure. And again, we want those students, but I can't discount the likelihood that if it closes, they are going to go to the Derrick School that's just about 12 miles up the road. If they stay with us, that's a long bus ride. I'm not gonna say that it's not. It's not outside the norm of what my colleagues in our area do. As unideal as it is, I did some research on that. It's not ideal, but it's being done right now in this county and counties I've been in before, although it's not ideal. But more than likely, they would choose the district right up the road where their bus rides would be much less. But I don't dispute that we don't want kids on buses that long. That's one of the variables that went into this decision, and a very tough variable for sure.
One of the things I really haven't heard much of today is what is the benefit of the students being transferred into Cossatot? What truly are some of the benefits?
That's a good question. One thing that would help is if you could see both campuses. I think some people here might have visited Umpire and visited Cossatot River High. We have a nice elementary school at Umpire. We built it about, I forget how many years ago, but when Wicks consolidated with Umpire, with Wicks. The elementary school there is good. Facilities wide overall. We have a much better high school facility at Cossatot River. We have many more extracurriculars I put in my presentation. Many more athletic activities, the concurrent credit classes with physical teachers in front of them. So to sum that up, a lot more extracurriculars, a lot more athletics, and better facilities.
Can you name some of those? Can you
Sure.
be
I mean,
a
it's
little more specific?
yeah, it's in my presentation. If I can pull it back up, I don't have to recite it from memory. But football, we just started football, volleyball, band. We have a 100-member choir that just performed at Arkansas Children's Hospital. Award-winning FFA program, softball, baseball, soccer. Our baseball and soccer teams frequent the state tournament every year, or just about every year. A lot of, that's just some to name a few. Beta, those types of things. And like I said, I can point to it in there if it's pulled up, but I just named most of them. Elementary, things like chess from 3rd through 12th, a lot of different things.
Mr. Bragg, questions?
But I do believe that you have to acknowledge that this is an odd situation, that
Yes.
you're dragging them to a better situation. You know what I mean?
Sure, it's a
You-
long
where
way.
You give a list of things that they'll benefit from, but they're respectfully saying, we'd like to just stay right here. you know?
Correct, yeah. And I'd love for them to, if we could get funding to offset, because I'm pulling money away from 90% of the rest of my district. I'd love for them to stay there if we could find a solution, absolutely.
Well, I think I alluded to it just briefly a minute
Sure.
ago, that I don't think that I believe that a quote-unquote unsustainable burden exists. All schools cost money.
Right.
And in the Little Rock School District, one school may not be in the black, and another school may have to support that school. You know, that's normal across districts all over Arkansas. I feel like, given the academic success of the schools in Umpire, given the challenges that they face, given the small size, given the combined classrooms in the elementary school, I mean, it's really remarkable.
It is.
Okay, I really
agree.
kind of think that it would be a travesty if this community lost its schools. I think that they should more appropriately be a model to small communities all across Arkansas as to how to efficiently deliver high-quality education in rural communities. And so while I generally have a general rule in these types of things to defer to local decision-making. Elected people in that community have a little more skin in the game than an unelected State Board of Education. I respect that tremendously. But in a situation where the legislature creates a mechanism that we're to decide and be the final decision maker, but doesn't leave us tremendous amount of direction into considerations, I just can't envision that this is the type of situation that the legislature is thinking about closing small schools. This is a model school, and I hope that you'll go back and you got some fences to mend. I've complimented you. Listen, I have great respect for you. You're doing a good job, okay? And you're in a very tough position. And you do have 90% versus 10%, and I respect all that. But the 10% are yours also. And I hope you'll go and foster a warmer embrace between Umpire and Wicks and Cove and Vandervoort and all those communities, because something special is happening at Umpire.
Sure.
Even if it costs a little more money than their neighbors wish it did, it's really good, and I think it should be celebrated. And I reserve the right to change my mind in the future. If you come back and it truly is obviously unsustainable, and that situation does occur, and this board has granted the closing of isolated campuses and other situations, but this one just doesn't have that feel of obviously unsustainable or an obvious overburden to the rest of the district. So I'll vote to deny the petition.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate the candidness on that. Thank you.
Questions, Ms. Keeter? Mr. Henderson?
Yeah. Initially, I didn't have a question, but you made a couple of comments, and I just want to get clarification on it. You said 90% is in favor of a school closure, and 0% is in here representing.
Right. I don't know 90%. I can't say everybody is in favor of it closing. My point is, I have 90% of a district to think about. I don't know their opinions, but my point is, I have 90% of my district over there. I call it across the river, and then 10% at Umpire, which I said in the beginning, we value just as much. But I'm trying to adhere to the standard and the statute and do what's in the best interest of all my students as a whole. And what I mean by that is I have to consider the vast majority as well as the 10% in Umpire. But I haven't polled everybody in that 90%, no, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Ms. Woods, questions? Mr. Sutton online, do you have any questions for the district?
No, ma'am, I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Borealis.
Thank you. I'll have to stay for the other matter later today, so I'll be here.
Yes, thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Before we begin, I did want to make a comment. I often wish that we could pull up data sort of in the middle of a meeting, but I do think it is important to put things in context and pulled up, which the assessment is one mark in time measure. And what we're looking at last year was that the Umpire School District, 33% of students met readiness in math and 46 in ELA. The average ACT for the district is 17.5. The state average is 18. So we all still have growth to be done, no matter what school we're at. All students, no matter where they live, deserve the opportunities to succeed, get college scholarships, and you need above a 17 for that. So I think there's still work to be done as we take this into consideration, and I want the community, all communities, to work towards continued academic success for students, and a big part of that is success for teachers as well, and putting them in the best supportive environments. Those were my comments. I just took the chair's prerogative. I will open the floor now for any more discussion, considerations.
Is there no public comment?
No.
Okay.
There's no more.
Just a question of procedure, I guess. You know, it's obviously difference in looking at some of the financials and, you know, I think there's room for.
Can't hear him.
If our board, I think we're having a hard time with board members. So if board members, if we could get as close to the mic as possible, that would be great.
Well, it seems to be, you know, there's a difference in interpretation of some of the financials, and I don't think we've really had time to look at all the options. And instead of a yes or no vote, is it an option just to table this and do further analysis of it?
Yes, sir. So at the beginning of the presentation, you have three options. So you can either grant the petition, close the school, deny the petition, keep the school open as it sits, and it kills their petition, or you can table the decision for a future state board meeting. Now, you would ultimately have to make a decision in public, in a public meeting, but you can table it for future consideration, yes.
Well, at the proper time, I would like to make a motion that we table it so we could further discuss, get more information.
Can I make a comment? What are we waiting for in the tabling time? For them to go back to explore further options?
I think mainly further options and to clarify some of the financial.
Because here's my consideration. I agree with Mr. Wood. I don't know that they've met the burden from the district, that it's an unstable environment. But I'm also thinking we could just deny the petition and they still can go back and have work to do at this point. That doesn't negate them coming back in the future, right?
That's true.
I mean, these people have taken off all day to come here. I hate to leave them with a maybe and send them on their way to only make them come back in 2 or 3 months. That's just my opinion on it.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor, a discussion of the motion. You said you'd like to make the motion. Yeah, did you make the motion or like to?
Yeah, I mean, as long as we're gonna follow up is what I was concerned about. I don't necessarily need to table it. We can vote to deny it as long as we have a commitment to follow up.
Well, and if we're still in discussion, my understanding from Mr. Rhodes is that the piece about the full board has not been interpreted, so therefore any decision we make sort of sets the precedent that what a full board looks like in terms of our decisions. Is that correct?
I mean, if you take an affirmative or vote on either denying or granting the petition, you're effectively agreeing that it was a proper petition before you. Okay. If you table it, I mean, it's still leaving the question open, but ultimately you'd be taking a final vote. To your point, I mean, if you deny the petition today, they can still petition in the future. So, I mean, I think to your point, you can probably address some questions with a separate motion. But
so my concern moving forward is that if we, rather than set that precedent that we accept that as a full board with a portion of the community unrepresented, I think I'd like to set the precedent that these matters are not brought to us unless without an absolute shadow of a doubt, every T has been crossed and every I has been dotted. And so I would later suggest that we table it, give them an opportunity to do that in that time period. I think some other options can be investigated. We can look at financials further. But, I want to be very careful that things are not brought to us until we are 100% sure that the statute has been met.
Okay. Any more discussion?
Could I speak to that smaller point just about the board makeup just briefly? I actually think that it is a very good point as far as precedent goes. Until a court interprets that statute, we get to interpret that statute. And I think that there is wisdom in the fact that if the legislature had, I think the fact that the legislature used the language full board indicates that the heaviness of the topic, full representation of the entire community in the decision-making process. And when you accept a vote of less than full 7 membership, you devalue that a little bit. The legislature could have said a majority vote of the board, but instead said a vote of the full board. And so, I mean, small distinction, but it is important to me. that everyone in the community be represented in the meeting when it is voted upon to close a school. And so I think it is a fair standard that we would adopt, that be the standard until a court tells us otherwise that we are wrong.
Mr. Wood, may I ask one question? Can I ask one question? May I ask
Yeah, if you could come up to the mic.
And this isn't to be argumentative, I just would like some clarity. If my interpretation of the statute with our attorney and the ASBA was it's a majority of the full board. So my question is, in the future, for our district and any district, if we set that, if there is a board member for any other school in the state who wants to defeat coming before this board, if they just intentionally do not show up for that meeting to defeat that, what's the implication of that? I don't come to the meeting, they won't have a full board, and I'll prevent it from coming to state board. When I read that, I saw full board, and I'm like Mr. Wood, I thought they chose that wording. That's why I went to ASBA and our attorney. But I did wonder, well, what if a board member wanted to defeat that by not coming to the meeting and prevent it from coming to the board? So as we're considering precedent, I'm just curious how that might weigh in, if it's worthy of any thought.
My opinion on that would be that if you were to run into a situation like that, you need to take pause and really reconsider what you're doing. That if you would end up in a situation where an elected official would step down solely to stop something, you might be on the wrong path. That's my interpretation.
So at this point in time, Mr. Bragg, I'm sorry, did you say that you made the motion or you would like to make the motion? What do you?
Well, I would like to make I just want to, maybe a question for staff, I just want to be sure that if we vote to deny
Can't hear him.
Okay, if we vote to deny it, is there a process to continue looking at alternatives?
Okay. Okay, so question for staff. Representative Vaught would like to make some comments? So we would allow you to come up.
And I'm being
You're coming.
critiqued. My question is, if we have somebody who resigns from the legislature and they're in our committee room, we continue to still have committee. So I don't know, and I do agree, you could have somebody just not show up. They do it in the legislature all the time. They don't want to make a vote. They go to the bathroom, they leave the room, they do whatever. I don't know who the person is who resigned. I came in late. We've been in ALC this morning. But my question is, if you do this, and you set a special session for this, a special election for this seat to be filled, how far out does that put this entire decision? Because I know that we discussed at umpire when we were meeting there, that this needs to happen sooner rather than later. If I remember correctly, I thought that there was like a timeline when we were trying to hit. And so I worry if you don't go ahead and make some decision that this is going to push it even further down into the spring, which is not what that we need. So just keep that in mind, and I don't know if the secretary can answer that question for me about the special election and everything. But that's just my 2 cents.
I agree wholeheartedly that sooner rather than later. My understanding is that another board member has been appointed, and the board is now full, so it could happen in a regular meeting in January.
In January?
The second Thursday would fall before similar to this month.
In February.
It would fall the night before our second Friday meeting, correct?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And at that point, I would also hope that despite the short timeline and the holidays and all the things in between, that every consideration has been, things that were brought here today that hadn't been considered would be looked at.
And I don't have a problem with that. I just didn't know about how
That's a
that
great
would
question.
take place. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Vaught. Okay, back open to discussion and questions.
I'll withdraw the motion to table.
Okay.
And I'll move to deny the petition.
Discussion on the motion to deny the petition.
A second.
There's a second. So a motion by Mr. Wood to deny the petition, a second by Mr. Bragg. Any questions? Okay. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. At this point in time,
Or we could, or we can discuss the rest of the action items if they go quick. Some of the people are
I will vote in favor of your next proposition.
If those are our people, like, we'll do the rules and stuff, but the waivers, I would think, because they're still here.
Okay, our board, we're gonna continue on so that, because Cossatot River is still on it for the waivers standards, so
We're
we're
gonna do the waiver request, because the rules are our people, we have outside.
yeah.
Has to go.
Okay, so our board, we're gonna continue on because we do have school districts here, and we'll get that done before lunch. So we're gonna continue on to action item 2, the standards for accreditation waiver request. And I believe we have Ms. Worsham to present those, as the crowd dwindles out. But we do have Augusta, Cossatot River, and Earl school districts.
In Augusta.
Do we want to do Cossatots first, just so that he can leave, or give him a breather?
I don't think it'll be very long.
Oh, okay.
So, however you wanna do it.
Good morning, Hope Worsham, Assistant Commissioner for Public School Accountability. We do have 3 requests for standards for accreditation waiver. The first one is Augusta School District. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
They
Yeah,
need to
one
move that
second.
conversation
Speaking
outside.
outside,
We're still
please.
in a business meeting.
So the first request is from Augusta School District. They have 23 students in their kindergarten class. They do have a paraprofessional in that class. They are requesting a waiver of class size to not have to hire an additional teacher this year. The department does not have any concerns about this waiver, and I believe the district is online if you have any questions.
Okay, do we have
Superintendent Tanner.
Superintendent Tanner or someone from Augusta on Zoom? Hard to tell. Anyone from Augusta on Zoom? Okay, board members, do we have questions for Augusta? We could send in to them, or do we feel comfortable with the request? Ms. Rollins, any questions?
I'm fine with it, they providing a paraprofessional
Yes,
in
ma'am.
that room as well. So.
Mr. Bragg, any questions? Mr. Wood? Ms. Keener? Questions, Mr. Henderson? Ms. Wood?
I'll make a motion to approve the request for Augusta.
Okay, let me check real quick with Mr. Sutton. Mr. Sutton, did you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion to approve approve the waiver by Ms. Rollins. Is there any discussion? Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Henderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
All right, the second consideration is from the Cossatot School District. They have 25 in their 3rd grade classroom. And they enrolled 1 more student, and by requesting the waiver of class size would allow them to not have to hire an additional teacher in that spot for this year. It is a 1-year waiver. The district does, or the state does not have any concerns about the waiver, and Superintendent Broyles is here if you have questions.
I'd like to move to approve the waiver request.
Okay. There's a motion to approve. Are there any questions for Dr. Broyles on this request?
How are you-
Mr. Sutton, yeah, Ms. Rollins, you go.
How are you supporting this teacher
If you don't mind coming up to the microphone to speak.
Yes.
in the 3rd grade?
We only have 1 student over. It's just 26, so we're not providing a pair or anything. She's just managing well. The principal's been communicating with her and helping her where she can, but we don't have an extra staff member in there to spare. She just has 26. That's why we're seeking the waiver. You know, the schedule's been made already. It's not in the budget to hire another teacher just for 1 over, but we're not providing any additional support other than just the principal assisting. That's the reason why we're seeking the waiver. Now, next year will be different. We'll have to look at hiring a teacher, so.
Questions, board members?
I was just gonna say I'll second his motion.
I did have a question though. Do you offer the option for students to go to the Umpire campus to relieve overcrowding in that instance?
We never have. It's just, if you visited and all the campuses, you just, and I don't mean to patronize Dr. Moore, it's just
Right.
not set up for that.
Right.
And no parents would do that. I don't want to go back and touch on that, but no parents are going to choose to do that.
If they're zoned for that
Right,
school.
right. I mean, they ultimately might choose, but they're happy where they are. I've never seen it happen in my district. But if they wanted to, yeah, I mean, there are times when students go back and forth. To your point, I want to make sure that's clear. If they wanted to, and they have in the past.
So you have the option open that if they
absolutely.
could not go to the zone school and attend Umpire to relieve that.
Oh,
Okay.
sure, they can go. We even had Umpire people play basketball for us, and some of our kids change campuses. So
Okay.
yes, ma'am, it can happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Any more
I have a
questions?
question. I mean, knowing the geography between Umpire and Wicks, is it possible that one of your students lives close to the boundary between the school zones, and that, you know, it might not be as big of a burden as it may miss
Dr. Moore?
Dr. Moore, sorry,
Yeah.
Dr. Moore's original question,
Right.
you know? It might, I don't know.
It's possible. If you travel from Wicks to Umpire, I think there's one house between Wicks and Umpire. There's just not very many, but theoretically, yes, it's possible. It's weird how the counties are drawn up, but yes, it is possible.
Yeah.
Okay, any more questions, board members?
There might be more than one house. Don't quote me on that.
So there's a motion on the floor, Ms. Rollins, to approve the waiver. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Ms. Keener. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
We need to correct that. It was Jeff that made that motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, correction. A motion by, you made the first one, a motion by Mr. Wood. Motion passes. Corrected for the record.
Just wanted to throw Mr. Broyles a bone here.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, I'm 1-1 on the day. I'll take it. You betcha.
I do want to comment, you did a very good job earlier.
Thank you,
And I do
thank you.
hope that the 10% also extended Olive Branch to you as well.
Well, I appreciate that. Tremendous respect for what you do. It's a hard job. I hope you're compensated well for it. So, I tell my board that all the time. They're not paid. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Good job, good job.
The final waiver request comes from the Earl School District. Again, a one-year waiver request, requesting a waiver of standard related to the hiring of a library media specialist. The request comes because of the burden to hire in that area and unable to find licensed personnel to fill the position. Superintendent does indicate that they are going to continue the search and will do plan to hire a library media specialist next year if they could. And they do have a paraprofessional in the high school library, so students still have access to the high school library as needed. And at the elementary school, they have a rotation into the library where students have access to the elementary school library as well. The department does not have any concerns about this waiver, and I believe someone from the Earl School District is online if needed.
I see Superintendent Burgess, you're here.
I am.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to see if any
Yes,
of our
ma'am.
board members have questions for you. Ms. Rollins? Mr. Bragg?
No.
Ms. Keener? Mr. Sutton online, do you have any questions?
No questions?
I did want to ask Mr. Burgess, I recall visiting the school and seeing the library and that you have a new at the elementary campus. Students are able to check out books from there weekly and get access to those materials. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Excuse me. Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Okay. And classroom teachers are then picking up the standards that would be taught by library media specialists for those students?
Well, what I know is that what the teachers do is they have access to the media center. They are allowing students access on a rotation basis, and students do have access to go into the library for their personal needs as relates to the classroom and interests.
Okay, thank you. I know my second grader looks forward to getting a new book every week, so I hope yours do too. Any more questions of our board members? Okay, the floor is open for a motion then.
Motion to approve?
A motion by Mr. Sutton to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Ms. Rollins. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? A motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
To go ahead and we will continue on to get the school districts finished here. We have the consideration for school district waivers from Marvel Lane School District.
Good morning. Stephen Reynolds, staff attorney for the department. I'll just go over the procedures real quick. This is an Act 1240 waiver request from the Marvel Lane School District. The district will have up to 20 minutes to present its waiver application, and the chair may just extend that time at their discretion. Any party opposed to the waiver will also have 20 minutes to speak in opposition. To my knowledge, the department hasn't received notice of any opposition to this waiver application. Anyone speaking on behalf of the district or speaking in opposition during the hearing must be sworn in by the chair. Any board member may ask questions of any party at any time, and the state board may grant in whole or in part or deny in whole or in part the proposed waivers, or may take the matter under advisement until a future scheduled board meeting. With that, I think the district is online. Yeah.
Dr. Tran, are you online?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Tran is online, and I do want to remind the board that we went into a contract with Friendship earlier this year, right before school started, to help us manage Marvel Lane School District. Within that contract, we did outline that the district could come back and ask for rate waivers at a later date. Most of the waivers that you're seeing that they're asking for today are the standard waivers that they have with Friendship Charter. But the reason why we didn't get them, we didn't come that very first month, is we wanted Friendship to get in there and actually see what their needs were, so that we weren't just saying, here's every waiver that you think you might need. We wanted them to be able to come and ask for what they specifically needed. And so Dr. Tran is online today to answer questions if you have any.
Okay, and I do believe I do need to swear in Dr. Tran and anyone else. Is there anyone else from Marvel that will be speaking?
Yeah, we have our high school principal, Mr. Collins, and our elementary principal, Ms. McNutt.
Great. I will swear the three of you in. Do you swear to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. Deputy Commissioner Stacy, we're just here to ask for some waivers, which we have at the charter school. The standard waivers, apart from one which we have rescinded, the gifted and talented. We hired a gifted and talented, we're in contract with a teacher to provide those services. And so the waivers that I'm asking for are pretty much standard waivers that, again, we have at Friendship. And also just to provide some information to you all, ever since we have taken over the management of Marvel Lane. So we just completed our NWA assessment, which was just completed on, I think it was on Tuesday. And I can tell you, we saw a lot of growth in our students. For example, our third grade mathematics, 93% of our students had growth, right? So we're talking about growth because what we found out when we looked into the school and everything model, that there were so many things that the students were missing. It was kind of like let them move on to the next grade level, let them move on without actually looking at, what was the problem. So we've been working very hard to get the kids to a place where, I'm not saying where they can function, but we're trying to get to a place. And so with the results that we got now, a lot of hope and a lot of joy to see that our kids can learn if given the right opportunity and the right environment to learn.
Thank you. We will go to questions of board members. Ms. Rollins.
Hello, thank you for joining us today. I have a question about employing a social worker instead of a school counselor. I have some concerns about there not being a school counselor on campus. Can you talk to us about that?
So at this moment in time, it's trying to find human capital for Marvel Lane. We've been And that's why we've asked for some teacher licensure waiver as well. It's been difficult because of the school's past history. So that's what we're trying to do. I mean, our principals that act as a counselor, right, to provide that service to our kids. But again, that's why we're asking. We have a social worker on staff that does a lot of the social emotional component with our kids. But again, it's trying to find people in there. And I'm not saying we're not counseling our kids, but our principals are acting in that capacity at this moment in time.
Yeah, and I would just piggyback on that too. Even our neighboring district in Helena, West Helena, they were having a very difficult time finding counselors, even mental health workers, to be able to push in. And so in this model here with Friendship, you have the high school principal who's assisting with like the career planning and helping us determine courses to be offered and what courses students are taking. He's very active in the classrooms and throughout the building when you visit the school. And so then addressing the social work on the aspect of mental health needs actually in the school. So they've kind of split those responsibilities up.
Do they have really a counselor to help also with directing their future studies, and do they
That's where the high school principal is pushing in. So when you look at their total enrollment for their school, it's about 250 kids K-12. And they have both an elementary principal and a high school principal. So that high school principal is stepping in and kind of filling in some of those roles in that counseling piece of courses and what students should take. Their principal, Mr. Collins, is actually from Central Arkansas and has a lot of experience working in high schools and classes and what's offered in the high school.
Are they continuing to look, though, for a school counselor?
I'll let them speak to that. Are y'all continuing to post for a school counselor?
We continue to look, ma'am, but again, it's hard, difficult trying to find people to come down to Mount Lily.
So counseling statewide is on and off the shortage list for the entire state. And of course, in this area, the state is most definitely would be considered a shortage area.
Thank you.
Can you tell us if we were to deny the waiver for the school counselor, that would be a hit on accreditation, correct? And what would that look like? I guess, talk more about that.
So it would be a violations for standards for accreditation, which you can only have a violation for standards for accreditation up to 2 years, which could then put you into state takeover, which this district is in state takeover because they were having trouble with standards for accreditation and just their enrollment numbers. And so most of you have been to Marvel Lane and visited the district in the region. This school was on the brink of closing. In fact, we'd actually already voted to close the school and that they were finding a partner when we came back in with the opportunity for more like a transformation contract to have an outside entity come in and try to provide assistance. This is the first in the state that we've done where we've had a management organization come in. The Friendship model is a national model that is in several states. They actually have some schools in our state that have been very successful. We knew that when Friendship went into Marvel that they had an uphill battle. They took over in August, and even at that point, the district, most of their teachers were unlicensed. They brought in new administration in the high school. Ms. McNutt was there prior. But they have been working with the current staff they had to kind of improve that. So if you didn't grant the waiver, they would have an accreditation violation, and you can only have that for 2 years.
A single violation for 2 years would put them where?
It goes back to this board for you guys to make a decision on, do you close them, do you annex them, do you consolidate them? It puts it back to that decision. Counselor waiver throughout the state is a pretty standard waiver if you can show that you have a plan, which I think they're doing with the social worker aspect. And Dr. Tran, correct me, do y'all have the social worker employed, or is it a contract staff member?
No, she's employed.
So she's
Ms.
employed
Johnson,
full-time?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. And then, Dr. Tran, I had another question about the first waiver. Well, first of all, I am so excited to sort of see this come to fruition with the transformational contract and you guys coming in, and I'm going to be watching this very closely. I'm super excited. Tell me about where you are in the process of getting licensed to be a superintendent. Tell me what you're lacking, how you're moving towards that, and I want to be sure that the department has done everything we can to get you there so that this isn't a year-to-year renewal that we're giving. So if you'll talk a little bit more about that.
Got you. I mean, I've been in education for the last 17 years. I started as a paraprofessional and worked on my way up, but it wasn't a traditional pathway. I taught a lot of computer and engineering subjects, and then so I was brought in after that as more data, student services, IT, and then again, a principal and superintendent. So I did complete the mentoring, the first year mentoring, which was done 6 years ago. So I did that when I first joined Friendship. Looking at pathways, I spoke to Ms. Sheila the other day. So we're looking at that, and at this moment in time, like I said, we're looking and see what we can do.
So,
but also one thing, I also have the praxis, the leader of past that praxis leadership. I just not, the state certified.
that's great. Okay, good. So it doesn't sound like there's a lot for you to take on, maybe a few courses, I think is my understanding. So I would be inclined to, I think deny that waiver request, assuming that that can get done within the year, and, or grant it and expect that next year you won't need another one, that can be completed within the year.
Yeah, if you could grant that, I think because that's also a standards of accreditation as well. And again, I'll do what I need to do to go ahead and get that process moving along.
And get with Ms. Saraceni. I think she can certainly help you with that one. So,
Sure.
Great.
I would bet most of our charter schools have that waiver. So if that is something you want to look into when we kind of do a deep dive into charter schools, that might be a broader question to ask.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, and I would ask the consideration for the board to approve that waiver today for the fact that he is an employee of Friendship, and so acting in the superintendent role for the district. So the waiver is covering the district, that the district doesn't have a licensed superintendent, okay? But he is still an employee per our contract with Friendship that they've hired the superintendent. But encouraging him to look into what he could do to up his credentials, I think is acceptable.
And then I also had another question about the personnel, the daily planning period. I was just in the classroom not that long ago, and I remember how, how those time periods are so valuable, especially for planning and just to take a breather, whatever is necessary. Going shorter than the 40 minutes is of concern to me, especially when you're in the area that you're in, and we're in such a time period of teacher burnout and people leaving. I think one of the ways you support teachers and encourage them to come back is by honoring the planning periods, the 40-minute blocks that are expected. Can you talk more about the current schedule that you're looking at and how you're going to support your teachers without meeting that requirement?
So at this moment in time, we actually give more than 45 minutes. So our elementary schools, they get about 55-minute of planning period. And so is, I think, our high school. So we have exceeded the minimum of the 45 minutes that's required by that waiver. We were just asking it just in case we need it to do, and sorry, let me rephrase that. It's not just in case. Looking at everything that is happening within the school, and like I said, our kids were lacking so much instruction, so much foundational skills that we had to put in a lot of work and a lot of double time to get our kids to where they need to get. Just as an example, when we first got in, we took the NWA and we saw those results, right? And so we sat back and we said, okay, so what happened? What's wrong here? We actually gave our students a basic fundamental test, and a lot of them could not complete that. I'm talking about basic math, basic addition, subtraction, division, and multiplication. And I can tell you, many of them could not complete that, and my principals can talk about that more if you want to. But so we stopped and we kind of like concentrated a little bit on the fundamentals before we went back onto the standards again, because we know we have a test to take at the end of the year. But again, you know, it allows us the flexibility to plan and to do what we need to do to get our kids to a certain level. And again, this school has been an F for the last 9 years. And so we're trying to do something that is different. We're trying to catch our kids up. We're trying to put the school in a place where they can be proud of the community can be proud of the school again. And that's why we're asking for that.
Thank you.
Questions, Mr. Bragg? Mr. Wood?
No.
Mr. Henderson?
I don't have a question. If there are none, I'd like to make a motion to grant the waiver.
Ms. Woods?
I have no questions, and I'll second.
Let's check Mr. Sutton. Questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, before that motion though, any more questions? Concerns? Okay, I do have a few questions if that's okay. What's the enrollment for the school right now?
It was sitting last we looked was about 230.
Okay, and are you fully staffed as far as at the elementary school? And then it sounds
Yes.
like at the high school there's some virtual instruction going on, is that correct?
Correct. So we've been slowly been able to add human capital to our team to get the necessary instruction to our kids. We still might be missing one or two teachers, but I think the schools is small enough and our team is committed enough to take on extra responsibility to do what we need to do.
It sounds like part of the reason for the waiver was, do you use teachers to plug in instead of a substitute?
So we do have subs, but we also, it's the waiver for licensure. Some of our teachers, they have a 4-year degree, but they're not licensed. So that's where that teacher licensure waiver is coming in.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions specifically. Okay, so any more questions? So the floor is open, and I believe Ms. Woods made a motion.
Randy made a motion, I seconded.
I need more sleep apparently. Okay, so Randy, do you mind to restate your motion?
I'd like to make a motion to grant the waiver.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Henderson. There's a second.
I will second.
By Ms. Woods. Any questions? Okay. All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Me.
One opposed. Motion passes. Thank you. At this point in time, it's 12:30. We have the rules left on the action item. So let's do that and then take a break for lunch. Does that sound okay with everyone? Okay. So action item 4, consideration of request to release for public comment the rules governing literacy and high impact tutoring. Mr. Rhodes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So Stacy and I are going to tag team these. Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. At this point, before you is a permanent rule governing literacy tutoring grants and high impact tutoring grants. This rule provides families an opportunity to invoice up to $500 per school year to pay for tutoring services for children reading below grade level from K to 3. These services will be paid from an account of money deposited by the department, and payments will go directly to providers. Priority will be given to students already retained from the previous year. Obviously, that wouldn't apply for this year, but it would be moving forward. Students in the lowest 15% of the K to 3 reporting category, then to the lowest remaining quartile in the 3rd grade, then the 2nd grade, then the 1st grade, then kindergarten. As to high impact tutoring, the department will pay for tutoring services by approved providers. The department will maintain a list of approved providers that have demonstrated experience in providing tutoring services, shown evidence of student outcomes, among other criteria. These high impact tutoring services can occur either in a personal setting or in a group setting for a minimum of 3 times per week for 30 minutes at a time. This tutoring is to occur during the school day. Like I said, Stacy Smith and I are available for questions.
Questions? We'll start this way this time. Mr. Henderson? Ms. Woods? Ms. Rollins? Mr. Bragg?
Are the tutors, current, could they be current teachers?
Yeah, there's a process to get on the list for being considered a tutor. The high impact tutoring is really talking about tutoring happening during the school day. And so we have put out a list for qualified tutors to be on that list. And that could be people who are licensed educators who have applied to be on the list. But there is a process that's outlined to be able to do that. You also have on the $500 literacy tutoring grant that goes to families. That is also a process that you have to apply to get on the list. And then that is vetted, and it's vetted by people here at the department.
So the grant is to the family, and then it's up to the family to determine the tutor?
Yeah, so yeah,
Okay.
there is an actual approved list though.
Okay, thank you.
Questions?
So did I understand that there are two separate tutoring
Yeah, you have
programs?
two separate tutoring programs. The first one is the literacy tutoring grants, and that's $500 for families that have a student in kindergarten through third grade that's been identified as a struggling reader.
Well, why are we limiting it to third grade?
That is based on the legislation. Legislation, I mean, it was very specific.
I
The
understand.
focus was
Yeah.
K-3.
Well, I'm disappointed that the legislation wasn't broader than that. We have a lot of high school students that could probably benefit from that as well.
Well,
But
that's where,
neither
yeah,
here nor there.
right.
Then
And
what-
so that then is where the high impact tutoring
Sure.
grant opportunity for school districts to apply, which is also a competitive grant for additional funds.
And that's K-12.
That's K-12.
I guess the one concern I have about it being, why is it required that occur during the school day? Because
So that's a national definition of what high dosage tutoring is, and it's based on evidence-based research about practices, best practices around tutoring. And so it's about making sure that you have small group instruction by a highly qualified individual, following the standards that are set forth in the class and in with the program that they're using. And so it's the ratio part. It has to do with the qualifications
it
piece.
just sounds like another pullout, though. You know, another time of a student having to miss core content occurring in the classroom to accomplish that. Could it not occur immediately after school?
So I think you're
Like something that
looking
students
at-
stay late for or come early for?
So we've allowed for some opportunities in the high impact grant for schools to explain additional opportunities like that, but high dosage tutoring during the school day for point in time remediation was the intent of this.
I don't understand that. What's the significance of what you just said?
That it's happening at point in time during the day as you need it. So let's say that you're in your current math class.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're struggling with the math concept that you're getting right then, but maybe you're not necessarily being pulled out to an additional class for help. There is a qualified tutor there at the school. So maybe you're gonna get pulled the last 15 minutes of class to get you some specific time, a couple of times that week, to get you caught back up, but it's consistent. Okay, so they're identifying that Jeff is needing assistance during this period of time, and that you're gonna get that consistent tutoring with that individual.
Okay.
And it's not necessarily saying we're pulling you out for the whole period. It's not a replacement for core instruction. It's supplemental to it. And districts are gonna have to be creative with their schedules and what this looks like. And you see districts creating that response intervention time built in during the day so that specific students would then get assigned to specific tutors to work through specific skills.
Give me an example of how it would work in an elementary setting, though. 'Cause what you just described makes, I would have to think about it some more, but it made sense as you said it in a high school setting or in a, class change setting, periods 1 through 8. We're just gonna take you out the last 15 minutes of your math period. But what about in the elementary setting?
So, I mean, I think, again, it's about the flexibility of the schedule of the school day. We actually have some sites here in Central Arkansas who started a tutoring program at their elementary school. And again, they have specific built-in times where they're pulling in and grabbing those kids. So in some classes, especially for literacy in an elementary school, you see a lot of small group reading instruction going on, and a lot of times that also has a center time feel to it. So in place of a center time, you might have a group of kids that are actually getting their tutoring right then.
Well, and if I can respond to what the model that I've seen and practiced is, if the class as a whole is working on digraphs or blends or a more complicated phoneme, but a child is missing those initial, CVC sounds, then the blends or the digraphs can actually be counterproductive because it's confusing them. So you might pull them out during that blend or digraph time, during that phonemic awareness time, and catch them up. And that individual one-on-one tutoring can, where it might take the class 4 weeks to go through 4 different digraphs, they might be able to do it in 4 to 5 days. And so they can eventually be caught up with the high intense, the dosage, and rejoin the class. Similarly, speech and language pathologists will pull out students that are dyslexic and work with them on a Norton Gillingham or a more dyslexic specific strategy rather than the more traditional, because it's, you know, counterintuitive to that training. So that's what it looks like, at least in my.
Yeah, that was a great explanation. It's not intended to be.
It is, but what if you pull them out during math?
It's not, you're not, okay, so the rules say it talks about supplemental, it doesn't replace core. It shouldn't be happening during their core math instruction.
I understand. I just also know that it's a challenge for principals already to schedule their day, and now we're adding another.
We didn't say it was gonna be easy.
Well, I was also gonna say, I think this is in the statute. Like, we don't have, we don't get the ability to say, no, it can't be, it can be after school. It's written in statute.
The statute requires that it be
yes.
during the
school day, I think is how.
Never mind. I wish you'd said that at the beginning.
I know he's asking this, but I'm pretty sure that's what it says.
I would just shut up.
I do have a question that is not really related to the rules. Where did the 500 come from? Because having put my own daughter this past year in reading tutoring, I mean, I spent
legislation.
But I mean, I'm like just curious.
The amount, I don't know.
Because I'm like, I spend $340 a month on reading tutoring.
And that has been conversation about what is the cost per tutoring and how far will $500 get you? But that was the amount that was in the legislation.
Right. I just thought maybe you would know where that 500, other than it was in statute, came from.
I just had one quick question, and I love that it was included that these tutors must be, or contractors that are trained in the science of reading. But I was curious what satisfies that. Is a 1-hour PD course gonna satisfy that, or what? How do you check that?
So as we were looking for vendors, we asked that they submit evidence-based research that they have been reviewed and that they are aligned to the science of reading. And then our folks, when they were going through and looking, they were looking for evidence of that. Of course, as we move forward, we'll be looking for evidence that these products or programs or tutors, that it works, and they have to provide evidence of that. So they could get removed from the list if they're not completely aligned. You know, we've all experienced that before, where we get a sticker slapped on a book that says aligned to the science of reading or Common Core Standards, as Jacob would like. It's easy to do that, right? And so the vetting process really at this first tier has been that they've had a third-party review, or they can provide evidence to us that they are.
Mr. Sutton online, do you have questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I do have a few questions, if you don't mind. So just to clarify with this, the high-impact tutoring required in legislation, are there additional funds available for this?
There have been additional funds set aside.
Okay, and because this is in-day programming, what do we expect those costs to cover? Additional staff?
So those will be
curriculum?
applied through a competitive grant, and so yes, it could possibly be additional staff. Where they're actually paying their tutors who's coming in. It could be curriculum programs, materials. It could be technology equipment, whatever services they would need to be able to provide that.
Okay, and did statute limit it so it can't be after school or summer?
I want to say that it specifically said during the school day in statute.
Yes. Okay. Because I had that question very early on, not that I ever, but yeah. And so I talked to a couple of the legislators, and she's like, well, it's the in-time piece.
Yeah, it's during the school day. In the competitive grant application, we have put in another slot that says, especially for timing right now. So yes, you have to offer it during the school day, but is there an opportunity that your district wanted to do something extended day or through the summer, trying to feel like giving districts the opportunity to say, you know what, we've got a 4-hour setup or a 0 hour. That's not during the traditional time. That would also work. But one of the requirements is that they have built something during the school day.
We didn't even discuss that Cossatot River is a 4-day school week. Could they use that on a Monday? Could
Sure
you
they
apply for a high-impact tutoring grant on a Monday? Would that count? Or does it have
that's
to
not
be
a day that students are attending school.
Okay, so it has to be that.
But that's another option, though, that they could do as an extension.
So talk to me a little bit more about the rules for students in 3rd grade retention.
We don't have those done yet.
Those aren't done yet?
No.
Okay, but those do include that you have to have high impact tutoring.
That has to be offered to you. And then in these rules, what you'll see is that's a priority group, a student who's been retained.
Okay. And then for the family grants, the literacy tutoring grants that going out to families, is that going to be something that's advertised? Is
So
it required to be offered to all students?
So what we've done is we've identified based on our test data, okay? So what we went through first is we identified who were the ones based on test data is determined to be at need. And so the state then has written a letter, basically that will be sent to families. We'll go through their district to send that letter to them saying that their child has been identified as a student who is eligible.
And so then they'll get online?
Yes,
Will it
they'll get
be
online and register.
Online, or will there be an app?
Yes, and we have been working with the literacy coaches throughout the state, making sure that they're trained in the process so that the schools that they're working in, they're helping families be able to register. We also talked about providing opportunities for a family night so that you're helping your families get on and making sure that they can get registered.
And do those have to be after school hours?
So the 500 literacy tutoring grant,
Yes.
yeah, that is, they can work with the school district on that. But again, to other points, it's not gonna replace their literacy instruction during the school day.
Right.
They would have to work with the school if it was gonna be tutoring provided during the school day by an outside
Okay.
purchase service from the parent.
And something I would offer, because we talked about this in my board briefing call, was that LEARN's dollars for private school and homeschool eventually will come into play, and they can use money for that tutor, right?
Right, so you had asked if private
Yeah.
schools, so this was for public school students, but as a qualifying expense on an EFA account, tutoring services might be a qualifying expense
In
future. Yeah.
Okay.
I have one last question,
Yes.
if that's okay.
You must not ever get hungry.
Oh, no, I'm
I'm
hungry right
starving.
now.
Sorry.
I'm hangry. Is it permissible in the school day tutoring program that we've talking about for a student to be pulled out of art, music, or PE to go to that tutoring?
I think we're gonna see different schedules made. We don't want, everybody's gonna miss something to get tutored, right? There's always gonna be something you're gonna make, but you don't want a kid missing daily class of art or every week of PE. However, they're gonna have to look at their schedules and identify time that would be appropriate for the kid. It is very common right now that schools are building in intervention times during their school day to address additional needs of students. And so I would hope that they're taking that into consideration as they're building it. So how was that answer?
That was
That was-
clever. Well done.
I'll move to approve the rules.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to approve by Ms. Woods, a second by Ms. Keener. Is there any discussion or further questions? Mr. Sutton, do you have any further questions? Any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Uh,
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes, and this is for the draft release for public comment.
This is the permanent rules going to public comment, correct?
Okay, so next on our agenda
Yes.
are the same rules as an emergency.
That's
Can you speak to
correct.
us
So
about
the
that?
language is the same, the only difference is that there's an emergency clause, but the actual body of the rules themselves are the same.
And the emergency clause puts it into effect when?
So this would be approved after ALC approves it. So there's a subcommittee that would meet next month. They would try to get it on that agenda, and then it would be effective once we got something in writing from ALC saying, hey, this emergency rule has been approved, and it would be in place for 120 days. Presumably at that point, hopefully we would have gotten the permanent rules promulgated, and they would have gone through full public comment and review by ALC. That's going.
Thank you. Questions, board members, on that? Questions?
I move we accept.
A motion by Ms. Keener to accept the emergency rules. Is there a second? A second by Ms. Rollins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Last, we have the rules governing professional development, and this is a consideration for release to public comment.
That's correct. Thank you, Chair. So this is a permanent rule. It is the permanent rule governing professional development. The permanent rule moves our professional development requirements away from just strict completion and shifts them into a competency and mastery of learning model. The educational requirements will be research and standard-based. The rule specifically provides educators will need to complete training in autism, dyslexia, Arkansas history, human trafficking prevention, bullying, teen suicide prevention, teen mental health awareness, and linguistics. The goal of these changes is to promote a mastery of learning for teachers and improved outcomes for students. Again, we're available for questions if you have any.
Questions, board members? Ms. Rollins? Mr. Bragg? Mr. Wood? Ms. Keenan? Mr. Sutton, do you have any questions?
No questions.
At that point then, the floor is open for a motion or any further discussion.
I move we accept.
A motion by Ms. Keener, is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Henderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So I believe we are at the end of our action agenda item. What I propose is we take a break for lunch now and pick up the consent agenda after lunch, because there will be a discussion about calendar at that point in time, and we might have more to discuss. Is that okay with you all? And then your reports. Mr. Sutton, will you be able to join us after lunch?
Sure.
I didn't know if we wanted to say our goodbyes now, or we'll get to see you here in a little bit. Okay, I do believe though this is retirement for Miss Sharon. And so how many years?
17, 18, I've lost track.
17 years, so you could write a book about our board. we can't wait to see that, but wanted to share our deep expression of thank you for what you've done for our board. It's been a pleasure to get to know you over these years. I know you work very hard at taking care of my aunts and all the other things that I say.
I have loved every minute of it, and I'm so appreciative that I was allowed to be the board.
We truly appreciate it. And not just for us. You've been for the Charter Authorizing Panel for PLSB. You've also served in many different roles in this agency, and we appreciate that, and thank you. You get to enjoy more time with your grandparents, grandkids, but don't be shy. Please come back.
I will. I'd love to. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have this for you, and then we'll break until. Should we be ambitious and say 1:30, or go ahead and say 1:45? 1:30. Okay. We'll eat quick and be back at 1:30.
It's just not in education. It's still having to go. Rules.
Okay, we're back. Are we good?
Sorry.
Good to go. Mr. Sutton, we hear that you're not going to be able to gavel us out today, so we wanted to take the time for a moment to express our appreciation and how much we're going to miss you on this board. It's been 3 years or 4 years?
He joined a month after I did.
Okay.
So, 3 years.
3 years, and a lot has happened, and you have brought a lot of wisdom, a lot of insight, and a good dose of humor to our board. And I personally really appreciate that. I'm going to miss seeing you every month and hearing from you, and really have enjoyed getting to know you. I believe. Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
Oh, thank you, Sarah. Appreciate that. You know, it has been my absolute pleasure to serve with you and Randy and Jeff and Adrian, and I'm trying to think who else was on there longer. But it's been a delight. I've learned a lot, and I really enjoyed the camaraderie.
Well, you had an awesome career on your local board, and just have so much knowledge and wisdom on that. I hope you're going to keep your same number. So now we can actually call you afterwards if we have some questions and things. But I hope for you that you get some retirement in the near future.
I appreciate that very much. And let me say to the folks of DESE, you guys have impressed me since day one. I've never been around a more dedicated and professional and committed group of folks. The state of Arkansas is so fortunate to have such dedicated employees, and you just don't know what you mean to the children of this state. I wish you all well. Good luck as you go forward, and I hope everybody has a Merry Christmas.
Thank you. I believe we have an award presentation for you.
Well, so, hi, Mr. Sutton, it's Jacob. Just want to echo some of the sentiments and just really appreciate you and thank you for your years of service to the students in the state of Arkansas. Your passion and commitment has definitely made this state better, and you're going to be greatly missed on the board. And in fact, as I'm hearing everybody talk, which is why you better not change your cell phone, because I was looking at Greg wondering who's going to review all these bond requests and who's going to answer all of the questions that nobody else knows the answers to when it comes to district finance. So somebody's got some big shoes to fill, so hopefully you can give them a crash course on how to get that done. But we did get some things together, and one is a little gift from DESE that has kind of a little journal, because now that you have all kinds of free time, you're gonna be able to write all of those ideas down and things that you've always wanted to accomplish. And we have a couple cards and little hand gifts. But one thing we want to make sure that we let you know that we're going to get this delivered to you. We're going to let you keep your name plate, so that way you're never retired and you're always on call. And when we need to get you on Zoom, we can have this put right in front of the computer screen and get you going. And then since you're retiring and spending more time at the beach, some folks got together and gave you some necessary beach supplies with sunscreen and hat and towels and T-shirt and all kinds of fun things. So we're going to make sure we get that delivered to you, and just thank you for everything that you do.
Absolutely, thank you. And of course, as rest of the board members, we wouldn't do it without the money. I mean, the pay has been tremendous. Okay, well, I'm signing off. So thank you all, and again, I hope you all have a Merry holiday.
Merry Christmas.
See you, Steve. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Steve. We so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, with that, we will move to our consent agenda. Did anyone have any items to pull from the consent agenda? I'll give you a second to look over it. We had a number of licensure cases, charter school, and the state board calendar was also
I was
added
gonna
to the
say,
bottom.
can we pull that for discussion?
Yes. So we can pull items 16, state board calendar for discussion. Is there any other items? Concern? Okay, do we vote? Courtney, do we vote on the consent agenda and then discuss the calendar? Or should we discuss it? Okay, okay, we'll do that, so, okay, so let's do consent agenda.
Can I
Yes.
pull an item?
Yes.
How about, let's pull, just for a few minutes, the Creative Arts Charter School.
Okay.
They've been here all day, and it'd be nice if they could just come up and say a few words.
Okay, so let's do that first, and then we can vote on consent, and then talk about the calendar. So what item, this is item 13.
We were not planning to speak today, so I'll make it brief, but thank you. I'm Dr. Rosalie Russell, and we're very excited to have the Institute for the Creative Arts, which is a charter high school for grades 9 through 12 in Fort Smith. And I'm very pleased to say that it is the first performing and visual arts high school in the state of Arkansas. And we have other art schools, which we do work with, very proud of, and they're arts integration, and we are an arts immersion. So this is the kind of school where creative students, and of course it's an open enrollment charter, so we'll be identifying the creativity in these students that attend this school, but it's the kind of school where you literally eat, live, and breathe something in an artistic area, in a creative field. And many of these students do go on into a creative field, but many students go on into fields of medicine and law and business, and it typically a performing and visual arts high school produces very high achieving students academically. So our goal is to have a very rigorous core, with of course tutoring for students who are in need of that, and then also pre-professional teachers and studies in the arts. And those arts areas will be dance, film, culinary, theater, music, and visual art. And they're arts areas that are not necessarily typically found in a traditional high school. So we'll be very heavy on digital art, film, which is not a typical area, all of the contemporary dance forms, music, musical theater, technical theater, all of the areas behind the scenes in music like recording, sound production, all of those kinds of things. So we're very excited, and we feel like with everything that's going on right now in Fort Smith, and with the foreign military sales program coming, that an additional high school is going to be just the ticket. And on top of that, as Community School of the Arts, which is a pre-college program in the arts that's after school and evenings, we're the sponsoring entity for the Institute for the Creative Arts, and we'll be a feeder into the high school programs with the younger kids as they grow and develop into that. And Community School of the Arts is also embarked upon a very large project that some of you have already seen. Secretary of Leva has had the chance to come tour a 40,000 square foot facility right on our riverfront next door to the United States Marshals Museum, and that's where the Institute's going to be housed. So the high school kids will be there all day, and then in the evenings we'll have the after-school programs that were actually named for our former First Lady, Susan Hutchinson. And so we feel like this is going to be a great fit. If we can manage to get it all going, it should be very, very exciting. And so we're thrilled to have the charter approval, and even some of the charter panel members have been up to Fort Smith to see what's going on, and we know that the approval is just this first step, and now the work of recruiting students and all of that's going to be a big deal and a big process. But we're very, very excited, and so we appreciate the fact that hopefully you're voting to support us today, and I trust that we're going to have great things out of that school. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Well, thank you for visiting with us.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'll just add, if I can, if you ever have a chance, and I haven't been there in a little while, so I'm sure there's been a lot more progress since the last time I've been there, to talk about a group of folks that are really living the spirit of school choice, finding a passion and creating opportunities that don't really necessarily exist in a region or state, or probably nothing like this in the state at all. that have been working diligently to make sure that these students have, and when I say a state-of-the-art facility and experience, it is incredible, the investment that this group is making to hit that vision and mission so that these students will be able to compete at the highest level. So I'm sure, and I don't want to speak on your behalf, that there's an open invitation that anytime we're in the Fort Smith area, we could get a tour, because when I tell you, it is impressive what this organization is putting together. It really, truly is. It's remarkable.
Thank you. Any other items on the consent agenda?
Outside of the schedule?
Yes. Okay, then we will do a motion. The floor is open for a motion on the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Move to approve by Ms. Rollins. Is there a second?
Second.
A second by Mr. Henderson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. So we pulled item 16, the state board calendar, and that has been attached online for everyone to look at a copy.
We're bringing hard copies too as well.
Bringing hard copies. So the draft that was presented yesterday right now has Thursday work session, Friday meeting, looking at 6 business meetings with other dates to be held. Do we have thoughts on, does anyone have any?
So I'll just, yeah, and if I could add to that. So what the intent, or kind of what we discussed yesterday, is that we want to solidify, a calendar that says we're going to have business meetings on these days. These days are set, regardless, unless there's like some kind of emergency that says we have to reschedule it. But we want to hold on everybody's calendars the off months, so that if we want to do visits of programs in different regionals, this may be a good time. Some of the members talked about maybe establishing committees where we could use those times to schedule committee meeting times or committee updates or do workshop meetings with the board. This doesn't preclude us from adding business meetings during those times, but I know in the next few months, with the amount of rules that are coming to the board, we're probably gonna have to add additional meetings on top of that, meeting timing for boards and going through the legislature. So we're just starting to say, let's establish definitely these 6 dates, keep some of these dates available, and then schedule additional meetings as needed. Because sometimes we need to meet, but it may not necessarily need to be a business meeting, but we still need to meet. The goal is that we're still keeping the tempo moving and the battle rhythm that's been established in place. But sometimes we may not need to take action on something, and that we may be able to be a little bit more fluid or nimble. So that's kind of, I think, where we were having some of that discussion during workshop time yesterday, and hope to continue having that discussion today.
Well, as I thought about it more, and I look at our board, I know we have members that want to be more engaged and involved with decisions, while at the same time knowing we do have shorter business meetings than we've had before. So having fewer business meetings, but also wanting to have more members involved. Do we want to say, not just hold the dates in case, but hold these additional 6 dates for subgroup meetings, work sessions at that time? I think that if we want to have, we want more involvement, and then we're cutting our meetings, we're not going to achieve that goal.
Sure.
Thoughts on that? Thoughts on this? The floor is open.
I will come to whenever the meetings are. I know we talked about a couple meetings back about adding back in the Fridays, and then the next month it came out that we were like moving our meetings to Fridays, and we were having work sessions on Thursdays. Is there any idea, would anybody like to go back to Thursdays? I kind of liked the Thursday meeting day, Friday training day setup, but I just know Kathy and I have talked about, I think we drive the farthest at this point, and obviously this board will last beyond us, but Fridays can be harder from a meeting perspective. It was just easier to drive down on a Wednesday or Thursday morning and then get to be home by Thursday. Just tossing that out there.
Well, I think that's respectable. I don't love the back-to-back days.
Okay.
little difficult to do a day and a half off, or maybe 2 days off. I would wonder what the board would think about, staying on Thursdays, doing every other month a business meeting and every other month a work session that is still on Thursdays, so that, it accomplishes a similar goal. It preserves a date on the calendar. If you needed to turn a work session into half of it be a business meeting, half of it be a work session, you could do that, whatever.
And just, that's why I think this is a good time to have discussion, which we could accommodate that schedule very easily. But just know, whatever we do, there's going to be times we're going to have to add additional meetings. I just want to make sure,
Sure,
like,
yeah.
I
Oh, yes,
know that
yes,
there's issues, because it's just going to happen. Like, there's going to be times we're going to have to add to this calendar. But we do want to set the definite days of business, so that's a great, maybe, compromise to the two.
And I will come whenever the meetings are. I know this last year we had set all our meetings on Thursdays and then mid-year deviated. Fine. If I had a preference, it would be to keep them on Thursdays, but I will also be here on Fridays.
Thursdays are, because we travel, and Friday is a heavier traffic day. We're going up to Fayetteville on a busy traffic day, and it's just difficult.
Okay.
I still feel like I'm just getting my feet wet, and I'm afraid going to every other month, whether we add a meeting or whether it's a work session or whatever, I'm afraid I'd feel sort of less in touch with things that are going on. If I'm unaware of how it was before, but the Thursday meeting, and then what happened on Friday?
Well, this is my understanding. There used to be 2 full days of meetings, is my understanding. It was Thursday and Friday, and then I joined in 2020, and because of social distancing, all of that, we basically crammed it all into a 1-day Thursday session. And then it kind of went back to, well, if we need to have like an extra training or something, we'll do that Friday morning. Or if it was a really long agenda, we did reports Friday morning. And then it has just evolved from there. So that was my understanding. But like charter authorizing used to take a lot of the time, which we now don't have. So I think that's where some of the work went.
Yeah, I think for a while it was a Thursday business, Friday morning reports.
Okay.
I know, I know a board member 10 years ago told me it was Monday business, and Sunday night they did a work session. So there's been different iterations of what it looks like. I think for the past 8 years, it's been the Thursday, Friday being reports.
It could be moved to a different day altogether. I mean, that's at the purview of this board. Maybe Wednesdays are better days, I'm not sure.
I do feel the reason why I do have like the work session before is that we get to sort of talk through some issues before we are voting on items on Friday. I also do, if whatever point time we can get back into it, I do like where we have the dinner time, where we get to a little bit more time with board members. It doesn't even have to be dinner. I mean, just time here, and maybe we achieve that by doing a Thursday business meeting and a Thursday afternoon work session, or every other month. But I do think there's value in having time, sitting down, looking at issues, than just sitting up here and voting.
I will say I have liked the board report meetings that we do beforehand, which I do think just like one-on-one time to ask a question.
Yes.
I feel like that has helped.
What do we think? Do you think if we did move to that, Thursday meeting every other month, on the off month being a work session, would that be?
I think we could adopt that to start and then see how it goes. And
With that work session, if it's a month between a work session and a business meeting, we're not going to our work sessions aren't necessarily going to be attached to the business meeting.
Right.
But if we did that and we were, there's been discussion about subcommittees, could that subcommittees be meeting in the same days as those work groups, so
Absolutely.
that we could be a part of that work?
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, by going to sort of this every other month, will our agendas be longer?
Most likely.
And so would we need 2 days potentially? That's a question.
I think it's gonna vary depending on what the action is that's required. But if we wanted to start, try to be a little bit more creative and make sure we're meeting the needs of everybody's schedules and being respectful, I just wanna make sure that clearly to state for the record, the conversation that we're having now is to consider January 11th, March 14th, May 9th, July 11th, September 12th, and November 14th to be formally noticed now as business meeting days. Then in those off months, February 8th, April 11th, June 13th, August 8th, October 10th, December 12th, will be put on board members' calendars and noticed as workshop days. And then as we need to add additional time, we would be able to figure out windows there, like when we establish committees, or if there's certain rules that we know we have to get done in a certain timeline that may not fit within every other month board meeting, we're gonna have to have the ability to call the board together, if that's my understanding.
Any other questions, comments, thoughts? I do think that when we think about those days to hold, us going ahead and thinking about if anyone has school visits at some point that we'd want to do, we could do around those meetings. Not to hold a business meeting with the school, I know that's a lot of work, but for the board to visit. And then thinking about it, if, I don't know if there'd be an appetite to do like a Wednesday night dinner before Thursday business meeting.
And we can add because right now in the draft thing, because it was work sessions, the start times was at 2 o'clock, but I think we would all agree that we'd want to start back at 9 o'clock, so there would be opportunity, especially if folks had to come in from far away to schedule it.
Thursday morning, okay with
To do meetings and workshops, I think it would make sense. Okay.
do we need a motion?
I think so, because it got pulled from consent, so it's kind of technically an action, but I think in the motion, we want to make sure we state the dates. I think it would help all of legal to make sure that as they go back to the minutes, it clearly states that on these days, Thursdays at 9 o'clock will be scheduled business meeting. These Thursdays at 9 o'clock will be scheduled workshop meetings as our approved calendar.
Well, I'll make a motion to,
Wait, sorry, can you hold on just a second? Okay, so, here's a question. Let's say we go with that. Could the chair call, not a business meeting, but a work session on one of those off days? Like, let's say the department doesn't have any, or there's nothing, could one of us or the chair, bring us together for a work session?
Are you talking about on the every other month Thursday? I think what we would do is intend to schedule a meeting. We may not know what that agenda is. I mean, I'd rather move forward planning to say we're gonna have meetings on these days. It may not be a business meeting, but we're gonna have some kind of work session, and then I can't imagine a time where there's not anything to discuss.
Okay, good.
Maybe when we're #1 in the nation and we have achieved all of our goals, you can have one of those days off. But then we got to get back to work.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe during those work sessions, we could also include reports. If y'all had more regular reports to do, I would like to see at some point legislative reports to come to us, so we're more aware of what's going on with the adequacy committee and all of that, and those could be
Be
monthly,
great.
and that would be something else to add.
Absolutely.
I mean, to be quite honest, I'll be surprised if we do this setup, that on a day that we today reserve for a work session, if we don't get an email the week before that says, hey, we need to sneak in a business meeting for the first hour and a half of that meeting so that we can discuss X, Y, Z, because we need a board approval on this, whatever. I'll be surprised if that doesn't happen from time to time. So I do think that it underscores the importance that those days are still, everyone should assume we're having a meeting, and everyone come to Little Rock on these work session days, because we're doing real work.
Agreed.
Well, and with that thought, that makes me nervous that, to sneak in like that, like you say, right now, I think it's written that we're supposed to have the agenda 2 weeks out, and, that's not happening. So if we're moving to less formal, it could be even a tighter crunch, I suppose.
I didn't
I'm
mean
one
to
that
sneak
preps.
in.
Right.
I didn't mean.
Wrong
I just-
use of wording.
Surprise, everybody. No, I just meant,
And
it wasn't planned for in December of '23, but as you get to July of '24, you realize, hey, we need that August meeting to have a vote on something.
But we're gonna have a lot of rules coming up too that need
Right.
reviewed, so
Yeah.
I could
And
see
sooner
working
rather
that into a work session meeting.
And then,
Or, I mean, what's the vice in just having
All of
just
them
business
scheduled,
meetings
yes.
all the way through? And when some days can be light, you do business meeting in the morning and work session in the afternoon, you know? I don't know, just throw out another idea.
Well, there's flexibility to do that anyway.
I think to that is if we establish these dates as staff is working on meeting their deadlines, they have definite dates that they're gonna target. It'll make us be a little bit more organized and more diligent and more proficient in our way of work when we're saying we have to meet these deadlines at these times or you're not gonna make the meeting, so that we stop getting stuff at the last minute, because there's always like, well, I'll just stick it in at the last minute at the next meeting. So I think this will help us get into a more established process because we're clearly stating these are business meetings.
Yeah.
not to pull in the other discussion too much, but there's talk about having committees. That does have to be voted on per our rules. Those meetings could be set by that committee and could be set on the business days or on the off days or both. So I think there'll be some thought. as
Or any
to
other
that.
time, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I'm happy to make a motion. Have we decided, do we want to keep just the 6 as set business meetings with the other 6 Thursdays as hold in case of need? Or do we just want to say the second Thursday of every month?
I'll say, I'm fine with the whatever the board desires. I think,
I was looking at you because you
I
kind of
think
brought
the
that
answer,
up.
I think the one thing is, we're gonna say we're having meetings on these days.
Yes.
Whether they're all business meetings, some are designated as business meetings, others are workshop meetings. From what I've heard pretty consistently is this Thursday at 9 o'clock, we're having a
Yes.
meeting. You know, I wanna make sure that that's at least one part I think there was consensus on the current calendar.
Well, in that case, I think I would make a motion to do why not just do business meetings every Thursday? I shouldn't say it like that.
Every month.
Every month, yeah. So I would make a motion to do business meetings the second Thursday of every month.
9 a.m.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion, question?
I think it's clear from the board, there's a lot of flexibility with whatever we decide, and, you know, so whatever. But I do think that this is at least a good place to start.
Yeah, so if we have our January meeting and then, you all have it organized such that we don't need that until March for a business meeting, you would let us know 2 weeks ahead of time, this is not a business meeting, this will be a work session.
We can, or we could just plan on having a business meeting on those days. And it may look like a workshop. Like, we're gonna have meetings.
Well, because if we're all together, then we have
Right,
to notify.
we're gonna have to notice it and make it, right. Okay.
Okay, there's a motion and a second, any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Okay, so now we move to the reports, and I believe, let me find it. First, we have the Helena, West Helena School District. Dr. McGee.
He was here.
He's here.
You can come back to him if you wanna do. Message him. Oh, there he is.
Good afternoon, board members, Madam President, Secretary Legal, and state board members, and to our audience, and to our guests that's viewing. I wasn't aware, so I'm sitting outside. So, Keith McGee, Superintendent of Schools for West Helena School District, coming back with another report. I'm going to keep it going. Our purpose here, main thing is we want to highlight the progress, kind of continue to outline the continuous plan. And then we also want to continue to review our system and practices to show you where we are. So let's talk about our journey. As you recall, I was appointed. My first day it started was July 25th, 2022. I guess you wonder why I keep up with that date, because I feel like I've been there for about 5 or 6 years. That's how hard you see how I'm breathing, so I was working outside, so waiting, so. But it's been a journey. And I am very pleased with the progress that we've made, and I think that you would be pleased as well. We have a long way to go. I want to make that clear. We have a long way to go, but we are making strides to get going in the right direction. So with that, as you recall, and I kind of tackled these from the findings in August. You sent the team in to kind of do a whole system analysis report in August. Here were some of the findings from the administrative role. I'm not going to insult your intelligence, but you can see there were clearly some inconsistencies with the organization from my central office. So I'm pleased to update every central office employee now have a clear job description with roles and responsibility. But I also want to highlight, they also have to have a PGP, a professional growth plan, to show me some evidence how we're going to monitor that plan and evaluate their effectiveness and efficiency. So some of the other things, recall if we didn't have bus drivers. We only had 2 drivers, and we didn't have stops. We have 10 drivers. Now, we have 2 coaches already at work have met the requirements. We now have 100, and what you don't have is 120 routes. But we also have a goal. We're going to utilize our coaches as drivers. So I'm going to hit the highlights of our academics. We went in August. We know our master schedule in August arrived. It was just a disarray. Kids did not have schedules, no evidence of core instruction. You had 26 teachers on a waiver. You had licensed teachers that were licensed in one area, teaching in another area. So I want to put this first. Our goal. We have a long-range goal and we have a short-term goal. Our long-range goal is by 25, 26, all of our 3rd graders will be reading on grade level. Our immediate goal that we really kind of hit home, we want to show academic growth among all scholars, all. And I want to lift this up because we live by this theme. We're creating conditions district-wide where all of our systems, all of our access, our procedures, practices will provide the opportunity and access for all of our scholars to be independent thinkers and successful citizens. I'm going to highlight that because the city also have issues in terms of crime. So we're going to do our best to train our scholars, whether they leave us, whether they're academically sound, they're going to be ready for any college or career. Or they want to just go in a career and be truly a good citizen. We want them to model and go out and be a vital asset to their community. So we're doing this what I call through leveling up. We want to level everyone up. If I was coaching back in my older days when I was coaching Little Rock Central High School, I would tell you we either coach you up or we got to coach you out. So that's what we're doing. So this is a shift. And I want you to look at the column where it says from. Everywhere we are, when we say going to, we're not there at all. There are some things we're doing well, some things we're not. The first thing I want to highlight that we're trying to do is really make a shift from adult focus to student focus. That's huge. Many of you should remember and know the background with Helena. We got to make that shift. We continue to make that shift from my staff and Molinet. And I want to say that the local board is doing a great job of trying to help Molinet as well. But also we got to shift where learning is required from when we say that, but our action speaks something otherwise. So now we're really making the shift where learning is really, truly required, and it's intentional. And it's evident that we wanted, from our actions to daily practices, that this become our norm. Where learning varies by teacher, we want to ensure all of our teachers are teaching and students are learning at a high level. From just general support to really making target support. You're going to see here shortly, Mr. Wood, you was asking a question about the reading program, how are they going to get it? I'm pleased to share that our support is so targeted, we built it into both of our master schedule, from elementary and secondary. In fact, we built it in for elementary at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. And that support is targeted. And we built it in the high school at the beginning of the day. So it's really looking at the current data, making amends, and you'll see the last one of the bullets here where changes, we base those changes right there at the needs, at the point of need right there. We don't wait until the end of the quarter or end of the semester or the end of the year. No, we need to look at the changes now based on our data. And then we're trying to shift to a guiding coalition. And then the last thing I'm going to go back to PD days, just general PD days, just having PD day, professional development days. No, we want to continue to really push everyone to become a true community of learners and having these days where it's a microburst of learning taking place among all of our professionals. So let's look at some of our highlights. Again, all of our teachers are teaching their license or AQT area. We've reduced the number from 26 to 7. 2 of those 7 are waiting on a provisional license, so you're going to have 5. We're developing a guaranteed vital curriculum. I'm proud I gave them a goal to have all of our ELA essential standards identified by December 11th. We had them identified by December 1st with learning progression, proficiency scales, and common form of language, common form assessments. So we're looking at that and using it. And then we also have started with math. And then we increased, again, I want to go back to our goal. If our goal is to have 25, 26, all of our third graders reading on grade level, we're addressing our pre-K, pre-K 2. So we targeted and really pushed our pre-K. When I got there, we had 15 pre-K students. This year, I'm pleased to say we had 65 and we had about 20 on the waiting list. And we couldn't find another teacher. That is huge. Because if we're going to make the change, we got to start in the pre-K and really be intentional with that pre-K rise and training and making it the analysis and all of the streamline all the way up. But also, and I'm very pleased to say I'm thankful to DESE and the OCSS. They have been tremendous in helping us with the support and also just the partnership. So I'm very grateful because now all of the support has really been intentional and streamlined and really been, we're not there. By all means, we are not there, but we're getting better. Some of our additional highlights, when we look at some of our data and we look at our literacy data, our kindergartens, they grew, their cohort, by 11%. First grade grew by 6. And actually, we missed one that was really, I think it was our 5th grade, grew about, I think it was like 12. We're making some shifts. Central High School, we improved their school rating from an F to a D. And that's huge. And if you break down that D, there's some areas we could have done, we could have controlled a lot better, we could have easily been a lot higher if we had been a little bit more intentional and focused. And I welcome all of you to come. At any time, the door's open. Because what you're gonna see, there's gonna be intentionality. We not only get into that first period with that Cougar Connections, what we call that time, that win time, but we also go out to make sure there's evidence through all of our core instruction. We do instructional sweeps. We don't just do the sweeps from the district level, we talk about the sweeps. The teachers have asked, and I gave you some feedback, the teachers asked us can you give us the feedback now, how we can improve? Where versus we would just give it to our principals and rely on our principals. The teachers want us to give it, what we're seeing from a district team and how they can improve, but not just improve, but how we can be a partner to help them. Again, we're trying to level up. And then intentional academic support and really truly trying to become a true professional learning community and really implement this model with fidelity. Some of our other highlights, now we're not here with this MTSS, but we're really trying to really star because we're trying to develop the whole child and making sure the whole child, again, going back to our goal and how we do that with a theme, and ensuring that they are independent thinkers, but more importantly, successful citizens. We know we have a lot of challenges, and you'll see those challenges coming up with here shortly. But we have a mentor program. All the district leaders now have 3 third-grade students that they mentor, including yours truly. I have 4. That we go and we meet with them, and we're charging them to meet with them once a week, possibly if they can, but definitely get and meet with them once a month. Again, Cougar Connection is built in our master schedule. We don't have to interrupt our students, our scholars from any other course to take it out to intervene. It's built in, and we meet the requirements. And of course, our dyslexia, looking at the mental health support, and as well as the PBIS. And lastly, with that piece, we have a Girl Scout troop at our elementary campus. We're very excited about that because we want to, again, continue to develop their behaviors and their citizenship. We celebrate teachers and students. And then we also, I have to hear, it's important for me to hear all voices, not only from our community, from our board, but also from my staff, but more importantly from my scholars, and then from our teachers. And that's what I do through those councils. And then the service project, again, going back to our theme, we want to teach them how to be a successful citizen. How do you give? What did it look like? So governance, in August, this is some of the things that you saw, the highlight. The main thing was a divided board, lack of trust and clarity of the roles. Again, we're making progress. Some of the highlights, we follow our agendas now. Where we was all over the place, you guys, I've listened to you guys out there, you're talking about a training. We have 2 board meetings, one a work session, one a regular session. And it's intentional and it's strategic. So we want to push that and plan that, what do we want them to know? But we also trying to stay focused, academics, keeping it focused, the collaboration, improving the collaboration between the superintendent and the board, again, the training, and then several of our board members are highlighted by the ASBA for their training hours. And then we celebrate. Both, right now we celebrate students. Beginning in January, we start celebrating teachers for their progress, looking at the data, how they're growing. And then also we're pleased that we working almost completed with our gym project. We just had an outstanding, groundbreaking celebration for our new wellness area. Again, going back to we want to develop the whole child. So and then the partnership funding application that we got. Just a little plug in right there. So what are some of our challenges? Culture. That's just a huge challenge. It's culture. It's a task. We got to continue to work on our culture. How do we continue to really become the new West Helena School District? Resources. You know, in that area, it's just a challenge for resources. Staffing. We want all have high quality teachers that are licensed, but also that are there. And I want to say this, our teachers are doing a marvelous job. Administrators and principals are working extremely hard, and I'm very pleased. But oftentimes it's hard to get teachers there, especially in those single to areas, CTE areas, where you really can push and grow and add different flavors to help develop the whole child. Inconsistencies in terms of our daily operation and standard operating procedures. We put them in place, but because of the culture, again, there tend to be some challenges. Accountability. And accountability, when I say accountability, I'm talking about not necessarily just saying that we gotta document someone. How do you just hold yourself accountable that this is the right work? That I'm here. I hope you feel that you hear this passion in my voice, because this is my ministry. This is my calling. So what drives them? And because of that, my passion, I hold myself accountable. Am I really giving my best? With that, you see another part of that sense of urgency. How do we ensure the sense of urgency that we need to be about educating our children, student focus. How do we involve our parents? Not only educate, but engage our parents and our scholars and our stakeholders, our community partnership, and really truly just keeping everyone focused on the main thing and the work. It's a lot of distractions. So here are some of our next steps. We're going to continue to work on building our guaranteed vital curriculum. So our deadline, our goal is that we are anticipating having ELA and math done before May. And that's with essential standards, learning progression, proficiency scales, common form assessments, vocabulary, and any resources that goes with it, so that we can be intentional with our microbursts of learning in the summer, so that our teachers can go and get that learning over the summer. We're going to continue to work on our culture. How do we shift our culture to really become where learning is required, but everyone got to be a part of a community of learners. I'm a learner, and I want to continue to do my best to model for them. But also, how do we have that culture by making sure there's a continual improvement process? How do we continue to work to get better? Not that we bad or we worse, but we just want to get better in everything that we do. And how do we increase community partnerships, but build the capacity of our staff, but more importantly, again, continue to be student focused. And lastly, deepen the understanding of what a professional learning community looks like district-wide. And with that, I take any questions.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. Board members, questions, Ms. Rowland?
Can I make a comment real quick before you ask them specific questions? Come here. I just want to put this back into perspective for where we were a year and a half ago. We literally had 2 buses that drove around neighborhoods and just picked up kids wherever they came out of their houses. Hey, I'm here. They'd go in and they'd drop however many off, and then they'd just go back out again. There were no bus routes. We had kids who didn't have schedules. We had most of our teachers unlicensed or not where they were licensed in their area. This man's been there a year and a half. The OCSS team that supports the work that they do are the real deal. And you don't get to see most of that team. You see Sheila come in here every once in a while. You saw Ryan, who was just appointed as Earl Superintendent up there on the screen earlier. These are the real deal. And they work their tails off, and our appointed superintendents, our appointed state superintendents have the hardest jobs in the state. And they give tireless hours to what they do. And they truly, truly care about kids and communities and education. So thank you, Keith, for what you want to do. Now ask him all the hard questions.
If I could add too real quick, kind of to echo some of the sentiments that Stacy mentioned, and I've been here almost a year, and Dr. McGee was actually one of the first superintendents that I met. He got my cell phone number somehow, I don't know, but he was one of the first people to call me and said, you need to come see what we're doing in this district. Helena West Helena is going to be a story that's going to be a model for the state. And he heard about some of our priorities, the sports priorities, the governor's priorities, and he has always come to the table. In fact, I remember, I think one of our first visits, I came and visited you with the governor, and we sat at a round table, and Dr. McGee said, these are the challenges we're facing in this community, and we're going to work together to fix it. And I know some of the spirit of that conversation, ideas that Dr. McGee and his peers shared with the governor, was in the LEARNS legislation. So when we talk about the impact that Dr. McGee's had, not just in his community, it's felt statewide. And I know, and I love his sentiment. We haven't arrived. We're always working to get better. We're always looking to improve. And he calls us and he calls the team and said, this is what our data's saying. I know we can do better. What can we do? Give us some ideas. Come and visit. He always has an open door. He talks about the work with teachers engaging in professional learning. I have seen it firsthand, and they are working hard on the right work. And I don't think that's been happening in that district for a long time, but it takes a lot of courage and a strong leader to set that vision and hold people accountable to those expectations. And it's a job well done. And I look forward to hearing another update next year and the year after. And then when you're #1 in the state, we won't have to hear from you anymore.
they said there's always an open door, that you're always invited, but I will say this, every door is locked. Because he's made security a priority. School resource officers working with the local community, making sure our doors are locked, setting in practices and policies, so, but they're locked.
Thank you. Thank you.
Board members, questions, Mr. Henderson?
Congratulations on your success. In your presentation on one of those slides, you had challenges, and it was to the side of their resources. You mind elaborating just a little bit? I think I know what some of those challenges are. I want you to just hear some more specifics.
So I'll give you a couple of resources challenges we're talking about. Mental health. When I first got there, I did a focus group with my scholars, and 15 times mental health, Dr. McGee, I need someone to talk to. I need someone to talk to. We couldn't find a mental health agency to partner with. So I reached out to the department, look, I gotta get someone down here. Our scholars need somebody to talk to. We all, and as adults, you know, think about even with our own mental health. You know, sometimes we need to learn how to talk or have someone to talk to, whether that's your spouse or minister or whoever, but our scholars didn't have that. And another part of the resources I talk about is how do we bring innovation there? Where sometimes we're lagging in terms of technology, and that's on us as a district because we can't do innovation because, again, we got to bring up and level up our staff how to be innovative, teach them how to do it, how to be innovative, to offer things that's in the 21st century so that our scholars can be exposed. You know, my son, I'm picking on, look, keep these home from, he's a freshman in college, so but again, I pick on him. He knows how to do all of that technology. And again, I might be a little biased, my bias is, but Little Rock School District, that was a point of emphasis, innovation. How do I bring those resources there if the people I'm holding accountable to be able to implement it? If they don't know innovation or the technology. So when I say resource, I'm talking about all of that together, that combined. I hope they answer your question.
Yes, sir. I do have a second part of that question also. You mentioned also working with Office of Skills Development. You mind elaborating a little bit on that?
So the Office of Coordinated Support, they come in and do a marvelous job from, again, the rock star, Miss Whitlow, who works with me, and then Miss Armstead worked for our Special Education Department, and even Yvonne Green and Josh Hart, but also with Michael Watson, who helped us with the behavior piece. How to come in and the behavior support right there. And just in any area that I need, from counselors to Patty Ellis being able to the department to come in and help with the counselors to make sure that we can put the counseling services or work with the district e-school administrator. It's whatever we need. Basically, whatever I reach out, if they can't answer, they'll find an answer for me or point me in the right direction. So they just been open. And they just come in and look at and work together as a partner, not just the state. Most time people see it's just the state. We see them as partners.
Okay. Got a third part, I think I'll be done after this one. You know, you also mentioned technologies, CTE. You mind elaborating a little bit on some of your needs and involvement with CTE? So
I'm in constant communication. There's no secret since I've been there. I've been pushing, look, we got to develop some type of career center in that hub, that region, having some type of, how do you expose and have a career center pushing that initiative? So I'm just kind of, it's just how, most of our scholars are not going to go to college, some of them, although we want them to go to college. But it's a lot of community needs, the CTE, how do we get them that career technical education, the workforce readiness piece? So we got to improve that area. Right now, we're just in talking, Ross White, he and I, and then along with a member of my team, has been talking on how we can make that better. I met with the community college there just last week to see how we can improve that and that partner with them to make this career technical education support. But also, I'm also working with Great Rivers, trying to push them to look, how do we come together as a region to have some type of career center, because some school districts may have it and some school districts may not. So that's what we're just exploring. Again, we're not there, but these are things that we're trying to explore and how we can use the removal of the red tape to be creative but innovative.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
I was just gonna make a comment and say congratulations. I remember last year when you were standing there, you've been on like 3 days, if I remember last year, and you had that deer in a headlight look. So you have done a lot.
Still has it a little
So,
bit.
3
You
days.
have done so well in a year.
3 days, I got subpoenaed to court.
Oh.
3 days.
Yeah.
I had no clue. Special education, I got subpoenaed to court. So yes.
You did. I like as you were standing there, I was like, I remember this. So congratulations. You've done a lot in a year.
Ms. Rowland?
I think congratulations and thank you very much.
Mr. Bragg?
Good job. It's encouraging to see.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, Keith, I'm quite proud of you, obviously, going back to our days together in Little Rock. I love seeing what you're doing, how hard you're working in Helena, West Helena. I do have some questions. I believe this is the 3rd time Helena, West Helena has been under state control. Is that right? Have you identified in your time there what system failures might repeatedly be occurring that cause it to go from, I don't know when it was released from state takeover the last time, but to get to a point in some short amount of time that buses were just driving around, honking the horn, picking up whoever might get on?
You know, that's a tough question, but I will say this because I don't know, I wasn't part of the takeovers, but if I had to give in what I know, the culture. It's the culture, you know, for example, when Stacy, or excuse me, Ms. Smith said about the bus, you know, to me, that's a safety issue, that you would drive around, just pick up kids who may not even belong to our district, who may not even be in school, and not have bus routes or students rosters. So if I had to give you an answer, I would think the culture. You're talking about a culture, a historical culture. And sometimes in school transformation, cultures, when this is all you know, it becomes a challenge. So that's, if I had to answer, that's what I would think.
I think what you're hitting at is a culture of low expectations.
Yes.
Or a belief that our students aren't capable. And when that becomes pervasive in a community, that's toxic and scary.
And I just want to add to this. We did a session with our parents on kindergarten, 1st and 2nd grades about the learners and how to come and educate. And I had to go back and question my team, how well did we promote it? And we pushed it, we had 5 parents, 5 to come out. So we're going to continue to push to Secretary Lever's point. We're going to continue to market what's important, because what's important, what you value the most is what's going to be important to you. Obviously, using my son as an example, I value my time with him. So I don't have to do anything but just sit around and just talk to him and make sure that just want to put my arms around him. Well, when you have a culture of low expectation, education may not be important.
Did you find that culture is pervasive in the staff?
You know, that's tough, Mr. Woods. You asking me.
Well, but I mean, because the community doesn't set bus routes, and that is deeply offensive that anyone in an employed position would do such a poor job that you couldn't even trust people to go pick up kids correctly.
I would say this: if that's all you know, then that's what you know. And now, that may not be the best answer, and I'm not saying that's right, but if that's all I know, then that's what I know.
Yeah.
So some of this has to do with really high turnover rate too, okay? And the part of it's all I know. So if I've never worked in a district to establish bus routes, but all of a sudden my boss left, I'm left, I've been promoted in this position, this is a new person coming in, and I've never even, I know what I know, and this is how I'm assuming the work's being done. But high turnover rate is one thing that's got them there. A second thing that I think was wise that this board did was we did not completely dismiss their local board. We limited their authority, and and some of the specific work that's happening right now is board training on board governance and what the role of that board is, so that the hope is that, you know, when we do get to give them full control back, it's not that it's a whole new board starting, right? Hopefully this board They've had elections of board members since this time, and there's constant emphasis and pouring in of training. And that is one of the areas in which Keith has had to take a very strong role at times about really letting board members know, this is what you need to be looking at. This is what the questions you should be asking. That may not be your lane. This is where he's really having to lead. So building capacity within the community in the terms of leadership.
I wasn't on the board when the most recent vote took place for the state takeover this time, so I wasn't around for those meetings. But what was the time frame between the last time the district was released to local control and the time that it was taken back over?
I'd have to look that up. It's been several years, but you're right, it is the third time.
Yeah, I just wonder if, has the state done a self-evaluation of the process of handing it back and the leadership that was in place? It just seems like a significant place of decay in.
So I think the state has done some learning, and just even your experience within Little Rock.
Yeah.
You know, and the practice of trying to establish a limited authority board a year to 2 years before the timeline is over, so that you're having a more seamless transition.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in your case with Little Rock, it was like, boop, it's you now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus that process of being able to start getting the authority back, decisions being made, that training aspect.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's a pattern that we've seen us take with Pine Bluff. You've seen it now with Earl. You've got it going on right now with Helena, West Helena. That was a new practice based on experiences learned from your specific situation.
Yeah, so the board in Helena, West Helena is a continuing board going through the same elections that they would go through if they had full authority even?
Yes, and they still have some voting authority.
Yeah.
Some things for personnel go to Secretary Oliva.
Well, the last question I'll ask you, Keith, about culture is, do you feel a sense of all-in, buy-in from your staff?
We
Talk
are.
about that.
I would say that I'm constantly monitoring and evaluating their focus, their sense of urgency, that they are all in. And I am holding up those conversations. So with the restructure, again, I restructured the central office and added key positions. One is here with me, Ms. Tracy Holland, who specifically, we wrote a job description on learning services to push that emphasis. Because we want, whatever it is, the goal is to create this culture that is sustainable. No matter who's sitting in those seats, that this is the right work that we'll be focused on. That's the goal. So we're constantly looking at, and I'm constantly monitoring and evaluating my team and the central office team, all the way down to the building principals and assistant principals.
I'm proud of how hard you're working.
Thank you.
More questions, Ms. Skinner?
Yeah. So in addition to congratulations, I just want to say thank you, because what you're doing is amazing, and your dedication. We are incredibly grateful that you're down there doing this work. You know, pre-K, my passion. That's where my heart is. And I think about, you know, you say if that's all you knew, that's all you know. In the same sense, you know, if you grew up having a negative experience at school, you're not going to want to engage with your kids' teachers. It's just the place you have to send your people during the middle of the day. You're not going to feel welcome for the teacher conference. You aren't going to be excited to see the papers coming home. And what I feel like you're doing is creating a new positive experience for these kids, so that maybe when they grow up and their parents, they will want to engage with the school, and maybe hopefully really changing some of that generational, you know, negative experience. So thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and when can I come visit?
Anytime.
I won't come in December, because that's just mean, but I'll wait a little bit until January.
No,
Y'all
do
break.
not come in December.
No.
I will not be there in December.
I'll reach out. Thank you.
More questions?
I do have one more, and I'm sorry. I'm fired up. The fact that leadership could be so poor there before you to create the decay that existed. What level of consequences were suffered by person? I mean, can a superintendent's license be taken away? Can that be referred to ethics committee for review? I mean, That seems like an absolute dereliction of duty.
Well, people were removed from positions and jobs. Keith has come in, and even talking about leadership around him, that's another lesson learned from the past. We don't wait until you're 3 or 4 to make supportive administrative decisions. So last year is pretty much the staff that was there was who was around him. This year he's created a very strong leadership team. We have to think strategically about how we recruit. We've got people driving very long distances to work there. So we're having to, we have to think about that when we're setting up our budgets and trying to, attract people to come. So he's got a very strong leadership team around him that we're building capacity. And we are constantly planning and thinking about what does this look like in the future, right? We don't need to publicly praise Keith so much so he doesn't get stolen from the district. So I'll talk about his improvement plan. No, but keeping leaders like Keith there and making sure that he has a strong time around him. The people before him, they're not employed anymore.
Where? Anywhere?
I'm not aware. Some of them could be, but I don't want to get into personnel things. But there have been people that have been let go. There have been people that have been repositioned into other places. So.
Jeff, I did piece together a little timeline trying to think back. 2011, the state took over. November 2016, they had board elections. Previously, had been taken over in 2005. So from 2016 to 2022, I believe there were a few superintendents in the district during that time, and a lot of churn. But I think that this story is, we need to learn from this as we're working with other districts too, of how are we setting up districts for success throughout. And then
I will add one thing. I am the 4th superintendent, I think, in maybe 3 or 4 years, the 4th. But also, again, going back to culture is a challenge. And I want to say this publicly, and I want to say this now. Our team, from the board all the way down, is working extremely hard and working together. I do not want to risk, I'm okay on behalf of the board and everyone and our staff to take those celebrations, but it's all of us. So we're doing this to work together. So I want to say that. But I also want to say, when I said culture is a challenge, because of the culture, it's hard to attract people, quality people there. So, I had to use my recruiting skills back when I was coaching to recruit people to come. And they bought in. They bought into the vision. And so we're asking them to do something a lot, to sacrifice. Many of us have families, so it's a lot, but it's important to us. And I'm very thankful for all of our staff who are in Helena, who's working hard, and those who are traveling, who stepped up and accepted my challenge. And I'm grateful that they are on board with this transformation.
Well, I know most of my topic, heavy part of this is revisiting old demons, but I don't want that to take away at all from the hard work you're doing to change that culture, and to be commended for you, your staff, the team, and all the best in bringing in that new culture.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments, Mr.
Yeah, I just have another comment. My first question I asked, you had on there, resources. I understand that. I'm from that same part of the state. I understand some of the challenges that you have. So the work that you guys are doing is very noteworthy. So again, congratulations. It's not apples to apples when you're talking about the eastern part of the state versus northwest.
That's right.
So I understand those challenges.
Thank you, Dr. McGee. We appreciate it. Next, we have the Watson Chapel School District updates. Superintendent Wilson, are you speaking first?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Oliva and state board members, I'm very happy to be back up here for good reasons. We've had a lot of challenges too that we're facing. I was at Barton Alexa in 2011 through 2017, and believe me, I think Dr. McGee is doing an outstanding job over there. Today, we're here to talk about some improvements that we've been making at Washington Chapel. We've got a lot of things going on, and a lot of people in action. Oh, you can't hear me? I'm sorry. We've got a lot of things going on, and I tell you what, we finally got teamwork established where everybody knows they're responsible. We've had people, hey, we just didn't do our job. We didn't do the best job we could. And we're going to keep working on that, and we're going to make sure everybody understands their responsibilities and what they have to do. Let's see if I can operate that one. Well, you may look at this. This is updates since November. These are some areas that we're looking at right there. The academic part, human capital, student support, stakeholder communications, family and community engagement, district operations, fiscal government, and facility and transportation. Oh, wait a minute. No, I went the wrong way. All right, here we go, maybe. Okay, one there. Yeah. Our components are included, but are not limited to the following: the building, spaces available use, space utilization, custodial staff, technology infrastructure, fleet inventor and evaluation, transportation staff, maintenance staff, maintenance custodial equipment, and inventory. We're looking at everything right now. We're looking at what we got to do better to make our school district better. Now, I'm a former graduate of Washington Chapel. I went back and coached there in the 70s, but I know we can do better. We were one of the top schools in the state, especially in salaries. We were number 4 back then, and things have digressed since then. And just like Dr. McGee talked about, a lot of it has to do with culture and the community. And it's sad in the Pine Bluff area that we've had a lot of this happen, where there's a lot of crime, there's a lot of disadvantaged students that live there, socioeconomics are very low, tax base is not great in the Pine Bluff, Washington Chapel areas. So we have to really work on improving our staff, improving everybody. And one of the main tasks we do have is getting people to apply for jobs there. In the past, I remember Washington Chapel when there be 10, 20, 30 applicants for each job, and now we're lucky to get 1 or 2. And we're also faced with the challenge usually of starting school without a hired teacher in a certain position. I have to use a sub till we find somebody. Now that makes it tough on the district. But in dealing with the observations that the State Department has looked at and told us about, and Ms. Whitlow's team, Ms. Whitlow's team had been very hard working for us. The State Department team has come in, any questions we have, they help us with them. They help us, like I said, with the observations they have, and then we go in and make people more accountable for their job, and that's what we're going to do. We're very excited about moving Chapel forward. We do have a $40 million high school that's going to be under construction in February. We just had the demolition of the old school. We cannot take that culture, though, in that new school, and that's why we got to change it. We got to get people doing their job. If everybody does their job, we won't have any problem. Getting back to the observations, some of the school safety improvements we did. There was a kind of a side door at the side of the school where there's a small parking lot where people usually bring kids in or pick them up for appointments and stuff like that. Or if they have a meeting with a teacher, a conference, they come in and park there. Well, the main entrances all have the security officer and metal detector at them. So I went ahead and put a full-time security guard, and we had a walk-through metal detector put there for safety reasons, so we'll make sure it's real safe. Implementation of digital sign-in and out protocol for all staff members. I think it was kind of a privilege deal where some people, it seemed like, came in late, nothing was said to them. Everybody's going to be on the same page. Everybody's going to be accountable. Nobody's going to be treated any different. And we're going to make sure everybody's treated the same, and those logins are going to be looked at and anyone that's habitual on attendance will be written up, and reprimand will be given. Photo ID badges. You know, we did make photo ID badges for everyone, so now everyone has one, and we'll make sure we can identify our students as well as our personnel. Visitor badges, we also give those out to any visitors in the school district. Installation of security mirrors near the boys' restroom. We had a problem sitting around the corner in some areas, so we put some mirrors up where we could see without any problem, see what's going on. Frequent monitoring of the parking lot by staff and security. We have a full-time security guard that drives around in the parking lot in a school vehicle, and he checks anyone coming in. All the gates are locked but one coming into school, and he parks there usually. If anybody comes in, he stops them, he asks what your business is, and then he sends them where they need to go. So we took care of that right off the bat. That was one of the major concerns we had. Balanced A and B lunches. This fall we had a problem with like 230 or 240 kids on the A lunch and over 400 and something kids on the B lunch. So in doing the spring schedule, we have changed that up for it's more balanced. That should help out quite a bit. And at the Coleman Elementary School, school safety improvements, we did, of course, all door props have been removed completely. You know, kids and teachers were propping up some doors, and we found that out in one of the observations, so we came back and took care of that, and no one is to do that. We also have not just principals, but security that walks around. If they see any door open or anything, they go in and ask, why is this door open? So we make sure they're locked. Also, as far as the other doors, you can see where the security do walk around throughout the day and check on anything, and if they have any questions, they ask the administrator or whoever the teacher is in that room. A second request for the removal of the barbed wire on the fence has been sent to Operation Hero, but we did correct that. We did have some razor wire because of the theft we had over by the transportation department. And that school is located over there, and it's kind of a high crime area. But we went ahead and removed the razor wire from that area because those kids had to walk through there to go to the playground, and we were scared one of them may jump up and grab it, so we took that down. All right. Next, components include but not limited to staffing, attendance, behavior, tests, leads, litigation cases, staff grievances, training support, supervision, and policy. These are a few of the things that we have discussed and were brought out as observations too. Human capital. Staffing analysis plan for January 2024, moving towards the 24-25 school year. We've got to get hold of our staffing. We feel like we've been overstaffed. Our numbers have dropped significantly over the past 10 years. At one time, we almost had 4,000 students, and now we have 1,750 students. So you can see losing foundation funding has really hurt our district, and we're probably the only district in our total area over there that's not able to give a Christmas bonus this year. But we're going to do what we have to do to get a hold of our finances. We don't want to be in any jeopardy of fiscal distress, and we can do it as long as we work together. And we're going to have this analysis done probably in January, and then with attrition, typically we have 30 to 40 employee turnovers each year. I think we had 47 one year. Typically we can use attrition and not hire back in certain areas where we can decrease the number of employees. Ensuring both the effectiveness and efficiency of our 24-25 school year master schedules. I tell you, we've had tremendous help from the State Department in working on our master schedule and helping us. They've done everything they can to support us, and we're excited about every child having a schedule. First of all, they're all on track for graduation. You know, we had a problem with graduation as far as students that maybe didn't have the credits to graduate. We found that out, so we're moving toward a system where we're going to have double check. We're going to make sure everyone is on track for graduation. We're going to make sure everyone has a good schedule, and the parents can visit with the district. We're going to make it easier for that to happen if they have any questions about it. And I think it's going to be a really good plan in place there. plans to build capacity of classroom teachers by providing job-embedded teacher support and effective implementation of high-quality instructional materials through partnerships with the co-op, Arkansas River Educational School Co-op, the 95% group, and Kids First program. Areas of initial focus include, but are not limited to, the Benchmark Readers Workshop, K-5, Benchmark Writers Workshop, K-5, My Perspectives for Ella, 6 through 12, plans to build the capacity of building leaders, and this is very important. We're really stressing this. We're meeting with the building leaders, the principals, assistant principals, deans of students. We're really going to show them what they're going to have to do in order to do a good job in our district, plus as far as the leads evaluation are concerned. We do have a partnership with the co-op and also the Bailey Education Group, which we're fixing to sign a contract with, and they're going to really help us with our leadership in our building. And I'm in total support of that program we're putting in. I think it's very important that they understand their responsibilities because they will be evaluated on those, and I promise you, we're going to see that everyone is doing their job. We wouldn't be where we are today if people would do their job. That's what upsets me. Washington Chapel, I tell you, I was there, went to great school, and we're going to get back to that, but it's going to take some work. We're going to have to replace some people. We're going to have to get people doing their job, and it's all for the kids. You know, we're all here for the kids. I sure wouldn't be at Washington Chapel if it wasn't for the kids and trying to build a new school for them for the future. Areas of initial focus include, but are not limited to, organization and management, managing organizational systems and safety, and of course human capital management. And what's the next slide here? All right. And I'd like to say this too. I've been in this business a long time. This is my 48th year, 32nd as a superintendent. But I really have an outstanding assistant superintendent. And she is very experienced in all areas, and she has helped tremendously. And she works so good with the State Department. I couldn't ask for a better person to come in first year and help with that situation. You know, we work together long and tireless hours, I assure you, weekend or whatever it takes, but we got a way to go. But I promise you, and I promise this board, we're going to get there. And we're going to make sure Washington Chapel is a quality school, and we're doing everything we can for kids. At this time, I'll ask Ms. Dee Davis to come forward and present her part of this.
Good afternoon. The system that I have to look at, that I look at most closely is academics, although I do run around and do a whole lot of other stuff. So some of the updates since we met in November and we talked that we have made, we are, one of the things that we talked a lot about was credit recovery, because we do have a lot of that that's gonna need to happen. And so, oh gosh. Okay, sorry. So we are moving, what they currently used was OdysseyWare. We are moving from OdysseyWare to Edgenuity effective in January when we return. OdysseyWare is old, outdated, and there was no planned updates for another year and a half, so that's just not efficient and effective. And I put you a handout. Everything is linked to the handout. In the top right-hand corner, it says which handout it goes to. What I kind of wanted you to see was just what's the difference, why the move. So I wanted you to see what OdysseyWare had and what Edgenuity had, so that you probably could just see, oh, okay, this makes sense. Edgenuity will also provide us with some electives that we aren't able to have. We have, currently we have a student taking computer programming and some extra Spanish that they wanted that we don't necessarily have, but there's a whole lot. I mean, if you want to learn Chinese, you can learn Chinese. So I've actually seen kids take that before. So there's a lot of things that we don't have, can't have, opportunities for them through that program. We can, and oh, oops, okay. But anyway, so you can see that in handout 1. I wanted to mention our intervention and acceleration programs. Intervention time is built into all master schedules. I put you an overview handout too, and it's multiple pages so that you could see all schools. The overview of like most sort of their bell schedule. Okay. On all schedules, some buildings, most all the K 8 call it win time, and the high school calls it pride time, but they're all kind of a turquoise blue on the schedule so that you can see that that's built into every master schedule. At the high school, we actually, second semester, will be moving it from that very first 30 minutes of the day, which was completely not effective. We've moved it to mix with the lunches. So we'll have 9th and 10th grade together and 11th and 12th grade together, which was part of what helped balance out that lunch. So that's all handout number 2. I wanted you to see 95% group. We use K-12. That's a more intensive targeted program. And we kind of went through that and looked at, so what is the, because there's a lot of products to 95% group, those foundational skills, and they're used for different things. So not only for you all, but for us, we needed to sit down with teachers and be able to, and building leaders, and be able to say, okay, what's the product that we have? What's it used for? How do we know who those students are? And that sort of thing. So I wanted you to also have that so you could kind of see all those things, K-3 and then 4-12, what those differences are. We also use Lexia Core 5 and Lexia Power Up, which has it has both digital and face-to-face delivery options. And so that's another means for not only intervention, but also for acceleration because it's adaptive and kids can continue working. It can be used in small groups, literacy small groups. It can be used during intervention time. I've got a coach who her girls, if they don't make progress in Lexia, they have to come to practice 30 minutes early, which means they have to come at 7 instead of 7:30. I think they have decided it's best to get their stuff done, so they don't have to come 30 minutes early. But and I think she checks it like 4 times a day, and keeps up with her kiddos. And listen, if y'all been around education at all, you know the coaches are your best friends. A coach is a teacher's best friend. So wanted you to have those handouts for Lexia. For K-5 is handout 5 and 6, and for 6-12 is handout 7 and 8. A lot of information for you. At the high school specifically, because that's what started a lot of our visits here with you all, for second semester student schedules, there has been a removal of the multiple study hall, the no credit courses. We've replaced those with electives, core, required courses, and or credit recovery options, because we do have some credit recovery that is going to have to go on. And there's a handout 9 for more information on that. We plan for distribution of those new schedules. I know we will have them printed. They are almost finished. I've got a group of people who've really been working really hard to get all of those redone and make sure they're realigned and calculating them by hand. I mean, we have just over and over, and I know I told you last time we've put our hands on them, but every single time we make a change, you kind of have to go back and say, okay, let me put my hands back on this, because it can do strange things in the system every single time you make a change in there. So we plan to distribute those on the Monday or the Thursday, I believe it is, that we return on January 4th, almost like a first day of school would be when your kids get their new schedules. And kids often at a high school level do get new schedules anyway for second semester. We've talked about distributing them before the break, but then they get lost and you have a whole situation of wasted time that first day back. So we are thinking that we probably will have that first thing that morning, give those out, and everybody gets to their new classes. And I told you already, Pride Time, which was originally at the first period of the day, which almost became a license to be late. We've taken that and moved that to at lunch, so you have to stay. You have to, class starts at 7:50 and you have to be there because it's first period. Not the license to be late and miss intervention. So student transcript accuracy, we're still continuing those, but making sure have multiple hand audits to rectify any inaccuracies, to make sure GPAs are calculating appropriately. I have made a plan for student advisory. We talked a little bit last time about student success plans. So we did some training right after Thanksgiving, the day after we came back from Thanksgiving break. We did some training for principals, counselors, instructional facilitators, several people that will be our career coaches, our career development teachers. Had them over there. We've made a plan at the junior high and the senior high for advisory time to begin second semester, and all teachers will be assigned to students to be their advisor to a certain group of students, and we will have advisory first and third Fridays during that Pride Time each month. So I think that was it. Any questions for me?
Yeah.
Give the emphasis on the department's priorities and what they have done. So since the last month, some of our number one priorities was, again, getting the school safe, which I think that's what they showed in their first slides, very specific actions that they've taken to get the campus secure. That was a huge priority. A second thing was making sure that every transcript has been vetted and that class schedules and what students need is correct for second semester. That also has been done. And you heard them discuss or mention student success plans. That's part of that work, making sure that kids are being thoughtful plans for their courses as they're moving forward. Another thing that they've been working on is actually focus walks, getting into the classroom, walking with our team and different coaches, making sure we know what we're looking for instructionally in the classroom. So those are kind of our big three as the State Department that we were working directly with them on. So I'll step back on that.
Board member questions, Mr. Bragg?
Yeah, on your class schedule handout number 9 under welding and automotive, did those completion of those classes come with any certifications, or
No, you might answer that.
do they qualify for?
I'm an old man, I need to hear that again, please.
On your welding and automotive, if they complete those classes, do they come with any kind of certification?
All right,
for that?
the welding program is a program where they do have certification, and they're also hired by Central Maloney. Central Maloney put in that program for us, and we're working as a partnership with them, and they can go directly to work and make $20 to $25 an hour starting out. With the auto mechanics program, they do receive a certificate. We're working on the automobile mechanics program right now for next semester, and we're probably looking for a new teacher for that area. So we're going to try to improve every area we can.
Okay. And on your STEM, you don't have a grade level or credit listed for those.
For
On your
STEM,
STEM classes, computer science, programming, game design, there's not a grade level or credit.
the high school gave us that list, and so they are currently working on. Those are some areas where we don't currently have teachers that we are still working to find teachers for.
Thank you.
So that may be why some of that is blank.
And they are giving certifications. Going back to your questions on automotive, in fact, when I was there, in fact, it was a female in the class who had the most certifications of all the kids in the automotive class.
More questions, Ms. Rollins? Mr. Wood?
I guess no specific questions, but I would say that I want to applaud the district for the hard work they're doing. It truly feels like a completely different attitude coming from the district than what we were presented in either September or October, whenever that was. I mean, it really feels like you've embraced the instruction from the department, and a real humble spirit about making the changes necessary to do it. guess I might just suggest, because I was a push for asking the district to come do monthly updates for the first little while, that I feel as though they are cooperating sufficiently with the department that maybe we could release that expectation and maybe go to quarterly reports from the district.
Or written, maybe?
Yes.
Because I think the work is making progress, but we can't slow down.
Sure.
And
Fair enough.
so I want to make sure we're still acting with urgency and fostering this relationship so the school's team, Stacy's team, will still continue to work with them, and then we can provide updates written maybe instead of requiring a presentation, and then we can, you all can review those and provide feedback, and if we feel like we need to get back to in person, we can, or see if we can still monitor. That way I feel like there's still some kind of monitoring, if that makes sense. So
Well,
I would propose
agree.
that.
I didn't necessarily mean to relax our interest in what's going on. I appreciate the work you're doing. Relax the burden of y'all coming up here and sitting up here, every month. There's a lot of work to be done in the schools, and I know this is time out of y'all doing that.
I might add, Ms. Davis is a former teacher at Watson Chapel also. So she knows how much pride we have in that school and where it was. And some people, it's easy to talk, but it's hard to walk that walk. But I promise you, we're gonna walk the walk at Watson Chapel, because we're gonna move a new climate into that new school when we finish it. And I appreciate everybody's support.
And perhaps since we have a new calendar, maybe we have a future meeting there in the new year. It's not that far. Have a work session there, or a visit, or a business meeting, and then have time to see even greater updates, maybe visit some students in some classrooms, talk to their board. I think there'd be value in that.
More questions, Mr. Henderson?
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Mr. Wood's statement on, you can definitely tell, much better attitude as far as trying to reach these goals.
Yes, sir. I think it's been, like I said this last time, but a kind of an eye-opening experience. This is the first time I've been in this situation as an administrator, but I think right now we have eyes wide open at Watson Chapel, and we're concentrating on moving the school forward. The principals are working hard. My question when I first got there, why do we have DNF school? Why do we have DNF school? Our kids ought to be performing better than that. And we're going to take it to the next level. We do have to have the people in place. We do have to have a good teachers coming in. We have to recruit. We have to do all we can to get quality teachers into the district. But the ones we have, hey, they're doing fine right now. We're going to train them. We're going to give them all the training we can. We're going to bring them up to date. They're going to be evaluated. They did focus walks to the classroom. I was in on that with Dr. Watson and several other team members from the State Department. And I just can see us doing better, and we're going to do better. We got 2 years till we move in that new school, so we're going to work as hard as we can to get everything right for that. Too.
On this one, on your presentation, one slide you have on there, facilities and transportation. It's one component of technology infrastructure. Mind elaborating on that a little bit?
Well, I tell you, of course, Ms. Davis, she's been more familiar with our technology and the infrastructure throughout the school district, but we have a fantastic technology department. We couldn't ask for a better technology department when our infrastructure is in place. You want to elaborate a little bit?
So that's a little outside my comfort zone. I don't know a lot of technical language. I just know it works. It does what I want it to do. I think the infrastructure is pretty good. There are probably some places we need some updates, definitely. I think there are maybe some updated devices we need as well for kids to have that one-to-one access, but currently working on that. So there is a good technology department, good technology director, who, by the way, is part of she's been helping me with a lot of these academic things as well. So everybody's stepping outside of what their job actually is to pitch in and help. But she has a director that does that, and as far as I know, we don't have a whole lot of problems. Yeah, I've been in places where sometimes, you know, you don't have good Wi-Fi, and so we have a little bit of that, so maybe some updated wiring and things like that may need to happen, but overall, I would say it's pretty good shape.
And we're also, our technology department's gonna wire the new high school to save costs. There were some things we didn't get in the contract, so we are gonna do that. So I'm very pleased with them. We did have kind of a hack last week, and our technology department took care of that real quick. Ms. Harrington got on that, and what happened, somebody had used my email and sent like an email from me to some employees telling them they wanted their information, and I gave them permission to do it. Well, they got on it real quick and cut it off, so everything's going well as far as I know.
Thank you.
Questions? I do have a question. Do you have a high school principal? A high school principal?
Yes.
Is that, did you make a switch this year, or has it been the same principal all year?
He's been a principal for, I think, 8 years.
Okay. And is he on board with the fact that we don't want students in study hall? We want them in classes receiving instruction?
He's very on board, yes.
Okay, so why was he not at the beginning of the year?
What?
Why was he allowing students to be in study hall at the beginning of the year?
Well, they were already placed in there, but from this point forward, we're not gonna have study hall.
Okay, are you allowing students to go home? Do they have shorter schedules, or all students?
No, all
this
students
next
are in
semester?
school. Now, we do have a work release program where they go home.
Okay.
They don't go home, they go to work. And, but we're gonna have to stop that program at semester, and then we're gonna start it back up next year.
Okay. I noticed you have Wednesday early outs. What is that for?
All right, the early out so they can have TLCs over at each school, and they meet, and they also talk about curriculum and different things. We try to, hopefully they'll, talk about the curriculum in each area where there won't be any gaps, between the grades and stuff. But it's used strictly for.
Do you have after school programs for your elementary students, or are they leaving and going home at that point in time?
Currently, all students are dismissed early on Wednesdays. That was a program that was in place. It won't be in place next year, but we have to finish it this year.
Okay.
So what happens is students just all go home early on those days, and then teachers are supposed to be meeting in CTMs. That's not an area that I have been able at this point to really delve a whole lot into the dynamics of what exactly goes on during those CTMs. I need to get there. With all the other, that's not been a place. I know what's supposed to be happening, and I think I just need to give them, they need some structure for that, and some training, and we're gonna get there.
Certainly, if you're gonna lose instructional time, you want that time to be
Yes.
very well
So
spent by
currently
your
they are
teachers,
doing
so
what
I would
they've been
encourage
doing.
you to look at that.
Yes.
Are you, and do you offer after-school tutoring, summer programs? Are you
There
looking
is
at
an
those?
after-school tutoring that was happening. Do you, Ms. Sampson?
We do have teachers that are volunteering to do tutoring after school, yes, ma'am.
They should be
I
paid to do
visited
that.
with one, ma'am.
They should be paid to do that if
Well,
they're staying late.
Yeah.
You have students that are well below performing, and I don't want to see you cutting
Right,
school
that's
time. I
something
want
we
to
need
see
to
more
really look at,
opportunities
yes.
for learning for them. My preference is not to receive a paper report. I think when we get paper reports, people spend hours doing it, and they can just tell us anything. I would like the department to give us a report.
That's
as
what
to
I would
what's going
suggest.
on. Yeah.
Our folks would write a report for
Okay,
us
I
based on what they're
We
working
don't
on.
have time to someone sit by a desk and spend hours writing a report. I want to
Agreed.
hear boots on the ground, what's going on. That would be my call. Any more questions, board members? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. We'll do public comment, and then we'll go to commissioner's report and discussion. Unfortunately, Ms. Long had to leave, so we're hearing from her today, but there is a copy of her report. So we did have 2 members sign up for public comment. Mr. Julius Wright. We will do the 3-minute comment. We appreciate you being here. And sorry, our meeting is later today. We have more business.
Good afternoon, Arkansas State Board Member Secretary Jacob Olivia, Dr. Sarah Moore, Dr. Ann Anderson Gregg, Chairperson of the Education Committee of the Pine Bluff Branch of NAACP, in her absence, and all other present. Thank you. Amen. I am Julius Wright, a concerned Pine Bluff School District stakeholder, a member of our Pine Bluff School District Committee, a member of the Educational Committee of the Pine Bluff Unit of NAACP. The Education Committee is aware that the Pine Bluff School District in spring of 2022 was cited for less than 95% of students tested on the ACT Aspire assessment. This past spring of 2023, with the assistance of a retired administrator from the Pine Bluff School District, who knew the progress of achieving 95%, aggressively shared her knowledge of expertise with the current superintendent and administrators to help achieve the 95% tested. In November 27 school board meeting of the Pine Bluff School District, it was reported that only 71% of the students took the district formative assessment. If this is the culture that the state-appointed superintendent has allowed, the new local Pine Bluff School District will be cited again for less than 95% of the student tested. We are concerned that the Atlas Test Bank is not fully operational because at the board meeting, there were references made of the STAR assessment data. As well as it was noted that attendance was a factor, which concerns us that if a testing window was used to ensure 91% of the students were tested, and if the expectation was communicated, that is crucial that 91% of the students are tested. We support the new Atlas end of the year summative assessment and hope that they will achieve equality for all students. It was published that the Atlas Test Bank to create formative assessment in preparation for their students to be successful on their summative assessment. This will provide equality in achievement and ESSA report grade. We are concerned if local districts have implemented the test bank that was promised in the first semester. In closing, we are concerned that the past 3 state-appointed superintendents was not able to create an academic achievement that will prevent the Pine Bluff School District from being in level 5 intensive support, or fail status quo, creating the new domino to fall in the state of Arkansas. We support the election of a democratically elected board who will advise us and advertise a hiring superintendent for the Pine Bluff School District from a pool of other qualified applicants who have applied and interviewed that will restore the academic and fiscal stability of our district. Thank you for allowing me to have comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wright. Ms. Charlene Wright.
Good afternoon, and Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, because we'll see you after the New Year. Good afternoon, Arkansas State Board members, Secretary Oliva, Dr. Sarah Moore, Dr. Ann Anderson Gregg, our chairperson of the Education Committee of the Pine Bluff Unit of the NAACP in her absence, and all others present. I, Charlene Wright, a stakeholder of the Pine Bluff School District, who supported the return of our district but disagrees with the denial of the district and immediate elected board. I am a member of the Pine Bluff Unit of the NAACP Education Committee. Our chairperson, Dr. Ann Anderson Gregg, met with Attorney General Tim Griffin concerning the denial of the Pine Bluff School District and elected board in a single election. Attorney Griffin gave her a copy of the recent Senate Bill 364, which clearly states that a public school district classified as in need of level 5 intensive support that demonstrates to the state board that the district meets the criteria established should be returned to local control, as well as a democratically elected public school board of directors during a single school election, as other school districts were, as well as Secretary Oliva this morning stated, when you have an elected school board, democratically elected, it restores respect. I was listening to you. I sit there and I listen. Didn't you say that?
Extra credit.
I like that, being a 41-year educator. And so therefore, it's difficult for us to still accept an appointed, elected, appointed school board and appointed superintendent. One of our duties of the NAACP Education Committee is to seek to eliminate discriminatory practices in public education, to keep informed of school conditions, and strive to correct abuses when found. We are still concerned that when the appointed board was established in December 22, it did not have the authority to hire or fire the superintendent, and that they were not an elected board. During the November 27, 2023 Pine Bluff School District board meeting, it was surprising that the appointed superintendent with a contract that ends June of 2024 was coaching or prepping the appointed school board for her a contract beyond June 2024. We are soliciting your support again in supporting a spring 2024 election of all 7 Pine Bluff School Board members in order to correct the discriminatory practice and the violation of Senate Bill 364 that was made on September the 15th with the Pine Bluff School District return to local control with the denial of a democratically elected school board during an election, as well as the removal of the state-appointed superintendent after her contract ends June of 2024. The staggered elections for the next 5 years allow the state-appointed superintendent to remain, as well as the state-appointed board, for almost 10 years, in which it undermines the return to complete local control of the Pine Bluff School District and promotes discrimination against other qualified stakeholders who desires to be democratically elected to the school board, and also discriminates against qualified applicants to be the superintendent of the Pine Bluff School District. Thank you for allowing me to have comments this afternoon.
Thank you. That was all for public comment. Was there anyone else? Good. Public comment is finished. Commissioner's report, last but not least.
So I think I'm gonna, first, thank you for the past couple days, and had some updates that I was gonna provide, but I think I might table those. I'll use a term from earlier today. To a future meeting, since we've been here for a while, but I do want to take this time to discuss or follow up on an item maybe for board comment on establishing some committees. We spoke a little bit about that yesterday in workshop, and I felt like the spirit of the conversation led to a desire. I think we had kind of went through some different options of if we wanted like committees or work groups, or how do we want to do that. And I think there's an interest, at least with a couple of our board members, to just say, if we have the consensus of the board, to go through the process of formally establishing a committee where there would be some identified goals and objectives of the committee. We'd work to establish the possible members of the committee, a calendar, data, all kinds of nuances, and then if we decide that we want to establish a few committees around some particular topics, that'll give our team time to work with some of those board members to really map out a plan, and then we could bring the plan to the chair and the rest of the board in January to start for implementation, because we have a new calendar. We're starting a new calendar year, even though it's kind of the middle of a school year, with all the rules, with all the innovation that's happening in schools with the transition to new accountability system, implementation of new standards, reorganization of LEARNs, and kind of really being the guiding point of all of our work. If we can get these committees established in January, the timing of that I think would work out well as we go throughout the remainder of the school year and get towards the middle of the calendar year. Because also, if you remember, this spring we're going into a fiscal session, but then we'll also start working on policy and ideas for legislative session. 25 is going to be here before we know it. So if the committees, the timing of this I think is actually pretty spot on, that if the committees are able to come up with some ground recommendations, we can fit this into the calendar so that we can take recommendations and possibly turn it into policy for action. So I'd prefer to use that time now, if that's fair, Chair, to just say, what are some of those ideas? I know we talked about some of the themes that were associated with the work groups, but board members may have other ideas, so I'd like to just maybe have a quick little dialogue on that.
So I know there are two right now on the table if each of you want to discuss.
Go ahead.
I think he's a little more prepared than I am, which is fine. But I definitely want to look into early learning. I know that shift over to the Department of Ed allows a chance for maybe some strategic planning and looking forward and going, okay, where can we improve in, communications, where, in operations, things like that. So that would be maybe the purpose of the one that I'm looking into. I really appreciate this time, by the way. Is that something in this discussion right here? Obviously I'm not ready to say names, but is that something that we can talk about in between time, or does that need to be done?
So my thinking is if the board is like, yes, we kind of have a consensus that we want to build out some committees, then you or the possible committee chair in our team would work together. You and I would get together, kind of map out some goals, some objectives, maybe identify potential candidates, because the board may say, hey, have you thought about these people too? And then kind of at least have a proposal. I think like Mr. Woods is a little bit ahead of us because he started mapping out some ideas, some pen to paper. So we could do that around early learning, because I think you're right. We're really trying to build a program around early learning that's really is looking at the entire state and the landscape and making sure there's access, making sure there's quality, making sure that the different programs are connected, and we're building opportunities around students and not systems of dollars that fund programs. So this is a really, really great time to make sure we're getting that right, because we don't want to go backwards. We're not going to go backwards. We're only going to go forwards, and we're only going to get better in this space. So I think if we decide kind of collectively as a board, like, yes, there's value in formally establishing an early learning committee, we'd like for Ms. Keener to take the lead on that. That gives us and our team the green light to go ahead and say, okay, we'll have some meetings, we'll put some pen to paper, and then we'll be able to come back to the board in January, I guess with an informed proposal to start moving that into motion, is my thinking.
That's great. Well, and then, there's overlap, and I was listening to Dr. McGee talk about the pre-K program, and that they would love to open another class, but they need another teacher, and I thought that's where that CTE comes in, and that's where it would be so great if I can't remember, Rise Pre-K, there's an initiative where it's Educator Rising or something like that, and I thought what a great way to overlap the two and sort of close the gap where we certainly want to serve all the kids that are interested, so sounds great to me. Do we need to, we don't vote, right?
Well, you pull out our operating procedures, so it says the board may establish a committee or task force by majority vote. I would say if you all come with the plans next month, that we vote then.
Yeah, I think today we want to just get consensus from the board that we think this is a good idea. Because if the board is saying this is a terrible idea,
well, you know how I feel.
We don't want, I don't know if we want to, go down this path, but I feel like the consensus is going to say this is a good idea, but I don't want to presume or assume that that's what the board's going to say.
And the way the operating procedures line up, it could be a committee or a task force, and there's no distinction between, so you could, and I don't know if it's just nomenclature on that, or you could decide what that would look like and what those objectives are, but you want it to be clear objectives to set forth before the board to vote on that. And then, you know, we've talked about it again, but we also have the ability to have liaisons, which is more informal. And I would say that Mr. Henderson has always served as our CTE liaison, but if someone wants to formalize that more as well as a subject area, that's on the table too.
In my sense, just based on conversations in the workshop yesterday and today, is that I think we want to be a little bit more formal than a liaison, and at least two specific domain areas around early learning, one in accountability, where if that's where we want to start getting a little bit formalized, I think we could still establish liaisons around the work. You know, when we talk about teacher prep, school choice, I know like Member Woods likes to be informed with choice opportunities. I still think we can do that, but I feel like if we're going to go down this committee path, this would be a good place to start and a good time to start with two really kind of big bucket items that have a lot of when we talk about the rules and a lot of work and a lot of information that's going to come to this board, that we want to make sure we get it right, so there's value in at least these two formal buckets now. I don't know, Mr. Wood, if you want to add to that.
I agree. I agree with what you just said. I passed out a sheet kind of describing my initial thoughts, maybe not initial thoughts, a little bit of thought-through thoughts on a committee on academic accountability, and, you know, kind of a vision of reviewing information that is already submitted to the Department of Education from school districts, schools that are struggling academically, that maybe even show a lot of struggle. You all know I've asked for a couple of years in a row now for the reports regarding school districts that have a high number of DNF schools. 50% or more is the number that I just started with, and then a separate list of districts that have a high number of F schools. And I think that would be a good place for the committee to start. Obviously, though, if other districts or other schools or other situations, you know, needed to be looked at, I think that, you know, that would be fair for the committee to look in that. Anything, you know, surrounding the topic of asking administrators and leaders what's going on, what's been identified, what's the plan for improving learning, both growth and achievement. I think they're both extremely valuable. I think that has a lot of value.
Well, and to your point, I think if we start with persistently low-performing schools, or schools that we know historically are in the DNF range, there's value in having that conversation to identify patterns of behaviors that we can get ahead of. And I think we heard a little bit of that today when we heard from Dr. McGee in talking about culture, and this work group could start meeting with those districts, looking at that data and seeing if there's some patterns. I can tell you just on some of the early reports that I've been looking at, and I'm probably going to bring this to the board in January, but I really struggle with DNS schools that go to school 4 days a week, right? And I think we're seeing more and more of that, and I think there's value in having an accountability work group look at what is the research saying that, and what are those patterns, because time on task matters, and there's going to be some nuanced and common denominators I think we're going to find in schools that are persistently low performing. Is attendance a priority? When you talk about the ABCs of improving schools, attendance. How are we making sure kids are coming to school in these low performing schools? If kids aren't coming to school, they can't learn. The research is clear. Every day that a student is absent from school, they lose a day of learning. But also not only attendance of students, but attendance of teachers. When a student is absent from school, they lose a day of learning. When a teacher is absent from school, 25 kids lose a day of learning. So when we start looking into some of those patterns and following those ABCs, attendance is a big deal. Behavior, what are the school rules? What are the school-wise expectations? That goes into the culture that Dr. McGee was talking about. Do we have a system for how we're going to work with students and make sure that they have the development and attributed activities and hands-on task and attitudes and beliefs that we expect them to do? And what is the school's approach to do that? And then course performance is that C. I mean, it's really about following those ABCs. How are students doing in class? What do their schedules look like? Do the kids have schedules? I mean, like, there's some very basic things that we're going to find in failing schools that we're hearing from districts that are being called to the board. And when they're being called in front of the board, we're seeing corrective actions and acting with urgency. So I really like the idea of doing this, not to be a gotcha. I don't want to be the DNF police, but just to say, there's some real lessons learned. How can we be a partner with you? How can we be side by side to help improve learning? And it's the same thing in the early learning space when we look at access to high quality childcare, right? There's some real challenges in this state, regardless of where you go in this state. So how can we be strategic and listen to some of these communities and bring in faith-based communities and civic partners and educational co-ops? What are their roles in leading this? Because they do govern a lot of grants. So I think, you know, as this board, I'm leaning on consensus. I can tell you, I think this is something to get really excited about, especially if we do it right and do it well. And starting with 2 very specific focus committees, I think would be a good start. I think as we move on and get more sophisticated in space, I could see more committees coming on board. But if we do this right, this is going to supplement the wonderful work we're doing with LEARN's implementation. This isn't to supplant that work, because we got to remember, we are hitting the ground running with full LEARN's implementation. And when you look back at kind of the state of the state in education in just 1 year, to see even some of these early metrics that are watching the state of Arkansas be the bottom 50 in teacher salary to top 5, seeing that we're in the middle of the pack with empowering parents to top 3 in the nation, we are making a difference. So this is just kind of that next phase now that we got that initial wave going for making sure we're doing this with fidelity. So I would be welcoming of this opportunity to start working with the 2 board members that are passionate. I don't know if they're a chair of the committee or help kind of lead the committee of that work, but with the consensus of the board, we would want to start really mapping out, like, what does this work look like and how can we make sure that it's supplementing the wonderful work that's already happening.
Are we limited to just 1 board member on each committee?
So, excellent question. I would say no. Like, we're not limited to 1 board member on each committee. If we decide that we want to add board members to another committee, we just need to make sure we notice it and follow the process. And I'm okay with that. We have said from day 1 with LEARN's implementation, we're going to do it transparent, be transparent and clear throughout the process. There's no secrets here. As we go through the rules making process, we're going to follow the same mindset. If we want to establish these committees, make every one of them public, I don't have any angst over that. So if we want to put more than 1 board member, if a board member is interested in one of the committees, I think we would welcome it. We just got to make sure that we do due diligence, notice it properly, and it's probably not a bad practice to get in, because if they're going to be making recommendations to the board, it just makes it even more clear and transparent, which is what we believe in. That's one of our core values.
Yeah, I think that, yes, multiple people could be on it. So I think in the next month, talking to the agency about if you would like to be on one of the committees, and then those, you know, the committee heads who are proposing them, you all come to us with a list of who you want on it. So that we know what that looks like. There have been, in my mind, there's been committees that are only state board members on the committee, and there have been committees with state board members, agency folks, and folks outside the agency. So it could go any of those directions. Mr. Anderson?
Yeah, for me, you know, I think obviously it's a great idea. I mean, you know, for me, you know, as you know, I serve on the state workforce board as well as the State Board of Education. A couple of weeks ago, the governor was in Bonneville, and we had a roundtable discussion with Secretary McDonald leading industry representatives in there, and I was able to talk about the education, CTE, but I wasn't really able to share anything as far as the work committee. So I mean, there's a disconnect that we can actually bridge by, you know, not particularly trying to steer or guide, but just being part of it.
thoughts, questions?
I'll say this about mine, to something that Secretary Leva said about don't want to be the DNF police.
I think you should be the DNF.
I might not
I was
be
just gonna throw mine out there.
I'd like to make a motion.
No, I'm just kidding. I will, because this is my attitude towards it, what I would like to see, is that we support everyone who wants to be supported, and we be the police to anyone who does not. Because failure is getting so old. I am so sick and tired of it. And I want to see people have the same urgency and passion about ending this and overcoming this. And if you don't have that feeling about it, you are in the way. And I just want people to get in, I want them to demonstrate to the public that urgency and also demonstrate in their work and in the plans they put forth in their schools and in their districts that path towards higher achievement and higher growth for our students. So I'm not afraid for there to be a little bit of
No, and I appreciate the clarification. My intention was this is more than just being the DNF receipt. We're identifying patterns and opportunities. We want to be a partner. If we have bad actors that are protecting a failed status quo, then by all means, this board needs to use every rule and statute necessary to correct those behaviors, because failure is not an option. We are not going to let failure factories set up in this state and churn out a failing product. That is not what we stand for, and we're not going to maintain a failed status quo.
Yeah, thank you.
So, Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
No, I mean, I think
we're in uncharted territory
I think we have
here.
a plan here. I
Okay.
think if we come back the next month and, you know, it just says we have to establish a committee or task force by a majority vote, have that on our action item for next month to get those two, and board members that want to be on one of those board members, I guess talk with the agency in between then to get figured out.
And I will say, kind of in closing my remarks, this past year has been one of the most satisfying years of my career, and one of the most engaging endeavors that I think anybody could ever ask to be a part of. When I tell you there's excitement, not just throughout this state, not even throughout this nation, but internationally, about the work that this board is helping to lead with LEARN's implementation. Every time we go to a national conference, everybody wants to know what Arkansas is working on. Any one of our folks that are here can tell you, we get asked every single time. They have heard about our priorities. They have heard about what we're doing to transform education. We've even had conference calls with New Zealand, who has heard about LEARNs and said, we want to do some of what you're doing over here, although on the other side of the planet. This board is making a difference. I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize the great leaders we have throughout the state, the educators that are working day and night, the support staff. The culture around commitment to excellence is becoming more and more pervasive. And one of the challenges, and I think Dr. McGee did it really well, is sometimes people only know what they don't know. And I really, in my heart, feel that everybody goes to work in education each and every single day to do what's best for children. And if they lack aptitude, resources, the ability to do better, that's where we want to be supportive. If adults are purposely setting up systems to fail students, then I have a problem with that. But we got to start with kind of that open mind that we want to be supportive. We know that we're implementing some strong evidence-based strategies, and we're not going to maintain a failed status quo. Arkansas is not going to be ranked in the bottom much longer. We're going to propel to the top, and this journey is at the very beginning steps, and I'm really excited to partner with this board as we keep moving forward, and each one of you just brings such a wonderful perspective that makes all of us better, and it's truly, really appreciated.
Thank you. Any
We need
other
Mr.
comments
Sutton
after
to
that?
bike up
Yeah,
on
we
Zoom
do.
and just kind of slam it down.
I missed board reports here somewhere.
could we go through it?
Board member reports, and I have a bit of good news I'd like to share.
Certainly.
Well, last night, I want to commend my former colleagues on the Little Rock School Board. They made a very hard decision, but in a 7-2 vote, they voted to approve the construction of a brand-new high school in West Little Rock that'll top $145 million. It's a big investment and a big commitment. You know, schools alone, school buildings, you know, won't fix all the issues in any district. Certainly won't fix all the issues in Little Rock, but it certainly does contribute to the overall health of the district. And I was really proud to see them make that investment as a big need. And so I just want to put my friends from Rogers and Springdale and Blytheville and Stuttgart and Sheridan on notice that in just a few short years you will be dealing with Little Rock West High School on the football field and in the classroom, and I won't be biased at all. But very proud of the work they did. It's been a long path to get that high school approved, and I'm excited about the future.
I was remiss. I did skip report number 3, board liaison reports. Does anyone else have something they want to share? Mr. Henderson?
Yeah, on that same line, the governor was in town. There was a second roundtable discussion with the NIPCO Children's Care Center, and Miss Smith as well as Miss Ford was there, and we represented State Board of Education, and Miss Smith knocked it out of the park. She did a really good job representing us. Had the opportunity to brag on some stuff that we're doing as well. Really good time. Well pleased with the governor's comments and things that she's offering that area. Was happy that I had the opportunity to be part of that.
Very cool. That's great. Well, with that, we will adjourn for the day and have Merry Christmas.
All right.
Love y'all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, Christmas in Florida, you have it in Arkansas.
Probably gonna be in Florida.
Yeah, I figured.